only uses yellow Post-its. That pink one in the middle, somebody else stuck that there. And he has his favorite coffee cup is the yellow coffee cup, and it broke once, and he bought the same one again, knowing full well that it was fragile porcelain. Anyway, on construction sites, you need to have a hard hat. And of course, Kleindeisem Architects only has yellow hard hats because nobody else has them. And this is our most precious yellow hard hat. It is signed by one of the most famous architects. I'm breaking up. Richard Rogers, who passed away last December, and he did love yellow. And I'm very keen to take this yellow legacy forward.
Woo!
Thank
Nice.
you.
Well done, Astrid.
Nice, Astrid.
Yeah,
That's
it's true.
great.
The yellow is it's amazing, the yellow floor in the office.
My glasses on.
Yeah.
It's less suspicious.
I'm going to fill in while she's recovering. Everybody loves our yellow. It's kind of funny. We were trying to get a green floor into a project, and the client says, "Can you imagine what it's like having a green floor?" And we said, "Well, we have a yellow floor in our office." And he says, "No, you don't. I've been there 5 or 6 times." But it just absorbs it, doesn't notice it. It's just us,
that friendly atmosphere at Kleindeisem Architects.
It's really good. No, it's well, good job, Astrid. You've done a really stellar, and it really is true. Yeah, there's a lot of yellow kicks around in the office.
I love in the chat, by the way, like some people are not partial to yellow, Astrid, but you're starting to turn their mind towards yellow.
Yeah, and the yellow business card. It's a paper. It's called Chromolux. Yeah. And we've used that for 30 years, the same paper. And obviously,
well, actually, back in the day, we started a trend. Nobody had colored business cards. And until this advertising agency asked us to do a project for them, next thing you know, all their hundreds of staff.
So first of all, it was Leo Burnett in Japan. They have an office called Beacon. They did 6 colors. They said, "Would you mind if we cover your color with just the name in the middle?" And then they were bought by Dentsu, the biggest advertising agency in the world. And do you know what? They have hundreds of colors, and it only says Dentsu in the middle. So the urban myth is it was from our business card.
There you go. In the bag.
In fact, they're doing tartan ones now at Dentsu. But anyway,
guys,
I just have a tartan stripe next year. You know.
I'm ringing your bell, Mark. Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, I've got a bell as well here somewhere. Hold on.
I just have a little bit of good news. The stream is up on YouTube now. It's not the exact same link that we had before, or excuse me, the YouTube stream is now up on the top of PechaKucha.com and also on the top of YouTube. So it won't, if you bookmark the link, it might be a new one. Sorry about that. But we are live. So if you want to get on the call, or you want to share with your friends and get some more people, and they're not prone to get on Zoom, then send the go to the PK homepage and send that homepage around, or go to the YouTube channel and send the link around. So thanks for that. And shall we keep the show going?
Yeah, let's go to the full screen and see if our maps work.
All right, here we go. All right, we're gonna go bump.
So we're off to Townsville now. So we're going from Chicago, where Astrid was just then, across Lake Michigan to the sunny St. Joseph, and Lana and her team there. They're really fantastic PechaKucha supporters, and it's really great to welcome you on as the first real speakers tonight. So
Lana and
cameras.
Can you guys start your cameras?
Hey, Matthew.
Turn on unmute yourself. Yep.
Hello.
We're doing it.
Who's going first? Is it Matt next or?
Let's see. It's you, Lana. You're going first. Yeah,
okay.
You're kicking us off. Are you ready?
Representing the home team.
Lana,
I'm ready, but first I have to say, Astrid, that was so cool to get like a behind the scenes look at the office. You don't see that. That was great. I loved it. Plus, of course, the yellow theme and everything you talked about, but that was really fun to see behind the scenes.
Hey, Lana, confirm something for me. Now we got this Lana has an alternative identity known as several, actually. One of them is Bonnie Baloney, the news reporter who's coming to your home and reporting Lana's home improvements. And she has another character who appears from time to time who's very European, and she's got a funny accent. And I have a feeling she's based on Astrid.
That is.
Is that not true?
So, Astrid, it is in part you with a little Leanne Ford with like
give us a little taste of it, Lana. Just a little taste of it.
Well, her voice comes up in the PK, but yeah.
Okay.
Uma Schlerman.
Okay, all right.
I'm trying to have like a little German accent, but it gets all mixed up. It goes all over the.
Okay, let's see here. We're gonna get this.
Okay.
Are we going to go again one more time? Oh, we are.
We're going
to go one more time. All right.
Long time to make, Brian. Let's get the most.
Let's get the most out of them. All right.
That's fun.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Okay, here we go.
River.
Bum, 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 bum. St. Joseph in the house. And number 1, Lana De Francesco.
Hey.
The 20 slides. Lana, you ready?
I'm ready. Go for it.
All right, here we go.
Okay, so just about a year and a half ago, my husband and I, we bought a new old house, a 1940s colonial-ish. I don't want even architects to examine this layout here, but we love it. It's bright, but needed a lot of work. It's kind of drab. It had no color as much on the inside as the outside that you see here. So when we first moved in, my diva client, AKA husband Frank, wanted to start with the primary bathroom. There's a before and after there. And since I had done a little powder room once in my life, I thought I was totally skilled now and I could go ahead and do all the work to be done with exclusion of electrical and plumbing. I will say that I did not do that. So remodeled this, and the Uma Schlerman interior designer in me wanted like a wild Art Nouveau wallpaper, black, den-like wainscoting around. And there's also another character in me that is a contractor named Joe Blow, and he is not afraid of any kind of dirt and demo. So all the work you see is work that I did. We removed the closet here. There was once just a single pedestal sink and made space now on the right. You can see there, that's a second vanity. So we have like a his and hers and really zhuzhed it up. So the bathtub surround, I actually just went with all white to kind of mix in a little bit of modern with this Art Nouveau thing that I was like completely obsessed with during the designing of it. So after the bathroom, we tackled probably the most, we tackled the most central part of the house, which is the entryway / hallway. And that first door, small door on the left there, is actually a powder room that has another door behind it. So if you're basically blocking off all the light, and then down the hall on the right, you can see that the hallway takes a 90-degree turn, just all this light blocked out, right? Boom. So I got to work and consolidated the bathroom over. So now we have one sweeping, breezeway hallway into the office there. And then the opening on the right goes right into the kitchen. You can just feel the light already. Of course, we have the door open as well. But so the floor, again, this was a Uma Schlerman design. She really wanted to make a statement. I did. And went with a classic black and white, diamond pattern like that you might find in an old English home or something, but did it in a Zalige tile. A lot of people thought I was crazy because it's a handmade clay tile. It's slow fired. It's beautiful though. So this is the end result. That little pink in the back is where I'm sitting right now. That is my office. And I went with like a Juneberry purpley pink to kind of do like a feminine version of a men's smoking lounge. I kind of wanted it to be like a modern version of that. This is on the inside of that room, looking back out to the hallway. You can see the original fluted 1940s trim. Loved it. Had to work very hard to take it off carefully, and reinstall it, because this was actually done in a lot of different doorway spaces that you'll see later in this talk. There's my little dogs. So when we first viewed the house, my husband said, I want to take down that wall. And I thought this was like a pipe dream. We're not really going to do that, right? We're just going to like, you can see with the subway tile, that is the kitchen. And then behind that is the dining room. I did not think that we would ever remodel so much because I knew it would take a beam, but we did. Now ignore those bar stools for just a minute because we're still working on things, but you can see that it's all one big space now. There's so much light, and that former hallway space is now picked up as a pantry. That was a hallway. That pantry didn't exist. I'm very proud of that. And the door that you see was actually a storm door that the previous homeowners, and then it was also bank owned. So it just sat like unattended for probably, I don't know, a year. But anyway, this door was outside in the backyard. So I cleaned it up, wood fill, paint, new hardware, and it cleaned up beautifully. It still has a lot of character to it, but I like that. You can kind of see it on the right of this photo here. So this is a little bit better view of the kitchen. Have an island. I want you to take notice of that built-in bookcase in the center behind the faucet there. But yeah, that blue hole, like that's the entry back to the front door. So yeah, I just went with a white quartz to kind of be bright and sunny. So the bookcase is actually a hidden door because I have this future dream of having grandkids like running around and seeing like a hidden passageway. And I painted that hallway going downstairs to be dark green and kind of amp up the cave vibes. It's so fun to have a hidden bookcase. Highly recommend in any renovation that anyone does. So this corner of the dining room turned into a coffee bar. First of all, it's super cool to have a second sink. I feel quite fancy with my second sink in the kitchen, but the HVAC from the wall that came down had to go somewhere. So we put it in this corner. And I thought, how can we be creative? I put brick, sorry, I'll just switch slides. I put brick to make it look like a chimney. This photo really doesn't need a whole lot of explanation. I just love brass and I wanted to like absorb and just appreciate this beautiful, cute little gallery rail on the shelf. I think it's an easy way to kind of dress up anything like a bookcase or whatever. So this photo gives a really good view of how narrow and small the kitchen really was. Basically, the width of those two windows was your workspace triangle, and now on the right, you can see that we have this beautiful marble that I just cannot even get over, and leading to the workspace of the stove. So, okay, this was a lot of work, and there's still a lot of work to do. I have a lot of trim to do, but the effort and the dirt and the dust that went into it, like our own sweat and tears, was so worth it. We enjoy cooking and being together and, gathering space. And our final photo is more of the during, because I didn't share a lot of photos of the during. I just wanted to end this PechaKucha by saying that it is possible. Someone who'd really only done a few things of home DIY stuff, like we made this amazing kitchen and we're very happy, and that's it. So,
well done.
Thanks.
Oh, Lana, that was awesome.
Oh, how beautiful, Oma Schloman.
Thank you. Super nervous because I know that you are designing.
Oh, no. It's so nice that you've done something that you love,
Yes.
because now every morning when you get up, you love it even more being in a place which you so much like.
Astrid was oohing and ahhing all the way through that, and we had to turn the mic off, so no, seriously.
Thanks. Yeah.
So, and that's as you say, and because you put all your sweat and tears in it, it endears it even more to you. So perfect love presentation. Not so sure about that hide the place behind the bookshelf. What was it? The book.
Oh, you gotta go with that.
That sounded a bit scary. But
It's so fun. It's so fun.
By the way, in the chat, they're talking about how you need your own HGTV show.
Oh my God.
Seriously,
Lana,
everyone
too.
over in Michigan is telling her that. I know, like, my whole family is like, did you see Lana's most recent post?
I know, they're hilariously funny, but the content's fantastic and it's so delightful. Yeah, really great use of color.
Great comedy, really high. It's great. I love it. I'm ready for the YouTube channel myself. Yeah. Okay. keep it rolling on. Hey, guess what? The decks are all working, Mark. I got the decks all working now. So this is it's coming around. I think it was just a iCloud syncing issue. So anyway, Matthew.
Yes.
Are you ready? Here we go. Are you ready? Yeah.
I am ready. Let's do
Matthew,
this.
yeah, Matthew he's well, Lana, give us a little intro. Is Lana still on it? Where'd Lana go? Lana, introduce your co-host and co-presenter a little bit.
I am happy to. So Matt is at the Krasl. He's amazing. He's kind of the backbone behind all of our marketing of PechaKucha here in St. Joe, Benton Harbor. He's insane. He's so good. So he's been on the team for a few years and he lives in Bridgman, technically. I don't know. What else okay.
I think you're good.
Okay.
Let's see here. All right, here we go.
All right.
Matthew, I've been keeping an eye on you on your social feeds, and like I am super excited about this presentation. So yeah, are we ready?
I'm ready.
Let's do this.
I grew up with really amazing grandparents. When I was a little kid, my brother, my sister, and I would all travel to Detroit every summer to stay a week with my grandpa and my step-grandma, Liz, in their suburban home in Michigan's suburbs. When we would visit there, it was just such a fun time as a kid. I remember going on their boats, going out to eat, running around this massive house and singing off key. And we were always doing these just crazy fun crafts. And while we were doing this, my parents would go off and kind of get a chance to do, whatever adults did when they were kid-free in the mid to late 90s. Now, one very important thing you should know about me is I am a very eccentric person. And these personality quirks were absolutely encouraged by my grandparents. And I particularly loved my step-grandma because she would always go along with all of these fantastical ideas I would bring every summer. Every evening when we would visit Grandpa and Liz, we would all sit down, watch television and movies together. While all of us were focused on, Pink Panther and other classics, or, maybe the Rugrats in Paris, Liz would sit down, pour a drink, pull out the big bag of yarn, grab her hook, and begin to crochet. A quick terminology lesson for you, so we're all on the same page. Crochet manipulates yarn with a hook needle to create different loops. It is not knitting, which uses two straight needles to make a different kind of loop. And it's really reserved for like dark magic users. And I just haven't mastered that part of it yet. Now that we all know the difference, I would watch Liz every night to make magnificent Afghans. She had a whole closet just stacked to the brim with yarn from different projects, and she was so fast. This blanket on the screen right now was one that she made, one of three that she made in about like 2 months, one year that me and my siblings got for Christmas. I was so fascinated with how she would transform this simple, common material into something that would last forever. One year, when I was about 7 or so, I decided I wanted to ask her to teach me how to do this too. But you know what was weird? I was terrified to ask her how to do this. Now, of course, Liz, knowing me for so long, caught on that I was nervous and asked me why. I was teased at school, and I told her that I only thought girls could crochet, and I was very concerned what people would think if they saw me and saw that I wanted to do something that was so girly. Now, I think we can all agree it's the patriarchy and toxic masculinity that made me feel that way. But Liz wasn't really having any of that. With a big smile and a hug, she told me she would love to teach me, and that it was actually her son and not her own daughter was the one who always wanted to learn how to crochet when he was my age. That little 7-year-old Matthew didn't know this at the time, but this moment was instrumental in helping me through future dark times. I mean, for starters, I actually got through a few college classes by making this blanket you see now and sitting in the front row of the lecture hall. Much like how, doodling can help students focus in class, crochet helped me pass modern art history. It also provided many a gift opportunity and really became a huge point of pride for me. Throughout college, I made Afghans for my parents, siblings, myself, and I was pretty quick at it. And then I graduated college. I had coincidentally moved to the Detroit area, close by to where Liz and my grandpa lived. But like many US college grads, I struggled to land a job. I was hustling in a sales position, which actually led me to drink and smoke all of my money away. I moved back home into my parents' basement. And over the next few years, I ended up discovering successful work back on the west side of Michigan. Still living at home, I began to rebuild my life slowly. I met my now husband and would often brag about the Afghans strewn across my parents' home when we first met all those years. But I hadn't picked up a hook for years. Even as things were looking up, I was depressed. I had developed a serious drinking habit and then a dependency on cannabis. This went on for years until I realized I desperately wanted to make a change for myself and for my loved ones. And to help myself recover from drinking, I focused on health and fitness in the summer of 2019. And things were going really well until 2020, and my weed dependency grew exponentially. I struggled being at home so much and would turn to substances to help ease my anxiety about the pandemic. And, there's that 2020 US election. And I thought I was a person who could handle pot until one day I wasn't. I'm lucky enough that when I hit rock bottom, I had a tool to help build myself back up. In October of 2021, I followed the advice of my rehab coach and I decided to return to crochet as a tool to quiet my racing mind. This blanket was my first project. Throughout the pandemic, I began making things again. And I wanted to challenge myself to go beyond blankets. I made shirts and pants, shorts, hats, crowns, and I really just threw myself into crochet to connect with my body and see the results of active hands. I became passionate and engrossed in the craft and really kept no downtime between projects. On this recovery journey, I've discovered so much more about myself. I began to have feelings I was suppressing and realized that I don't need to be loopy to enjoy the world around me. I felt whole and validated in a new and profound way. The growing list of commission is also helping a lot. As of today, I am 137 days sober. I've used crochet projects to strengthen my mind-body relationship and also reconnect with something that brought me childlike joy. One question I get now is, when will I open my own Etsy store? And the answer I still have is soon. I love this craft Liz taught me. She passed away in December. So thank you, Liz, for loving me, for teaching me to embrace who I am, pursue hobbies despite what others think, and giving me the tools to get through some of the toughest times in my life. Thank you, guys.
Wow. I mean, that was a roller coaster. That was amazing.
Wow.
Thank you.
I mean, it's like how many turns, and every time I was like, "No, oh my God!" Just like another thing coming about you that I'm learning, Matthew. It's amazing. Thank you for the story.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for having me.
Somebody said in the chat that's real storytelling, and it really is. Yeah, that was really moving. It wasn't what I was expecting.
Yeah, we saw all these glamorous pants and colorful pants. Where are they? Where are they?
I have some of them.
Come on, bring them over.
Okay. Oh gosh, you guys. Okay, so this is my first sweater that I made. This is for my husband.
Oh, right.
So that's there. The shorts that you saw in there, I have.
Yeah, they're
right
so
here.
cool. They're so cool.
More shorts right here.
Right.
My pride scarf.
Get Etsy going. We need
Yeah.
That matches this sweater that I'm also wearing.
Woo!
Oh gosh, and we have scarves, and then
Should have worn it the other way around today.
Yeah.
I did, yes. And I've also just got like all of the hats. This is my little buddy for a crown that's been hanging out with us. And I actually, Lana said I work at an art center, and so the piece you see behind me is actually a crocheted artwork that I made and had in our members exhibition, and it was all about kind of this similar topic too. And it's just been such like a great journey and experience to be able to share with everyone. So I want to thank you guys for the chat here.
I'm sure you discovered a whole new world with lots of people loving you. Yeah. Right? Isn't that cool? That is so cool. Totally
it's wonderful.
Well done. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Keep at it. Is anyway, crochet is definitely on its way back. Maybe more so in Tokyo than anywhere else, where people are a bit more outgoing in terms of fashion. I just the other day I saw this guy having a black coat, but the arms were made with the typical crocheted squares that you patch together, the little ones.
You mean like these?
Really colorful. Yeah. And
these are going to be pants.
Yeah, go colorful. Like, I mean, I can't say enough, Matthew.
Thank you so much.
I also like those dresses. Fashion comes back. They say every 20 years. I think it's about time those dresses come back. I know Christina would look lovely in them, right?
Yes.
Christina's around somewhere. We'll introduce the rest of the team soon. Thank you so much. We're almost on time as well today.
I want to chime in here real quick, Mark. So when is our birthday? When is PK's birthday? When was PK born?
20th of February.
Tomorrow.
20th of February. When we end up in Japan time tomorrow, it's going to be the 20th of February. Today's the 19th in Japan. And for our crew in St. Joe, it's the 18th. They're actually at the end of their day on Friday night. So that you are helping us to make this a 3-day spread across the 24 hours. So that's pretty cool. And so thank you guys so much for stepping up on the other side of the day. I think it's a full moon tonight, so go get a little taste of that.
Well,
and,
for all of us here in the States, we always love how you guys are in the future. So we look forward to joining you one day.
Right. You'll catch up eventually. Maybe you won't.
For those architectural deadlines for international competitions, we're really glad that you're in the past. You're in the past because it gives us a few more hours to submit.
Okay, well, so long to hour one. You guys, everybody who's staying on, we've got 23 more hours. 1 hour down, 23 more to go, right? And you're welcome to stay on. We've got great cities on for the next hour, and I'm going to bring them on here in just a second. And stick around, come back, pop in, pop out. We're going to be going all day. You can hear some creativity, see and hear some creativity from all corners of the globe. So bye hour one, and let's go ahead and later. Bye guys. Here we go to hour two.
If you go to the thank you slide, Brian. Yeah, that's good. We're going to go from St. Joseph and get ready for our next presenter. Over.
Poster break.
We'll do the poster break. Hit the next thing, Brian.
Yeah.
So one amazing things with PechaKucha is you can hit forward again. Yeah. Next one.
Here we go.
And they're on timers, these ones. So it's amazing that we get literally hundreds of posters each year from around the world. The graphic quality is amazing. And it's incredible, the creativity, and we wanted to showcase that. We're going to do 4 or 5 every hour. They're up for 7 seconds. This is Baton Rouge, but really great colors and just really great themes that come through. It's just incredible every day. This is in Bogota, and they'll be on later. Lovely. So nice. I'll maybe make them a little bit longer next time. It's a bit short. Okay, Brian, you can press keep going. So welcome to hour 2 of International PechaKucha Day. And I think there should be here we go. So we've already landed in, we're going from Tokyo, where we are now, to Australia, and we're going to the Gold Coast, and to Townsville, which is just off of the Great Barrier Reef. So there we are, and welcome to...
We want to say hi to our Townsville friends.
Yay!
Come on screen, guys. Oh, you know what? I turned their videos off. That I might need to turn them back on. Where are you guys? Let's see.
So it's Keith and Tanya
in
Townsville, and also amazing PechaKucha supporters. You've been with us for many years, and you've been to Tokyo for our global get-togethers. Hey, everybody!
Oh, I love my big PechaKucha family. I love my family.
Hey, hello.
How are you?
Hi there, buddy.
Hello.
Wow.
Come up,
Hi, Mike.
Family.
Yeah.
Come in and say,
Gather around. That's a good shot. Hey, Keith. This is Keith. Where's Boyne there?
Boyne, come over here, Boyne. Yeah.
Oh my God, it's a huge crew.
Yeah, mate. We've been making pizzas for the last 2 hours. Boyne, come on in.
Hi there, Boyne.
Look at how big he is now.
As ever.
Oh my God, is that Boyne? You can't even
Well, you
fit
don't
in the
fit into the
screen.
screen anymore.
Wow, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Oh my goodness.
Somebody said in the comments they're really jealous of the weather you've got there. We are too. Yeah, up in the northern hemisphere. You're down there in the south, yeah, where it's summer. Where are you going into autumn now?
No, we're still in summer. We've got another roughly a couple of weeks of summer. It's 26 degrees at night, 32 during the day. Beautiful blue skies. Went for a swim this morning. We've been making pizza, all of us, for the last 2 hours at the pizza oven.
Send some up here, please. I'm getting hungry. How's avocado and rambutan and life? How's the life?
Yeah, mangosteen will be picking in a week or two. Rambutan, not so sure this year, but we've got someone who wants to buy the farm. So if you want to visit, you better come quick.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Well, we'll be over as soon as they let us out. Yeah. Or let us in, whichever.
Right, tell us when you want us to start our
Why
thing.
don't we kick off? Why don't we do?
Let's go for it. Let's go for it. All right, here we go.
All right. Okay, so we're going to talk to you about something we really love, the Great Barrier Reef. We've got 5 presenters who are going to talk about the science and the management and the love and the recreation of the reef. So first up, without any further introduction, is Paul Hardesty. Paul is the Chief Executive Officer of the Australian Institute of Marine Science here in Townsville. He's also the author of 5 very exciting novels. So Paul, slide on over.
Woohoo!
Welcome, Paul.
Yeah, thanks everybody. Can I just do a sound check? Can you hear me okay?
You sound great, Paul. Just tell me when
Excellent.
you're ready to start the slides and I'll press play.
Okay, well, yeah, the title is Meet the Science Agency that's been monitoring and studying the Great Barrier Reef for 50 years. Ready to go, mate. Thanks. Hi, everybody. As introduced, I'm Paul Hardesty, CEO of the Australian Institute of Marine Science, Australia's national marine research agency. If you love something and you want to see it grow and prosper, you need to understand how it works so that you can look after it. Australians love the Great Barrier Reef. It's the world's largest coral reef complex. Over 2,300 kilometers long, it's the size of Japan or Italy. From the air, it's breathtaking. I'd like to just now quickly acknowledge my colleagues who've provided many of the images for this talk. And beneath the water, it's even more spectacular. Home to a dizzying array of fish, sharks, rays, whales, reptiles, and crustaceans. It's one of the planet's most diverse ecosystems. But while traditional owners of sea country developed detailed knowledge and workings of the reef over millennia, our scientific study goes back less than 100 years. In 1929, Sir Maurice Young, pictured here with his wife Maddie, led the first ever scientific expedition to the Great Barrier Reef. His book, A Year on the Great Barrier Reef, published in 1930, was a huge bestseller and sparked a surge of tourism to the reef. People wanted to see for themselves one of nature's most spectacular marvels. By the late 1960s, with tourism booming and the impacts on local reefs already being felt, Australia realized that it knew almost nothing about the Great Barrier Reef. At that point, we didn't even know how corals reproduced. So in 1972, Prime Minister Gough Whitlam's government created the Australian Institute of Marine Science by an Act of Parliament. Its role was to monitor the health of the reef, understand and catalog its diversity, and importantly, advise government on how to protect it. Headquartered here in Townsville in northern Queensland, our job was to unlock the secrets of the reef's amazing diversity, resilience, and longevity. Of course, a lot's changed since then, including our work health safety standards. You can see there that we don't allow bare feet on our boats anymore. 50 years later, Ames is recognized as one of the premier marine research institutions in the world. Our more than 350 people work across all of Australia's tropical oceans, and we hold some of the longest continuous monitoring records of reefs anywhere in the world. Our staff are supported by world-class infrastructure, including 2 state-of-the-art ocean-going research vessels, the Solander here in the foreground, and further out you can see the RV Cape Ferguson. We also deploy a wide range of technology to help with our research, including underwater vehicles, autonomous surface gliders, drones, and artificial intelligence image analysis systems. Our facility in Townsville is home to the National Sea Simulator, the world's largest and most sophisticated research aquarium complex. Fully automated, able to control water quality and temperature to superfine tolerances in real time. It's a game changer for modern marine research. We also work closely with traditional owners of sea country and have recently mandated the requirement of free and prior informed consent for all of our projects. Together, we're combining traditional knowledge of sea country with Western science to create better outcomes. The Great Barrier Reef right now is under threat from 4 main sources. The first is cyclones. They can have a devastating impact on coral reefs, especially the more delicate species. And under climate change, we predict cyclones will become more intense in the future. Second, deteriorating water quality. Runoff from the land can carry sediment, chemicals, and nutrients into the nearshore waters. And all of these things can have a detrimental effect on coral health. Third, outbreaks of coral-eating crown-of-thorns starfish. Naturally occurring here on the Great Barrier Reef, these coral predators can eat their way through vast areas of reef in just a few years, and controlling their outbreaks is a key focus of our research. But the single biggest threat is climate change. Corals are among the most temperature-sensitive organisms on the planet. 1 degree of warming above ideal conditions maintained for 8 weeks or more is enough to turn a healthy reef that looks like this into one that looks like this, bleached, dead. Major bleaching events have hit the GBR in 1998, 2016, 2017, and again in 2020. Without significant global emissions reduction, the majority of reefs around the world are at risk of disappearing by mid-century. That's why the Australian government has invested over $200 million in the Reef Restoration and Adaptation Program. This world-leading research, led by Ames, is looking for ways to help reefs recover from and adapt to warming oceans at large scale. And there is reason for optimism. The RAP team has already made some key breakthroughs. If we can reduce global emissions, the techniques being developed now could help to preserve coral reefs into the future. Thank you very much for your time.
Oh, shit.
Thanks, Paul. Like that was just a lovely overview.
We just stop a minute.
Well done, Paul. Thank you so much. That was a brilliant. It's very informative. You've elevated our conversation today. I think we're so done sort of talking about the pandemic. It's nice to focus on a different issue, to be honest. But yeah, you've really brought some wonderful insight to the ecosystem there. And
Hi.
You make us, it's like I learned once, I may never see a tiger in my life, but I'm comforted knowing that tigers exist in the world. And though I may not ever make it to the Great Barrier Reef, I pray that one day I'll be there. I'm grateful for people like you and the whole Townsville posse who are just committed to its health. So thank you so much for your effort and making such a great presentation. We'll be happy to share this presentation far and wide. And, yeah. Okay. So, yeah.
Hi, can you hear us? Sorry, Brian. Are we coming through okay?
Yeah, you're coming through. We got you.
Okay.
All righty. Just a few technical issues, too many monitors. Don't know where the sound's coming from.
No, we've had to swap a laptop out, so we're all good. That was awesome. Lovely presentation.
Yes, definitely. Didn't know that the typhoons were kind of wiping out the Barrier Reef so much. Hope there are not going to be many of those. I still remember Keith kind of telling about the Barrier Reef, and it always stuck in my mind as like kind of, yeah, we got to protect it, and it was just good to hear the presentation. Thank you so much.
Okay, look, and next up, we've got someone who wants to tell you about how they use it recreationally. Yeah. So Theo's joining us. Theo is my neighbour from down the road. He's also, when he's not piloting the big ships safely through the Great Barrier Reef into port, he's underneath the water free diving and spearfishing. So Theo just wants to tell you, as a personal user, how good the Great Barrier Reef is. So over to you, Theo.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to join in and have a chat to you guys.
Theo, thanks for being with us. And I'll say that, you can see here on the screen that we've got a 10 by 20 here. I think you're going to do the first shorter format presentation. And I'll just make a quick note that, for a live event, the 20 by 20 format is so great. And we love, it's just the perfect amount to listen to a person present about their passion. But the 10 by 20 we found, in the virtual space is sort of a beautiful little nugget, for making, we're all kind of Zoom, we've been on our computers so much. It's nice to have sort of a more compact format. So thanks for taking the shorter challenge. Although I will point out, it required that we find double the amount of content to fill this event. So we shot ourselves in the foot there a little bit, but I'm not gonna stop chatting here. And Theo, over to you. You ready for the slides?
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity.
Just a minute.
All right, here we go. Over to you, Keith, or over to you, Theo.
G'day, everyone. My name's Theo. I'm an all-round underwater and above water enthusiast, and welcome on my aqua journey. This picture here illustrates somewhere we've all probably been, an aquarium, and you can see the intrigue of this young boy's face.
I had to swap this out because I've got to use my laptop.
I like to bring those barriers down and interact a little bit closer. And right here, you can see in the wild, you can come face to face with amazing creatures. This cod here is making an attempt to potentially eat my camera.
Yeah, keep going.
And if you spend enough time in the water, some magical moments can present itself, like this interaction I had with a whale shark just off the Great Barrier Reef here. This large animal was so intrigued by us, it actually came right up and nudged me with its head and kept swimming around in circles. I just have to fit the slide in. Yeah, it's not just the Great Barrier Reef, but all around the world where bodies of water are of importance. This is one of my most memorable experiences. This is a waist-deep stream, crystal clear, full of life in the Amazonian jungle. The use cases are many. You can go and meditate, work on your breathing, get exercise, and just really go and enjoy yourself in the underwater realm. We are greatly adapted to it by things such as the mammalian dive reflex, which help us be comfortable under the water. Who here loved the Netflix documentary, My Octopus Teacher. I was diving in those rock pools in South Africa at a young age that cemented my love for the water. Pictured here is a cuttlefish, and they have just as intriguing personalities as the octopus out there.
So there's a new.
And then again, we got the quintessential small creatures such as this clownfish, just frolicking in the wands of the anemone underwater. Mesmerizing, you can watch it for ages. Sometimes you have to dig a little deeper or go a little bit further to find those magical moments, but that's the beauty of underwater adventure. This year is 2 lemon sharks sleeping under a rock during the midday, almost looking as if they're cuddling while resting up for further activities. And then of course, you get moments like this. The barrier reef teeming with life. I was drifting down the current here trying to spear a fish for dinner, but I couldn't care less whether I got dinner that night, just amazed by the sheer beauty. Sometimes the stars align and you get lucky and a fish of a lifetime cross your path and you get to share the spoils with friends and family, selectively and sustainably. Thank you for your time, and hope that intrigued your interest in the underwater world.
Hi, well done. Oh, I love those pictures of the fish just looking at you. And then you look back and say, I'm going to get you.
And I've got to say, I've been the recipient of Theo's generosity. He often drops fish up to us in exchange for cassava and bananas from our farm. So, yeah.
Fair trade, great way to live.
Circular economy.
Wow, amazing.
Fish, they look so funny. It's marvelous. I'm kind of I'm jealous of scuba divers because I'm just a snorkeler. I'm a bit scared of scuba diving, but
same here. I just free dive. It's a more natural way, and I referred to the mammalian dive reflex there. It's much like the whales and the dolphins, we possess this as well, and it helps us stay under the water longer, reduce our heart rate, deal with gas exchanges, and also give us blood pooling, which supports our organs at depth.
So Australia's borders are opening up, Astrid, and there's a bed for you anytime, and Theo will take you. Theo will take you.
How has that affected you? Has it been difficult, or has the reef improved because there's less tourism? Has it been
That's a good question. Can we hold that question? Because our next presenter is from the management authority in charge of it. And I don't know if Holly can answer that, but we'll put her on the spot, not me. Okay.
Thanks for your time.
Are we ready?
Oh, Theo, I have a quick question for you. How long can you hold your breath underwater?
3 to 4 minutes.
Wow. Amazing. Cool. All right. Here we go.
Okay, thanks. So next up, as I said, from the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority, so the government institution charged with the management of the Great Barrier Reef, we have Holly Lambert, who incidentally has been a school teacher and used PechaKucha in teaching. But Holly is going to tell us today about how the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority is educating youth around the world in the value and importance of the Great Barrier Reef. Over to you, Holly.
Beautiful. I can answer your tourism question after if you'd like.
Let's do this, Holly. The 20 slides are yours.
Beautiful. Well, thanks everyone. So per the introduction, my name's Holly Lambert. So I'm the lead for education for the Reef Authority, which is the Australian government's management agency for the Great Barrier Reef. So I'm here to tell you a little bit about how my team works with schools and partners to foster the next generation to learn and care for the Great Barrier Reef. And might have stolen my thunder a little bit before, but the reef is big. So it, like we said, it covers the span of a lot of countries around the world and is made up of over 3,000 individual reefs and 600 islands and has some of the most diverse and wonderful plants and animals. It's so big you can actually see it from space, which is kind of cool. It's big and vibrant and colorful. It's the reason I love it. It's the reason lots of other people love it. And it's valuable not just to us as Australians, but to everyone around the world. So it's actually a global icon and a natural wonder. And as we covered off before, it's unfortunately, like all tropical coral reefs, it's under threats from local issues like land-based runoff, coastal development, direct use from recreational and commercial fishermen, not like Theo, but and unfortunately, the greatest threat is climate change. And so these local and global threats need local and global actions in order to build reef resilience and protect the reefs. And this is where our education program that I look after at the authority comes into play. And so we actually work with schools and partners just locally as well as nationally and even internationally in order to generate this idea of how we're educating to keep it great. And so we work locally with a number of schools. We have programs like our Reef Guardian School with the hundreds of kids featured here. And we have over 300 schools in the Great Barrier Reef catchment. And we work with them on various programs, and they even get an opportunity to get out and see the reef on school excursions and contribute to citizen science, which is such a wonderful opportunity for them as kids growing up on the Great Barrier Reef. Nationally, we actually produce a significant volume of curriculum-linked educational resources. These are accessible online for free and means that teachers and students can actually access these resources and means that we're fitting into Australian curriculum. And so they get used right around the world. And for those of you that can't get out here to see the reef, we can actually take it to you. So we have an international program through Virtual Connections where we essentially video conference just like this out to schools and organisations around the world, essentially taking the reef to them. And the reason we find this so valuable is that it's our vision of enhancing reef resilience through partnerships, collaboration and education to make sure that these guys have a healthy Great Barrier Reef in the future. So we've invested over 20 years into our education programs, and they're built on some 5 pillars. The first pillar is care. And so we try to foster an emotional connection to the reef. And this is to really encourage students and people in general to have this sense of shared responsibility and ownership over the wonderful Great Barrier Reef. Our second pillar is learn, and this probably underpins the majority of our work. And it's really about students increasing their knowledge and understanding about the reef, threats, and taking the opportunity to use all our resources and things about being in the marine park or generally learning about the reef. So it's really important educationally for that. And the third pillar is act, and we encourage all environmental and sustainable actions because we recognise that all actions matter, no matter how big or small. And these are the actions that you and me and we can all take at home, at work, at school. And so they're a really important component of our education programs. The fourth pillar is share. So you all know people, I know people, we all have our own networks. And so that idea of sharing knowledge and experiences about the reef means that we can actually create ambassadors for the reef in our students and our partners, and they can essentially speak on behalf of the reef and share. The final pillar is stewards, and this is actually my favourite one. We get to undertake stewardship activities out on the reef with students, and so they can participate in school excursions, they can get involved in our citizen science or many of the other citizen science projects. And all of these Reef Guardian schools can actually share the work that they're doing through our online portal. So it gives them a way of individually sharing what they're doing and that we can collectively see that joint action from over 300 schools with over 120,000 odd students at those schools. And my favourite program that we've actually just released is Be a Marine Biologist for the Day, which is an education package that encourages schools to connect with tourism operators around the reef gives students learning opportunities in the classroom before they go on excursions and then participate in citizen science on the reef. And like I said before, our virtual connections means we can actually take the reef to you from our aquarium here in Townsville, where part of our team's situated. We live stream out. You can talk live to a scuba diver, visit our turtle hospital, and do all sorts of really interesting virtual activities. Now, if you want to know more, we actually have an online reef discovery course. That means you can get on and learn at your own pace. This course was designed for our master reef guides that work on tourism operators, but freely accessible to anybody if you'd like to jump on. So it's great just to improve your own knowledge. And so hopefully you can see why I love the reef, why I think other people love the reef. And I've just given you a taste of what we do in some of our education programs. And all of our resources and programs are available through our website for free for use for anyone around the world. So thank you very much.
Wow.
Oh, it's so easy to love the reef, isn't it? It's like kind of you just feel compelled to spread that love, and you're doing it so well all across the kids and future biologists, and you know, it's such an important role. So well done,
Well
Holly.
done, yeah.
I was just telling Mark, whose wife Natasha runs an international school, that you know, they should kind of you know, make a student exchange.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we do edutourism programs. We've had lots of unis from the States and all around the world come out, and so we do get a lot of give and take come out here. We've had programs where teachers go there, so we're involved in lots.
Yeah, that's.
Oh man, I've been growing up in the wrong time, haven't I?
We're in the wrong place.
I have a question, Holly.
Yeah.
I have a question. I love this notion of bringing the barrier reef to us, and we have another friend of ours in the virtual reality space presenting a little bit further on down the day, and they're talking about using virtual reality as a tool for health and rehabilitation and things like this. I've also heard that virtual reality and the Oculus are used for convincing policymakers to, you know, when they can go see some catastrophe in the world and experiencing it virtually in that way compels them to act more, you know, earnestly and with, you know, is that anything? Is there anything like in the virtual reality space happening? I would love to visit the Barrier Reef.
Yeah,
Underwater.
like that. Well, Google actually had underwater virtual 360 stuff as well that you could plug in on your smartphones, and there's a whole lot of underwater dives that are on YouTube in 360
Okay,
videos.
all right.
It's all out there, but they've done this sort of thing for a few years now.
Wonderful.
And it's
Very
great
cool.
to be able to share this reef story with the world.
Yeah.
And one of the things I really love about the reef story is we've heard today from two people who are funded by government, but there are so many people who are just doing it because they really want to do it. And so we're going to hear next up from two speakers who work for not-for-profit, non-government organizations in the reef space too. And we're hearing from two of them today, but there are many, there's hundreds of them here in Australia who are doing this work because they care and because they want the reef to remain here. So next up, we're going to get Ryan Donnelly join us, who's the Chief Executive Officer for an organisation called Reef Restoration Foundation. And in the same way we revegetate degraded areas on land, be it riverlines or open fields, Ryan is involved in an organisation that is revegetating the reef. It's helping to actually regrow coral on the Great Barrier Reef. It's a new organisation, not government funded. It's just done by people and working with organisations because they care. So hand over to Ryan. That's it.
Hey, folk, I got a 10-slide nugget for you as well, just to complicate things.
Thanks, Ryan. Are you ready?
Sure, ready as I'll ever be.
The 10 slides are yours. Off you go.
Okay, Reef Restoration Foundation's a community-based not-for-profit organisation. So Our remit is we grow coral fragments and we grow them into semi-mature coral colonies, and then we plant them back out on the reef. You could say we're in the love and optimism game. Short hiss. Okay, so we practice site-based stewardship, and we do it in partnership with tourism operators, and we deploy a small army of volunteers from all compass points of our community. Importantly though, this is not an alternative to action on climate change. It buys time for the places we love, and it inspires community action. So we adopted a method that had been proven in the Caribbean. It's highly visible, and most importantly, it's perfect for storytelling. Corals have grown in the water column are free from parasites and predators, and they have greater access to sunlight for photosynthesis. They also grow about 3 times faster than they do on the reef itself. And it's this that enables us to accelerate the process of recovery after disturbance. Now, coral reefs are comprised of a diverse range of species, each with differing growth rates, lifespans, etc. A healthy reef has a diverse mix. Every reef has evolved, every species has evolved into a niche to perform ecological functions. And if an ecosystem loses species diversity, it becomes functionally diminished. So we speak about resilience. This is the ability to get back up after you've been knocked down. So we aim to put a coral reef in the best possible condition to look after itself. Our primary aim is to rebuild damaged sections of reef, such as they can sexually reproduce and regenerate themselves. So what does our operation look like in the water? This is one of our first corals. It's a small fragment, but it has multiple growth tips. These photos were taken over a 2-year period. I swam over this coral recently, and it's about a metre in diameter. So when you multiply this by the thousands of corals that we plant, you get to consider the amount of habitat that's being built. The single most important and enjoyable part of the work is our community empowerment program. This program involves inspiring and mobilising community volunteers to perform reef restoration and to practice citizen science. Reflecting the community around us, these good people are culturally diverse and happily give freely of their time and contribute to the cause. And did I mention that the Great Barrier Reef is still a beautiful and magnificent place? Despite the challenges faced by this great ecosystem, it remains a place of wonder and delight. It's a motivating factor for our existence as an organisation, and it's the motivating factor behind our community participation and our individual sponsors and donors. There's one thing about the future that is certain, and that is we are in the next industrial revolution. Scientists tell us that despite the speed at which the world might reduce greenhouse gas emissions, we are locked in for some pretty negative changes. However, the speed with which renewable energy technologies are growing is phenomenal and inspires hope and optimism. Now, this last slide is me. The world is not an equitable place. It didn't develop equally after the first industrial revolution, and there is massive disparity to this day. We have to learn to transfer the new clean energy production and its applications across the world in order to have genuine optimism for the future. We can do it, but we have to work together.
Well done.
Wow, wow. Again, it's like when you really love something, you just go for it, and it's so rewarding to see the way it multiplies so quickly. Well, maybe not so quickly, but still multiplying it. I think so kind of well done on that. Knowing it just makes you feel so good, knowing that you helped kind of conserving the reef and propagating the love.
Look, I think it's important to remember that whilst reef restoration has been around for a long time in various parts of the world, it's brand new in Australia. So we're working at 2 speeds. One is at the site-based stewardship level that I operate at, and the other is at the hard science end, which Paul was talking about in his presentation. There will be a nexus between those 2 approaches, and I want to be positioned to be able to deploy the technology that's developed by Paul and his people when the time comes.
Right. I was just wondering, I mean, since you're kind of totally a volunteer and non-governmental, and it's this amazing technology which appeared to work already. Does anybody really just is everybody just able to say, oh, I found this really great technology and let me do this voluntarily on the Great Barrier Reef? Or is there somebody who polices all that?
There is there is a permissions process through the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority, and you need a permit for everything. It's heavily regulated, and whilst this can be perceived as a bit of a barrier if you're a reef user, what it does do is it gives it a level of robustness that gives confidence for the rest of the world that the World Heritage Area is being managed in such a way.
Yeah, because I just recently read that somewhere they've been throwing in these aluminium subway carriages into the sea, and in the hope to start a reef, and a coral reef, and it kind of totally flopped because somehow the aluminium didn't work or collapsed, and anyway. That made me think, you can't just throw anything into the reef, can you?
there's a vast disparity in the rigor applied to the oversight in different jurisdictions around the world.
So somebody in the chat said, thank you for taking action and giving us hope. And I think we all agree with that. So brilliant.
Right,
okay, we're running a little bit behind time, I'm being told. So we'll keep going over to who's up next.
Okay, next up is Rachel, who is also from a non-government organisation called Reef Ecologic, and she's going to bring together the science, the passion, and art. So over to you, Rachel.
Hi, everyone.
Rachel, you ready?
Yeah, ready when you are.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rochelle Brown, and I'm a marine scientist with Reef Ecologic. I'm here, like the others, to talk about the Great Barrier Reef, but also about my journey. This is a story about growth, passion, and resilience, and it all starts with a great team like I have. We're united by our love of coral reef ecosystems. We conduct research, we run educational workshops, we work in reef restoration, and we also provide guidance to businesses and government. We speak not only about science, but also about sustainability. Climate change is one of the most pressing issues for the welfare of coral reefs. So we became a climate positive business in the most recent fiscal year. This means that we reduced or offset more greenhouse gases than we produce. Many organizations have goals to do it by 2030 or 2050, but we did it now, which is critical because climate change leads to warmer oceans. This often results in coral bleaching, a stress response that can eventually kill the coral polyps. That would hurt the reef ecosystem and all the industries and animals that depend on it. To draw attention to the reef, its stories and its struggles, the Museum of Underwater Art, or MOA, was founded in Townsville, Australia. It brought internationally acclaimed art to complement the innate beauty of the reef. The underwater statues support the natural growth of marine life, changing their appearance over time, which you can see on the scientist sculpture there. MOA brings together the stories of Indigenous Australians and marine scientists who share a goal to protect the reef. Art has been commissioned from and modeled after local Indigenous people, and an upcoming installation honors key people who have made great contributions to the reef. It also brings people together in taking action. Reef Ecologic partnered with MOA to involve citizen scientists in coral planting and monitoring at this installation, the Coral Greenhouse. Corals of opportunity, pieces that naturally break off the reef, were planted amid the sculptures. This integration of coral and art gives new life to both. The sculptures appear more purposeful and lively, and the coral fragments that would have otherwise died in the sand have a second chance to grow and thrive. Together, they tell a more complete story. The process of planting at the Museum of Underwater Art also encourages stewardship among the participants. For example, this image shows my own coral fragment planted on this statue. I'll always know this coral and this statue as ones I made a difference to, so I'll be inspired to look after them. But how did I end up involved in all this? as a woman from the US working to help an Australian natural icon. I learned to dive in 2012, then unaware that I would be a beneficiary of Reef Ecologic's People First approach. I fell in love with the scenes beneath the waves immediately. This set the stage. Like many in this field, the water is where I feel free and joyful, and this baseline was enough to build off of as an intern while in university, and later as a scientist in my own right. I jumped in, helping wherever I could and learning as much as possible. I was given opportunities to practice skills such as freediving and underwater photography. Weekly training at the pool gave me the endurance and confidence to handle field conditions, useful when trying to take underwater photos like these in a single breath. We've even had the chance to dive at night, enabling a look into the marine world not often seen. Many fish doze during these times, while other creatures that hide during the day come out. You never know for sure what you will see or what will happen in the water. This will become very apparent in the next slides. The reef is not without its dangers, and even those of us who love it are not immune. A pivotal moment for me was captured on camera. I was distracted looking at a gorgeous sea snake when my hand brushed against something. What started as a sharp but merely inconvenient pain turned into a very serious injury. My hand swelled severely, I lost feeling to my fingers, and most of the skin eventually detached. Even now, 6 months later, my range of motion and sensation are limited. But not even injury gets in the way of spreading news about the reef. A recently published paper attracted media wanting to share its story, and I was eager to help. This was the day after that injury. Later that same day, I was in the emergency department, ending in a multi-day hospital stay. Lessons learned about health and safety did allow me to return to the water, though I'll never dive again without gloves. Ultimately, as unpleasant as that experience was, it helped to solidify what I care about. It also showed that even when things seem bleak, life has a strong capacity for recovery. The Great Barrier Reef is no different. Despite the threats, healthy reefs like this can persist into the future. The stories of the people who care about them enough to take action have an impact. It inspires others to share the love of the reef and take action themselves, like reducing their carbon footprint. This coral, called Mugadambi, is over 400 years old, showing how resilient corals can be. And its story reached people worldwide through journals, posters, and interviews like the one shown earlier. This article was selected for an editor's choice collection, showing how well the story resonated with others. I hope my story has resonated with you, as this talk has hopefully shown. Reef Ecologic and the Museum of Underwater Art are helping lead the way to the future, putting people first and inspiring change. Thank you for listening, and I hope you too are inspired to take action for a better planet.
Thank you very much, Rochelle, Rachel. This underwater art museum is pretty cool. I mean, it's nice because it's yet another way to kind of create awareness of the cause. And as you say, it's like if you're involved with one art piece, you want that one to be doing well, and you follow it, and it grows, and you know, and it'll live beyond you actually.
That's
so
right.
That's a really nice touch. So fingers crossed and good luck, and yeah, wear those gloves.
Yeah, just shows you how powerful these things are in the sea. Yeah, you know, that's what's amazing.
Wow. Yeah.
I was just at COP26. We'll talk about that later, but I was there with somebody who's been doing research on the Great Barrier Reef, and to find things like that and whether they can be used in medicine in or positive ways. Yeah, but anyway, really
that's right, absolutely.
I hope they don't find it so that doesn't get exploited, to be honest. But, you know, art museum sounds much better. You just look at it, don't touch the art, okay? Just
that's right, just like any museum.
We want to say a really big thank you to you all for coming together like you have for this, the first hour of PechaKucha.
We should all gather around. Come on and get in the camera.
You
We might just see if we can get everyone in the shot. So because we've got a lot of people here, so
come on in. I'm going to try and do a screenshot. I don't know.
Leslie, and you guys come on in too. Where is everybody? Come on, guys. Let's make it it's a party.
I'm only seeing Brian now. You have to talk. Screenshot. Come on, there we go.
Okay, thank you all so very much.
Thank you, everybody.
thank you for the opportunity. Great to see you.
Tanya.
Come in more.
All right. We hope to see you in Tokyo and Townsville really soon.
Amazing curation, Keith. Well done. Good job, guys.
Thank you. Thanks, Brian.
As always. Yeah. Okay. Well, we're a little bit behind here, so we're gonna just keep the show rolling and go on to the next city. So without further ado, here we go. Thank you to Townsville, and off we go to
Townsville. We take that the Google ride over to Tainan in Taiwan. There we go. It's a little bit jumpy, but it gives you an idea of the size of the city. And we say hi to Leslie, Henry, and Sonia.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
And another nice family in Taiwan.
Great to see you all.
So sweet. So sweet. How are you all down there?
Not too bad. Not too bad.
I love your t-shirt, man.
Well done.
That's Henry's t-shirts. Cool. And it's over to you, Henry. We're a little bit short, running a little bit late. So let's just dive in and we can chat a little bit more as we go. I think there's 3 presentations. Is that right, Brian?
That's right.
Yes.
Thanks so much for being here. Henry, are you ready to go?
Yes.
Yeah, I will present
more than ready.
All right. Without further ado, Henry, off you go. The 20 slides or 10 slides are yours.
Yep.
Yes.
Are we start?
Yep.
Okay, go. Hello, I'm Henry from China, and I will going to presenting this in Chinese. OK， 所以今天我们要跟大家讲的事情是过得更像在地台南人的10件事情。这有10件事情你可以做。那第一件事情是拜拜这件事情，就是台南非常喜欢拜拜。我的家人，我的阿嬷，就是在家里面每天就是非常非常需要拜拜。那早上一天的开始，从拜拜这件事情开始是非常好的。那台南有一个名称叫做千庙之都，因为我们是从1624年到清朝这段时间，我们都是台湾的首府。那拜完之后呢，其实在台南的这个庙旁边就有非常多好吃的小吃。那每一个台南人都有一个很长的口袋名单，是关于台南的小吃美食。所以如果你想要活得更像台南人的话，你应该要就是打造自己的口袋名单。那下一件事情是跟大家分享的事情是，台南号称是全台湾最甜的一个城市。我们曾经有朋友跟我说，你们是糖南吗？那也有说什么我们空气里面卷一卷就会产生出棉花糖，但实际上我们会就是口味上比较甜的原因，是因为我们的是产糖多，而且是过去比较富裕，然后我们的跟福州菜有一些蛮深的渊源。另外一件事情是在台南，你除了逛夜店、逛酒吧、逛咖啡厅之外，有一个很不错的选项是你可以去逛博物馆。博物馆它不只有博物馆而已，我们还有很多像美术馆、图书馆、文化中心，像这样子的环境里面，你可以去参观很多不一样的、很舒服的一些资源。那另外一个事情是我非常喜欢台南的夕阳。我们台南有非常长的水岸，那我们家就住在渔光岛的旁边，就是去年我花了很长的时间都在这些海滩里面去拍照、去拍夕阳。那如果你喜欢的话，你可以到四草、安平这些地方。我们有那么长的水岸线，所以钓鱼这件事情也变得到处都可以钓。台南人非常喜欢钓鱼，应该说台南的叔叔伯伯 uncle 们，还有就是年轻的小哥哥们都非常喜欢去钓鱼哦。就是你可以从早上钓到晚上，那钓完鱼你还可以把鱼带回家料理，这是一件非常开心的事情。那另外一件事情是，大家都知道，台南也是一个非常适合散步跟骑自行车的城市。你在用一个比较慢的速度去体验这个城市的时候，你会在路上遇到非常多的猫，有店家的猫、巷弄里面的猫、朋友的猫，然后这些猫有些可能在一些不同的区域都是非常有名的猫。 那除了去跟陪完猫玩之后，你还可以去台南公园，就是去逛一逛。就是 local 的活动，你会发现就是在地人的活动其实不太花钱。我们有非常多的公园，有比较像社区型的公园，然后也有像是景点型的公园。这个是和乐广场，是荷兰的 MVRDV， 就是他们设计的。那最后一件事情是，这么浪漫的城市，你知道非常适合谈恋爱，非常适合结婚。你要过得像在地人，最快的一个方式就是在台南 fall in love， 在那边谈恋爱，你很快就能够去体验到就是所有的这些事情。OK， 所以以上就是我想跟大家分享的一个美丽的台南。谢谢各位 ，Thank you。
Hey, well done, Henry. I didn't understand the word, but the pictures just said it all, and I totally get it that you like Tainan. And the only one I was a little bit mystified is the kitty one. What was that about? You love your cat.
Okay, yeah, because you can mingle a lot of cats on the street or on the shop or with your friends.
All right.
Tainan is a city good for like take a short walk or riding a bike. You can use the slow tempo to cover on the street. So mingle.
And of course, we're jealous of the Tainan Spring, yeah, the big water park by MVRDV.
Yeah.
Yes.
Man, we're gonna be down. It's this really beautiful PechaKucha family that is kind of making my travel destinations. Got to go to Townsville, got to go to Tainan, and so I'm going to be so busy as soon as we get out of.
And just one quick note: we've got MVRDV coming up later. One of them is going to be speaking, so that's a nice connection there. That last few slides by this very famous Dutch film architects, MVRDV. Great. Hey guys, how are you?
Hi.
Hey, with you.
We're kind of like the new duets now.
We miss you.
Brian, I actually have a very naughty question for you. Is that I think I kind of like upload my presentation kind of late. I just
so did 299 other people, Leslie. Don't worry. It's okay.
Yeah. Okay. So we will let Sonia go first.
Sonia, the 20 slides are yours, or 10 slides are yours.
I'll be the love background.
Okay.
Okay, go.
Okay, so hello everyone. I'm Sonia. They are my Leslie and our friend Liang Yi. We together had a one-day trip to Hsinchu, which is at the north part of Taiwan, and we visit a very fancy night market to have a lot of fried seafood. That was a very fun day. So we live in Tainan, which is located in the south part of Taiwan. And luckily, we don't have a pandemic lockdown like a lot of cities, but still we feel wary about the risk of visiting and being visited by loved ones, visit shops, museums, or schools, but lives go on. We have to figure out what we are going to do with our life, especially now. The saying goes that sharing is caring. We care about our friend, Nancy, the birthday girl at the right side of the picture. So we threw a birthday party for her in the office. Sharing the happiness with each other becomes very important. Look at that. The happiness is hiding behind the mask. And I feel stressful, worried, and unbearable for losing connections with people, ordinary people. Finding inner peace is hard. The beautiful temple is our favorite highway. Not like any ordinary temple environment, it's a planned concrete building surrounded by urban area. We visit the place and we bring something home to remind us. When we give our time, love, friendship, advice, what we really doing is express more of who we are. We like the feeling of sharing food with our friends. When we go camping, we sing, we talk, we run, we eat, we sleep. We share our life with each other. That makes me feel solid and safe. And love is like sharing your 咸酥鸡 with your friend, even though you already had dinner and there's no space left for any food in your stomach. You still prepared it because it's the best 咸酥鸡 you have ever tasted. You miss the flavor too much, so you force your friends to eat it with you. 要胖就一起胖. And every day we work, and sometimes we go to a nice gastro bar in town. And what happened here is at the night of Beaujolais Nouveau, we start a wine opening contest. Who win the bottle with the most graceful body movement and open the wine first, win the game. Without any surprise, Leslie won, and I had a bottle of wine. So we took dancing class for like more than 3 years. Dancing is fun, but practicing the moves daily is not easy. Ballroom dance is not easy. It takes a lot of effort. It's an art form to move your body. We just practice the dancing in our own pace, but still we appreciate the beauty. Sharing with others gives us opportunities to celebrate important movement in our life. We enjoy very special events in the mountains. People gather together to watch the fire dance, the music, the dance, the story. We share a fantastic night with a very nice crowd. Connection is important. Love only grows by sharing. You can only have more by giving it away to others. Care about what's happening around you is important. We have PechaKucha Get On With It event at National Cheng-Kung University. We are lucky to have an amazing group of young people from around the world to open a dialogue. So thank you, everyone, and hope to see you soon in Thailand.
Yay! So
Oh, you guys are bringing the goods.
Thank you. We prepare. We prepare. We
Yeah.
have to make our
And this
make our
time,
team proud.
yeah, this time that team, all of us, we all prepared 10. We are kind of practicing the 10 by 20.
I thought you were just gonna come on to say hello, but you're I mean, that was awesome, Sonia. That was amazing. Lovely. That just warmed my heart up. I think I'm gonna have some chocolate now. I think that moment deserves a chocolate.
Can you please send some food?
There you go. There's a little
Definitely,
bit for you.
definitely. Actually, we can
I
eat.
really
like-
want to see that dancing move though, live sometime, I think.
You gotta get to
You mean
Tokyo.
like now?
Well, we gotta come
Okay,
see
I'll
you.
try
You can
to
do that.
let me try to lift Sonia for the moment.
Oh, next year. Next year.
Okay.
I want to have a whole
And I
presentation.
just wanted to say thank you for that last slide you showed with the big blue background. That was you were a big part of our COP travel to Glasgow, and it was great that you joined in from all those miles away, kilometers away into Thailand, and were a part of Get On With It campaign. But we'll be talking a little bit more about that later. There you go. Yeah, fantastic. Thank you so much. It was really brilliant, and to connect everybody together was awesome. The power of PechaKucha.
Oh,
brilliant.
We're stuck.
Okay, Leslie, you're up next. Is that right?
Hold on.
Yes.
Okay.
Hold
The final
on.
one is Leslie. Always late,
Always
late,
Always
always last
Leslie.
minute, always cause trouble.
Always the cutest.
It's in the deck, I think, Brian. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just my keynote just got stuck. So let's try again.
I think that's definitely the problem of my file. It won't be.
So you guys can
Brian-
see that now, right? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Bum, bum,
That's
bum,
the view we like.
Leslie. All right, Leslie, you ready?
Yay.
Leslie Thai without the
Slides are
M.
yours.
Okay.
Off you go.
Okay. Okay. Actually, today I'm going to tell a love story.
Is this?
There's no
But
image.
the story is kind of in a very special way.
Wow.
You know?
Hold on, Leslie. Just a second. Something's wrong with your. We've got a little. What's the issue here?
Okay, it's okay.
Sorry, Leslie. Just give me a second. I'm not sure why.
Tell us a little bit where you are, where you're teaching and the university. Tell us a little bit about that.
Oh, National Cheng-Kung University. That's the one of the best in Taiwan, and also of course the best in southern Taiwan. Yeah, and I mean the school was originally funded in 1931, and that was by the time of the Japanese colonial time, and it was established from the Japanese government, and then we transformed the university transformed for more than 90 years.
Wow.
All right.
Okay, take two. Here we go. Sorry about that,
Okay.
Leslie. Let's see. Let's hope this. Fingers crossed. This works.
I always like to have a second chance.
Yeah. Say take two. Here we go. Oh, I hope this works. Okay.
Yay.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to tell a love story because this usually that I'm kind of the one who taking the city perspective, but I kind of like giving this opportunity to Henry this time. Yeah, so I'm going to talk a little bit more about the love story I have with Sonia. Okay, so actually that we met on a PechaKucha events I hosted in 2014. Yeah, and I even find out that the first photo that we have together, meeting new friends, Leslie Tai at PechaKucha, right? Okay, so I think all I want to say is that for me, that to meet the community. Oh, and this is actually the latest photo that we have together. It's like I just figured out that ever since that we met, Sonia is always around, and you can see that in the Sonia's photos, in my photos, they are always my photos because Sonia is always the one taking the photos. And for most of our friends and families who met us, I think the common thing that everybody say is that you really look alike. Yeah, and even for today, okay, these are like the matching outfits. They are not like couple looks, you know, they are not the same. It's kind of the matching. And I feel like the feeling love is like to see each other in one another's eye. Like for example, to see yourself in others' photo. And I think that to see that how I was seen actually make me really happy and fulfilled every day. Yeah. And of course, there are bad things happening. Yeah, work brings conflicts, chaos, arguments, fights, and we kind of turn on each other's back on every single events that we work together. But the one thing is that after all these years, that we started to work by knowing each other's strengths and learning from each other. And I actually suffered from a very greatest setback like in the previous year. And with a lot of blackmail, bully, rumors that sometimes I only, to get through all this kind of really the darkest moment, that I only ask myself that if there's something that I cannot lose, what's that? For me, I think that's love. And we actually spend so much time like collecting all these beautiful moments in life with friends, with the people we love. For example, like right now with the PK family from HQ. Yes, and for me, I think love is to give, is to make yourself like always to be not to, you are always the one to make people around you happy. Always make the things funnier, make it fun, and make people really happy. And with the hashtag get on with it, I just I will only want to say that for us that this is the love and life that we are having every day, and all you need is love, and you should love someone, and you should love now. And right now is the moment for you to show your love to someone. You should show your camera or something and try to kiss, hug, or do something to someone you love. Yeah, okay. I love you.
Love you.
Love you, Mark. Love you, Austria. Love you. Love you, Brian. Love you, Henry.
Yeah, that was great. I didn't know you actually met at a PK event. Yeah, that's that's fantastic.
That's a beautiful love story.
Yeah, it really is.
Thank you for telling it. Thank you for telling it so straight out. It's rare, but yeah, you should love now.
Love is all you need, man.
Absolutely
it really is.
right. And make it funny. Yeah, you got it. You got it. You know, make it funny. Be optimistic, and yeah. And luckily, I'm wearing my glasses because I'm tearing up.
I'm going to get the tissue box out, Leslie.
Well,
I got the tissue handy, you know.
Leslie and the crew in Tainan and our friends in Townsville, thank you so much for an amazing hour too. We didn't get to our next presenter, Kaito, in this hour, so we bumped him to the next hour. And with that, I'm going to say goodbye. Love you guys. Goodbye, Thanks everybody. So much.
Love you.
So long to hour, so long to hour two. And we're going to go ahead and dun 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 dun. Let's make done. Oh. Here we go, 2 hours down.
Yay.
Yay, okay.
Okay, and we're going to go from Tainan back to Tokyo.
We're going there.
Okay. And we're going to a very special place in Tokyo, not central Tokyo. We're going out to...
Oh, Where's this?
Going out to Makahari Messe, where this was a part of the Olympics.
Oh, shall I go back?
Some of the Olympic venues. And it's our great pleasure to introduce Kaito Streets, who I met just over the holidays, over the New Year holidays. And he's an Olympic fencer. So why don't we bring Kaito on, Brian?
Yeah.
So he's an Olympic fencer, and he was a part of the Olympics last year. Although it was 2021, we still call it the 2020 Olympics. And I thought it'd be really great to have him talk about his story and about
his love and passion,
for fencing, but also that he was a part of the Olympics last year, and he's got a great story to tell. Are you there, Kaito? Woo! Hey, man.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you for having me.
Sorry, we're running a little bit late.
No worries at all.
For standing by.
So was that right? I got the right place, yeah? Makahari Messe.
Yep, that's where we
that was
fencing.
Where we zoomed into.
That's where fencing was held. Yes, it was.
Great. Okay. So normally in PechaKucha, we don't do too much introductions. I've done enough.
Yeah.
And why don't you tell your story and then we can have a chat afterwards? Yeah. How does that sound? Yeah.
That sounds great with me.
Okay.
Right.
You sound good, and you can see the screen. So the 20 slides are yours.
Okay. All right, so hi, my name is Kaito Streets. I've been fencing for 19 years now. I'm on the Japanese national and Olympic fencing team. Fencing has been a huge part of my life, and I'm grateful for what it has given me. And I want to use today to share my love for fencing. I'm half Japanese, half American. I was born in Japan, and I lived here until I moved to the United States at the age of 7. Like many kids, I grew up playing numerous different sports: baseball, basketball, karate, American football, you name it. I started fencing at the age of 8, initially to find my own sport, because I grew up playing sports alongside my older brother, and my family believed I needed to find my sport that I will only do. And also growing up, I loved all kinds of action movies and shows, especially anything with sword fighting. I will mimic those scenes using toy swords, and my family saw this opportunity, was like, why not make this hobby something useful and more real? Then fencing happened. And also, who doesn't want to play with swords and hit people without getting in trouble? That was good enough reason for me. What initially attracted me to fencing? Early on, I found success in fencing, from winning local tournaments, then regionals, and even national competitions. Combine my early success and my enjoyment for it, I couldn't get enough of it. Another aspect of fencing that intrigued me was the difficulty of the sport. Fencing is described as a physical chess game. Like any other sport, you have to be physically prepared. But since fencing is so quick, reflexes and speed wouldn't just cut it. You must think ahead and calculate your opponent's move before they move, just like a game of chess. The reasons why I love fencing: first off, fencing has allowed me to travel the world. I've been to over 35 countries now. It's amazing to go to so many different places and witness cultures and people of those countries. Fencing has allowed me to meet so many wonderful, important people in my life. I've met a wide range of people with different backgrounds and cultures. This picture was taken after my Penn State fencing team won the NCAA championship in 2014. These are not only teammates, these are people who are friends for life. I absolutely love the emotion and intensity fencing brings out of me. People ask me all the time if I get nervous or scared before competitions. And to their surprise, I say, of course. But that's what makes me feel the most alive. I appreciate those feelings. Those pure emotion and pressure makes me feel human. I use those emotions, however, as motivation, excitement, and power of performance. I've always been that person who wants the pressure to be the highest, the noise to be the loudest. That gets me fired up. I believe I perform at my best when the stakes are the highest. Another reason why I love fencing is because it has given me my identity. Growing up, Japanese and American, I never fully fit into one group. This picture is when I was on the US Junior World Team in 2013. Crazy part is those two guys next to me, they also competed in the Tokyo Olympics, but for Team USA.
Wow.
Even to this day, I'm told I'm not really Japanese or I don't look Japanese. For me, it doesn't matter. I'm proud to represent both ethnicities and cultures. I train extremely hard to represent Japan at the highest level. Over the years, I learned that it doesn't matter what people think or say. I solely focus on my training and producing results. I believe if you produce results, no one will complain. Here in this picture, that's when I won the Japanese national championships in 2017 and 2019. It was one of the proudest moments of my career to become a Japanese champion. Lastly, fencing gives me a purpose and motivation. I want to be the best fencer in the world and compete at the highest level like the Olympics. It motivates me to push myself every day to become the best version of myself, not only as an athlete, but as a person. Now I want to talk about how I show my love for fencing. Fencing has given me so much in my life. So one way of me showing my appreciation is teaching others about fencing. Young or old, I love spreading the beauty of the sport. It's either coaching or speaking about it. I'm willing to do both because I love it. Another way I show my love for fencing is to use my social media outlet to promote the sport. Since fencing isn't well presented in the mainstream media, I use my social media platform like Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube to showcase more about the sport to the general public. The reason why I still continue to fence is because I want to see how far I can push myself to get better. I want to be the best fencer I can possibly be. I know I can still improve and achieve more in this sport. And I believe I still have unfinished business. That business being winning an Olympic medal. I also want all my friends and family who have supported me at the Olympics witnessing it in person. Don't get me wrong, Tokyo Olympics was great, but it felt somewhat empty with no audiences. I want the crowd and the noise because that's what makes the Olympics special. As I continue to fence, I want to grow the sport as much as possible. So one day it can be mainstream and popular. Even if you don't do fencing, I want people to understand what it is and how it works. And also inspire the next generation of fencers to follow their dreams and challenge themselves. But in order for me to continue doing what I love, I need financial support and sponsorship to maximize my effort to become the best fencer I can be. My next goal is Paris 2024. Fencing is my life. It's been my love since I picked up my first saber at the age of 8. I hope everyone can appreciate my love for this sport. And thank you for listening.
Wow. Kaito, what an amazing presentation, and what an amazing ambassador you are. An ambassador for Japan and an ambassador for fencing. Yeah, it's really, really incredible story, and your passion and your love for fencing and your love for yourself in a way to be the best person you possibly can is a great story. And it's so fantastic. I saw you there with a lot of school kids teaching as well. Yeah. So, and it's really great that you're still fencing. Yeah. So there's a chance we can come and see you. That's what I want to
Paris.
You know.
And Kaito, you're an ambassador for mixed families, you know. So Apollo Ono, one of the American Japanese speed skaters, I named my son after him, and I'm so excited to tell my son about you. And you're great. You're going to be an inspiration to us. Thank you so much.
No, thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, obviously I represent Japan, but I always believed I represent both sides, US and Japan. So
it's awesome.
Yeah, I think you got it absolutely right. It's like be your best, and that's a role model. It doesn't really matter whether it's on this side or on this side. I think the role model goes beyond, and I think that's what sports is about. It's about you need the countries and the sponsorship and all, but ultimately it's like how good can you be at your sport, and it's
exactly
like measuring with with other sportsmen and women is what counts. So just keep at it that way, and it'll be fine. We'll how do you say, cheer for you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Okay,
Bye, Kaito. Thanks so much.
No, thank you for having me.
For the rest. Yeah, feel free to stay on for the rest of the presentations, and we'll go from there.
Thank you for having me.
So much, Kaito. Good luck.
Thank you, Kaito. And just before we move off to our next, we're going back. So I just want to go through a couple more posters. Top of the hour, they've slipped into this hour now. So this is Bridgeport, who we're going to later. This is Brisbane, who have some really wonderful posters. And Brisbane's been a PechaKucha city for many years, and they always do these incredible posters. And can you imagine what it's like receiving these 2 or 3 a week, you know? And just the amount of effort and design that's gone into these is really incredible. So thank you to all our poster designers. So we're going to go from Makahari. So this is Makahari Messe, where Kaito was competing, and we're going to go into center of Tokyo now. And for our Japanese, few hours, yeah. So that's Tokyo Metropolitan, the government building. What do you call it? Yeah, that's it.
Tocho.
Tocho was say in the center of town. So, and we're going to go on to our first special guest, Nagaoka-san. Yeah, and why don't you take over, Tomoko, and come and sit here? We're going to swap seats a little bit, and we'll introduce. I'm going to go widescreen a little bit. And why don't you come and sit down, guys? And then, so it's our great pleasure to introduce. Have we got any camera there, Brian?
One more. We've got one more. Oh, okay. I need to go to wide camera. Which one is that, Mark?
No. It's just go to us. Just go to us.
Okay. Spotlight. You got it.
So, so we want to introduce Tomoko Kagawa over here, who was right back in the early days of PechaKucha, worked for Klein Dytham, and then she helped with PechaKucha, and now she's gone full circle and has come back. Hi, everybody. Hello. And Yukinari Hisayama. Hi. So so Hiss has been working for us for over 25, for over 20 years. And when we were sitting thinking about Super Deluxe and where we were coming up with, or where we were having a discussion, he came up with the name for PechaKucha. So, so we have to thank him for that. So brilliant, Hissa. So this time we're going to do a little bit of champon, which is English and Japanese. Yeah. And I'm going to hand over to our new hosts for the next couple of hours.
じゃあちょっとここから日本語ヘビーでいくかもしれません。よろしくお願いします。それとあとZoom ウェビナーとか YouTube とかの日本語のコメントの方も受け付けてますので、ぜひコメントしてください。コメントをぜひお寄せください。よろしくお願いします。
はい。
じゃあですね、このお時間から先ほどマークからもご紹介がありましたけれども、ジャパンアワーということで、PechaKuchaのPechaKuchaスペシャルゲストとして今回トップバッターでPechaKuchaフレンドと私たちの中ではちょっと思ってるんですが、勝手に。昨年の、12月に初めてPechaKuchaパワードバイPechaKuchaをご一緒させていただいた、CCC カルチャーコンベンスクラブの中岡さんに、登場していただきます。よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
スライド出るかな。
もう勝手にフレンズになってます
ね。いや、もうフレンズです。
ですよね。そうちょうど去年の12月で代官山蔦屋書店が10周年ということもあって、そういうのも合わせて一緒にちょっとイベントができたのはすごく楽しかったですね。
そうですよね。楽しくご一緒させていただいて、でちょっとまだスライドが出てないですけど、前回の初めての年末のイベントはそうですね、シェアラウンジパワードバイPechaKuchaとして開催させていただいたんですけれども、初めてというか、結構初めてPechaKuchaのイベントやっていただく方たちとはご一緒なんていうのコラボで、イベントを運営させていただくんですけれども、今回もそういう形で、ご一緒させていただいて、双方からプレゼンターの方をお招きして、開催させていただいたイベントになります。で、次のスライド行っていただくと、Next slide? Yes、こんな感じで、 今はまたちょっとコロナの状況があれなので、ちょっとライブイベントっていうのが結構難しくなってきてますけど、ちょうどラッキーにも12月は、ちょうど皆さんをお呼びして、ハイブリッドという形でやらせていただいたんですけど、
リアル会場と、オンラインと両方ともつないでっていう感じですね。
こんな感じでやらせていただきました。初めてのペチャクチャの体験だったと思うんですけど、中岡さん、やられてみていかがでしたか？カメラが
顔入れてていいんですね。すみません、恥ずかしかったんです。はい、今回初めて、香川さんとかともお会いさせていただいて、代官山の地帯書店でですね、イベントをさせていただきまして、で実際私たち初めてという形だったので、結構当日まで不安が隠せなかったところはありますが、本当に多くの方にご参加をいただいてですね、うちのお店を知っていただくきっかけもそうですし、まずは私たち自身がですね、皆さんと楽しんで、この企画ができて、で、多くの方に参加をいただきつつですね、いろんな方の発表の中でまた、我々お店の中で、インスパイアって言葉、使わせていただいておりますけれども、誰かこう刺激を受けるというようなことをですね、いろんな方と一緒に共有し合える場所、そういった意味でのシェアラウンジというものを、今、うちの方で展開させていただいている中でですね、非常にいいイベントだったなというふうに感じています。
ありがとうございます。
そうですね。僕も10年前に代官山蔦屋書店設計してオープンした時には、こんなイベントここでやるなんてこと全然思ってもいなかったんですけど、ちょうどそのシェアラウンジっていういろんな人たちが集まって、自分たちのなんていうかな、こうやってることとか、そういうのがシェアできるようなイベントあったらいいなっていうところで、その共感もいただいて、一緒にやることができたので。
本当に楽しい一夜でした。本当に。
そうですね、本当に。
はい。
そうでこれからどんどんまたリアルも復活していくといいなっていうふうには思ってます。
はい、我々もそれを切に願いながらやっていきたいと思ってます。
Okay.
So I'm just going to jump in and just do a little bit of English there, just to explain. We're in a little bit of a, we're going to focus on Japan a little bit for the next hour, and we're doing some little bits of translation. In between, and I'm going to go.
Do you want to come close?
I'm going to go like that. Astrid's going to do this in a second. So a little bit about this is in our bookstore we designed, Tsutaya in Daikanyama. And this is our we've started running events here in Tokyo called Share Lounge, and again they're sort of very mixed. Some are in Japanese, some are in English, and it's been really successful. And we hope to do more of these presentations going forward. Yeah.
そうですね。
はい。
Guys, we're gonna play some videos, and we just need to grant one more computer audio access. So anyway, we're okay now.
Okay. はい。じゃあその時のプレゼンテーションをちょっとこれから皆さんに見ていただくって感じですかね。そう。
Sorry about that. Thank you.
そうですね。その昨年のイベントからちょっと事前に中岡さんともお話しさせていただいて、ちょっとピックアップさせていただいたプレゼンテーションがあるので、それをご覧いただけたらなと思います。
Okay, are we ready to play?
Ready to go.
Okay, here we go. Oh, that did not play.
There's no sound, Brian. Yeah.
Yes, I understand.
本を作っているブックフォールディングクリエイターのヒンクレイと申します。
Try it one more time.
じゃあよろしくお願いいたします。よろしくお願いします。私、オルフォンの青木と申します。
僕はこの本を作っているブックフォールディングクリエイターの D ヒンクレイと申します。
よろしくお願いします。早速なんですけども、こういった本のページを折った何か見たことある方、SNS とかでもテレビとかある方、本当ですか？ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。嬉しいです。ありがとうございます。で、僕たちはこのブックフォールディングってものを2人で作っています。僕が作り以外のことを担当していて、彼が作っているんですけども、多分ブックフォールディング聞いたことない方多いと思うんで、ちょっと彼に説明していただこうと思うんですけど、これって何なんですかね？
見ていただいた通り、本なんですけど、 ブックっていうのがちょっと難しい単語ですかね。本っていう意味なんですけど。
確かに難しい。
ブックでフォルディングっていうのが折るっていう意味で、本を折ってこの形を作ってて、一切これ切ってないんですよ。折るだけでこの形を作るっていうのがブックフォルディングで僕が作ってます。
そうなんですよ。結構ね、SNS とかで拡散されたときに、これ切ってないのってめちゃくちゃ言われるんですけど、一切切っておりません。で、これなんで切ってないかっていうのが彼に理由があるので、ちょっと説明していただきたいと思います。
はい。これ今見ていただいているの、これブックフォルディングじゃないんですけど、これ折り紙で僕が作ったんですけど、僕小学2年生の時から折り紙がめちゃくちゃ好きで、もう将来折り紙で食ってこうって、もうこの時点で決めてたんですよ。
そう
この作品最近作ったんですけど、で、思ってたんですけど、ちょっとそのハードルが高くて、それは諦めちゃったんですけど、ある時にインターネットでこれを作ってる方、海外の方だったんですけど、いて、見た瞬間にすげえ衝撃を受けると同時に、自分だったら絶対世界一になれると思って始めて、今いろんな方に知っていただいたりとか、何人か知っていらっしゃる方がいたような存在になりました。
ありがとうございます。そうなんです。結構いろんな方にブックフォルディング知ってるっていうふうに言われるんですけども、やっぱりなんでここまでたくさんやるっていうのは何かあるんですか？
僕もう単純に負けず嫌いなんですよね。小学校の時も本当折り紙以外できなくて、運動もダメだし、もう勉強もマジで、もう2取れたら嬉しかったぐらいの、成績が2取れたら嬉しかったぐらいの感じなんで、なんですけど折り紙だけはもう絶対に負けない自信がその時はあって、その派生で出会ったこのブックフォルディング、世界一になれると思ったんで、もう勝てるんだったらやるしかないと思ってやり続けてます。
そうですね。
ただ、僕は作って面白いんですけど、彼は一切作らないんですよ。
そうです。僕、たまに作るんですけど、彼みたいな作品は一切作れないんですよね。はい。
やってて面白いのかなと思うんですよ。なんか、何がそんなに横にいて魅力なのか、僕ちょっとよくわからないんで、ちょっと教えてもらえると嬉しい。
そうですね。はい。本当に今の完成が全てだなって思ってるんですけど、やっぱり僕たち2人でずっとやってきて、この皆さんのワオみたいな楽しいとかをどんどん作っていきたいなっていうふうに思っています。この作品は結構特殊で、本当に2500枚ぐらいの本、新聞紙を集めて製本したりとか、60センチぐらいの本を製本していただいて作品を作ったりなどなど、その本なんですけど、本をさらに消化するみたいなところを目指して、彼と普通に作品を作っております。これとかめっちゃかっこいいです。
要するにもう僕が全部作る担当で、彼はそれ以外を全部やってます。
そうです。はい。僕は作れないんですけど、例えば、こういうふうな会場でご説明させていただいたりとか、ちょっとワークショップっていうのを定期的にやっています。都内だと二子玉川とか、あとは、法恩寺っていう室町時代からやってるお寺でやったりするんですけども、その時はこういうふうにちょっと皆さんがとっつきやすいようなクリスマスのデザインとか、こういうふうにやっていて、誰でも楽しく作れるみたいなところまで落とし込んでいます。決して彼がもう彼の職人技でできるっていうのもあるんですけど、っていうだけじゃなくて、本当に誰でも楽しく作れるってところまで説明書とかも全部言語化して、それを全部今ですと累計40カ国ぐらいに販売をさせていただいてて、でそれの彼が全部作りましたということで、ちょっとここで上げとこうかなと思います。
ありがとうございます。
これは先日12月の5日、4日に初の個展を鎌倉で開きまして、でワークショップもこんな感じで満席になるぐらいですね、ちょっとずつなんですけども、ブックフォールディングってものを知ってる、それをちょっとやってみたいなっていう方がちょっとずつ増えてきてですね、すごく嬉しいなと思ってます。このことがもう前歯がちょっと抜けるぐらいちょっと興奮しちゃって、本当に作ってる時に興奮しすぎて前歯抜けたらしいんですけど、で本当になんかこういうふうに自分で作って夏休みの宿題で頑張りましたみたいな感じでいうぐらい、なんか僕たちがそのブックフォールディングを作るだけじゃなくて、誰かの楽しさを作るっていうのがそれがすごい嬉しいなと思ってます。でここの建物ね、ちょっと負けるぐらいの建物なんですけどもこちらはデンマークのコペンハーゲンビジネススクールという本当にすごく有名な学校に作品を数十点十数点寄贈させていただいてというか納品させていただいたりとか、あとはこういう彼の 新しく折り紙の作品なんですけど、これはどういうあれなんですかね。
これちなみに1枚の紙を切らずに作ってるんですけど、すごくないですか？で、ここに写ってるやつ、この前の鎌倉の展示会の様子なんですけど、人生で初めて折り紙の作品が売れました。
夢が叶ったということで、皆さん大きめな拍手をお願いします。はい、ということですね。
そんな感じで僕はその紙を折るっていうところで、
はい、
その世界にめちゃくちゃ魅了されて、これはもう世界に広めるしかないと。しかも勝てる自信がある。なのでもうこれをやって、もう世界と戦ってやろうと、もう倒してやろうと思ってます。
はい。ということで、僕たちの世界へようこそということで、ブックフォーリビングでした。ありがとうございました。
Okay. Uh-oh, I might get some feedback here. Am I okay? This is a little tricky. Okay, so hi everybody. I think maybe nobody can start their cameras. Is that what's going on? Ask to start camera. Ask to start camera. Oh, sorry guys.
Okay.
ブライアンがコントロールしてるのか。OK、わかりました。こっち大丈夫。
はい。Alrighty.
はい。
すごい人がいっぱいいね。
大渋滞。
すいません。
ありがとうございます。
いいえ。
そっか。そう、さっきのね、オルファンっていう人たちで、オルっていうのは多分本を折るっていうことだと思うんですよね。それとファンって楽しいっていうような、2人組の人たちがプレゼンテーションしてくれたんですけど、なんかその本を折ることでその作品を作ったり、本当に折ることにもう命をかけてる人たちでしたよね。もう初めて見たんですけど、すごい面白い、楽しい。
Yeah, I think it might have been a little bit difficult for the international audience to follow up, but as somebody in the commenters Padman, pictures are worth 1,000 words. You're so right. Japan is known for folding, origami, and so on. And Orifan is kind of taking this and notch up and folding books. So that was like a kind of very. It's still a mystery how he does it. He explained it to us, but that's the art in it all. So well done for that.
はい、そうなんですよ。プレゼンテーションでご紹介いただいたんですけど、作り方を。それもご説明いただいても、こちらでもちょっとなんかどうやって作られてるんだろうっていうのがちょっとピンとこないっていう、その芸術性がすごい溢れるプレゼンテーションだったなと思っております。で、あれなんですよね。オルファンさんたちと今後なんかご検討されている展示とかがあるって伺ったんですけど。
はい、そうなんですよ。今回こうやって皆さんと一緒にやらせていただいてですね、その後また継続してですね、発表いただいた方々ともコミュニケーションを取りつつですね、よかったらうちのお店でぜひ展開とかという話をさせていただいている中で、今夏頃に向けてまた新規の作品も、組みながら。で今回彼らの作品というのが受注というか、自分のオリジナルで作ってほしいというようなことも受けてらっしゃるそうで、そういったものをですね、我々、生活提案ということで、ライフスタイルの提案ということで、お店、伝え書店がやらせていただいている中で、まだまだ世の中の方が知らない作品だったりだとか、その作品に込められた思いみたいなところをですね、全国の皆さんにお伝えできるような形で一緒にお取り組みができたらなというところで、夏に向けて何か一緒にできたらということで話を進めさせていただいてます。
ありがとうございます。So like the artists that presented about origami, the artwork is like they might have a like exhibition coming up at the Daikayama store soon in summertime. So yeah, we are glad that like we are in the process of this amazing like collaboration together.
Thank you very much.
ありがとうございました。中岡さん。
時間もお
またやりましょうね。
はい、ぜひよろしくお願いいたします。ありがとうございました。
方に移らせていただきたいと思います。
はい。
ありがとうございました。
じゃあ
小泉さん。
お待たせしましたかな。
また違う、ムービーだった。すいません、失礼し
じゃあ、
ました。
ここから東京からですね、お隣ですけど、お隣じゃない。違うとこ行った。神戸に行っちゃった。
あ、神戸の前に
ちょっと間が1個あります。大丈夫です。
横浜が入ってきます。ということで、次。
横浜に戻れるのかな。
そうですね。戻れない。大丈夫。でも僕実は兵庫県出身で、神戸のある都市なんですけど、結局港町から港町に引っ越して僕今横浜に住んでます。
といったわけで横浜つながりで、小泉さんありがとうございます。
こんにちは。
こんにちは。小泉さんは自己紹介してもらおうかな。
あ、はい。自己紹介お願いします。
はい、ペチャクチャ横浜のオーガナイザーの一人です。小泉と申します。ペチャクチャ横浜は、建築家とかランドスケープデザイナー、起業家っていう、メンバーで、運営していて、いつぐらいかな、もう4年とか5年とか、久山さんも横浜に住んでらっしゃるので、毎回できるだけ来ていただいて、最初のプレゼンテーションしてもらっています。
押しかけてます。じゃあ、小泉さん、早速、プレゼンテーションお願いします。
日本語でいいですかね。
もちろん。
Okay, Yoshi-san, the 20 slides are yours. Oh, 10 slides are yours.
No, 10 slides, yes.
Here we go.
Hi, everyone else. はい、こんにちは。改めて、ペチャクチャナイト横浜、です。横浜はこういう港町になっています。夜景とか、これもね、富士山とかも見えますけれども、国際的な場所です。で、僕らは特定の場所で、やらない、いつも毎回会場を変えるノマドのペチャクチャナイトです。一番最初は、こうストリートの上、最初から外でやりました。これ、関内という町の路上で、ステージを組んでやってます。で、ある時は、この高架下に、タイニーハウスホステルっていうのをやってる人たちのところを借りて、上に今ちょっとね、電車が走って見えますけど、下でやってます。で、ある時はちっちゃい劇場でやっています。これもさっきの高架下から近い場所です。そして、ある時はまた外に行って、ルーフトップで、ビルのルーフトップでこういうペチャクチャナイトを開催したりしています。一番すごかった場所は、この横浜スタジアム、ベースボールスタジアムですけど、そこを借りて、やりました。マークとアストリートにも来てもらいました。で、最新の場所、このコロナの中なかなかやれてなかったんですけど、2年ぶりぐらいに、久しぶりにやります。それはどこかっていうと、横浜駅でやります。横浜駅は、世界で5番目に乗降客数が多い駅です。で、これの、今見えているこのビッグな、なんていうのかな、デジタルサイネージというか、モニターに映して、この場所で、いろんな人が何万人で通る中でペチャクチャナイトを開催します。3月5日です。よろしくお願いします。
This was amazing, Koizumi-san. For the international audience, Koizumi-san is a PechaKucha organizer in Yokohama, and they're having PechaKucha nights, not always at the same place, but they call it a nomad PechaKucha and have it in all sorts of different amazing places. And the next one on the 5th of March is going to be in real life in the 5th busiest station in the world, Yokohama Station, which is really fantastic and something to look forward to. So I think lots of preparation goes into that. Koizumi-san, what do you think? 日本語でもいいけど。
準備大変なんじゃないですか、3月5日に向けて。
今回は結構メンバーが増えたんで、僕じゃない人が結構準備してくれてるので、すごく。
横にいるのか。横にいるのかもしれない。
Come on on screen then.
はい、ぜひ、モニターの前に、スクリーンの前にちょっと顔出しいただけ、隣にどんな
隣誰かいい？
いないです。今、ちょっと妻が来ちゃって、なんか自分の事務所に。ごめんなさい。
小泉さん、ちょっとおしゃれになった。髪の毛がそう。ファッション系はかっこいい。
I went yesterday and go to the barber.
Yeah, you're always cool, but you look super cool today.
So
Yeah.
also Koizumi-san is been a long time PechaKucha fan and supporter. It's really moving how big the PechaKucha family is. But I understand we got to keep moving on a little bit. So let's go to the next presenter who is in Kobe.
はい、じゃあ横浜から。
Bye guys.
はい、じゃあ次は神戸ですね。
やっと
はい。
神戸、神戸になります。タターン。
いいな、神戸。じゃあ神戸はオーガナイザーのシモンさん。
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Happy birthday to PechaKucha. Thank you so much. So I will briefly introduce our first speaker, then maybe shall I just introduce both of them together? Which one do you prefer?
One at a time is fine.
One at a time. Okay. All right. So first we have Marta. And Marta, she's originally from Indonesia, but has been living in Kobe for 3 years. And she has been with PechaKucha Kobe since the beginning. She's the person who drew every single of our, still only 3, but still all of them. She drew the posters. So I'm really happy to have her today. And she draws a lot, and that's her passion. And that's what she's going to be talking about.
Is she is Martha on screen? Is she have her video started? Let me see. Martha. Oh, there you are. Okay.
じゃあ神戸のポスターとか作成いただいてるってことですよね、下野さん。はい、じゃあ。
そうです。
Okay, Martha, are you ready?
Ready, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Simone. And Martha, off we go. The 20 slides are yours.
Thank you. So hello everyone, thank you for having me. And listen, you don't have to adjust the screen set because it is me, Marta Catalina, and I'm bringing it today with everybody's favorite topic, love. Today I wanted to share with you what I like. Well, I do not mean a person, but my platonic passions, hobbies, favorite things, starting from food. Here, I wanted to share with you some of my home countries, which is Indonesia, traditional food. I have a list here, including desserts that you might fall in love with as well. So if you have a chance to go traveling to Indonesia, I will suggest you some of these comfort foods. The first stop is Indonesian chicken congee, or as we call it, bubur ayam. I'm kind of in the middle of a homesick situation right now and remember how our family used to buy this chicken congee every Sunday. The taste of the soft, warm porridge, the chicken shred flavor, the crunchiness of dry peanuts, and the taste of the shrimp crackers that gradually become soft because they have been mixed with the hot congee. So delicious. Oh, and don't forget the sambal to emphasize the spiciness. We all love good and spicy from a sunny Sunday afternoon, don't we? Or is it just me? Can't get enough still. Okay, let's move on to the dessert. This one is my favorite dessert in the whole world, honestly, and it is called podeng ice. And what makes this dessert satisfying to eat is that the ice cream is coconut flavored and that it has layers of avocado, bread, black rice, and jelly, mostly pink colored to attract the kids. On top are chocolate sprinkles and condensed milk, perfect for a sunny day in Indonesia or in your country. I personally love to eat pudding ice only with bread layers. Guess I'm not loafing around. Okay, another one is pop ice. It's technically a powder, but I remember when I was a kid, I used to spend my pocket money to buy any kind of drinks that this powder could go into. One of them being milkshakes with any toppings you like. And nowadays, pop ice dalgona is pretty popular. Let's stop here before anyone gets hungry. I'm going to talk about my passion. This probably isn't surprising coming from me, as I mentioned almost every time I interact with people, but I'm passionate about movies to the point it's concerning. Well, maybe it's not that bad, but I love watching movies on streaming platforms. I spend almost all of my leisure time watching YouTube videos and so on. In fact, I would like to pursue a career in cinematography, be a film director perhaps. And because I have far gone into the business world since I'm taking business major here in Japan in the University of Hyogo, I want to contribute to the film business. I also would like to talk about one great TV show which I got hooked with after watching the series for the first time about 2 years ago, the start of the pandemic in 2020. The name of this reality TV show is called RuPaul's Drag Race. I enjoy this show much, primarily because it allows me to understand more not only about pageants or drama, but also because it helps me take my knowledge to the next level regarding fashion while providing the confidence in me to actually take part in the LGBTQ plus community. I'm very eager to see any outfits this queen would bring to the runway, any bizarre, extra, unique, out of the box fashion it will serve. Not gonna lie, I think my English is probably heavily influenced by these drag queens. Slay. Next, my current favorite genre in movies is thriller, psychological horror, crime story, dark comedy, guns, explosions, plot twists, and anything but the 1950s to the 1960s era. This is highly an interesting genre to enjoy, in my opinion. Traveling through vintage times and getting involved in different activities regarding solving a crime mystery really makes me thrilled. Well, it is called a thriller for a reason. Moreover, the writing style, casting, color template, and other dramatic elements make it worth watching. Unfortunately, though, I have a weakness when it comes to supernatural horror with ghosts or voodoo strings or etc. etc. Don't get me wrong, I'm always pumped to see a serial killer make a move, but not paranormal activities. At least you can call the police and justice will help you and the serial killer go to jail. But if it's supernatural, I must pass. However, I have an exception when it comes to anime series, and the anime is called Mononoke. This Mononoke appears as the best one to me. This TV series is mainly about Japanese culture, this one right here. This version of Mononoke, not the Ghibli one, is a creepy series, and the theme is developed based on some historical events and Oni slash monster slash vengeful spirit exorcism, telling a story about a mysterious medicine seller who travels the feudal period of Japan in search of malevolent spirits called Mononoke to slay. Well, this anime is very unique and has a different style than any other anime, which makes it anti-mainstream. Yes, Mononoke, that's right. Yes, I almost forgot. You're no fan of movies, or if you don't like reading stories, or does it just work on me? Anyway, I do enjoy reading novels. I usually read stories of the same genre as my film preference. In my opinion, using books to channel lore is hard enough to interpret, as we sometimes don't get the true meaning and have to use theories. But that's what I like about it. Wondering about the story's plot, unconsciously reconstructing the characters' faces, even feeling disappointed with the ending of the story. Writing is also my thing here. Whenever I got bored, I love to write poems, random facts, or projects, storylines, or theories from the previous novels I read. Although this is just for fun, writing helps me enrich my vocabulary, especially in my native language or any languages I want to learn, such as English or Japanese. I know it's super challenging, but I enjoyed it. So I hope you enjoy listening about my selfish preferences. That's all for the things that I personally love: food, TV shows, anime, and favorite literature. Perhaps we have one or two things in common. I hope so, and we can talk about it. But it is no Valentine's Day without sharing a bit about my love life. Yay! Just kidding. I don't have a boyfriend or girlfriend at the moment, but I do love me some drawings. I like a little romance in my drawings, and like this one, I made it myself. A little slice of life, comedic romance, probably like a Sailor Moon, classic life, poured into comics or mangas. It's just tricky not to combine horror thriller elements into my creations with the preference I mentioned previously. I love a love life ending with a twisted bloody crime scene. Perhaps I'm the detective who solved the crime because of these two couples dead. I don't know, but I just like it. That's all for today, and I hope you enjoy this kind of love story that I have. Thank you very much.
Wow, bravo.
すごいですね。なんかもう食べ物からムービーからアニメーションからもうラブが溢れてるプレゼンテーションありがとうございます。最後の方はマルタさんのご自身のイラストレーションですよね。That's your drawing, right? The towards the end?
Yes, that's what I
Yeah, so again, it's like PechaKucha takes you all around the world with all sorts of different loves and passions and optimism. So yes, kind of I hope you find your boyfriend, just like you said. And not so sure about the non-happy ending. It sounds a bit too Romeo and Juliet, but maybe that's different times, and I'm too old for that. Anyway, love that you love it, and that's the most important thing.
ありがとうございました。
すごいね。
ありがとうございます。
ラブだったね。
ラブだった。とっても素敵だったです。ありがとうございます。では次の方かな。下野さん。
じゃあ行きますね。大丈夫ですか？
はい、下野さんお願いします。
ありがとうございます。Thank you, Marta. Okay, so our next speaker is Sanchit, who also has been with us listening to our first PechaKucha night held in 2019. And now he's presenting for the first time. So I'll give it away because he will tell you all about himself, but I'm very happy to have him today. So go ahead, Sanchit.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here. I mean, I think I just saw once. I'm really sorry. This is my first time, so I need to know. Okay, so I don't have to share the screen. That's correct. Okay.
No, you don't.
All right. Thank you. So, hello, everyone. Since the topic today is love, seems like love is in the air. So maybe I'll try to talk about a little about my own love. Well, my name is Sanchit, and I would like to tell you about why and how I became a teacher. I chose the profession of teaching for the love of money. One of my teachers asked me if I'd like to teach at the institute I learned Japanese from, and I asked, do I get paid? She said yes, and I replied, why not? And well, that's the start of my teaching career. Well, at that time, I was a student and still unsure of what I wanted to do in life. Like many students, while I accepted a job for money, when I took the first class, it changed everything for me. I realized this is what I have always been looking for. That taught me two very important things. One, I could have never figured out what I wanted to do in life if I had not had done it. Since my childhood, I wanted to be a scientist, though I didn't even know what a scientist does or what does it even mean to be a scientist. I could only know for sure that I wanted to be a teacher only after having taught once. This taught me we should not shy away from trying new things, maybe lots of things until we figure out what we really want to do. Second, it taught me not all decisions made for bad reasons actually turn out to be bad. Well, fast forward and a couple of years later, I found myself managing a small English teaching institute called Ego Pathshala. It's a simple combination made of two words, ego, that is English and Japanese language, and Pathshala, which means classroom in Hindi. We call it EP now and primarily teach English and Hindi to Japanese nationals living all across India. EP wasn't just born out of my sheer love for teaching. 12 years ago, while I was still in India, I experienced something. A Japanese lady during her stay in India, she ended up crying helplessly before a doctor as she struggled to talk to him in English about the past medical history of her child. I saw the love as well as the helplessness of a mother that day. And that is when EP was really born. By the time EP was born, it was already decided that I have to come to Japan for higher studies. The next year, I came to Japan in 2011, but continued working for EP. Things weren't as easy as I anticipated. And in March 2013, we had 3 teachers in our team to teach the one and only student left at EP. I like to call that student Hope. Everyone around me surmised it's not worth running the company anymore. Well, honestly speaking, had it not been for my love of teaching or that deeply engraved experience I had with that lady in India, I would have possibly agreed to everyone around me. Glad I decided to quite literally stick to Hope, the student you remember. And since March 2013, we never looked back. By 2016, we had established 4 branches of EP in India. We had an international team of Indians, Europeans, and Japanese, and we also gradually started welcoming interns from countries like Canada, Egypt, and South Africa. Just like in any other big family, we have our disagreements, of course, all the time. However, no voice at EP, be it an employee or an intern, is ever shunned. During my MBA course, I learned that the only certainty in business is uncertainty. Turns out it is actually true. Well, things were going fairly fine, but then COVID happened. I believe PechaKucha would also know that. We had to change how we did things very fast and had to go from 100% in-person classes to 100% online classes in a matter of just 3 days. Despite all our efforts, we saw a drastic decline in students' number, and we had to once again reassess why we are doing what we are doing and whether it is actually sustainable. At the same time, in order to bring India and Japan closer, I had, in the background, established EP's Japan branch on Jan 10th, 2020. And less than a month later, the ship Diamond Princess, that marks the beginning of COVID in Japan, landed. I must admit the timing wasn't the best, but there was no way we could have possibly known it in advance. After all, planning for opening our Japan branch started 2 years before COVID happened. And during those 2 years, the required procedures and hurdles really tested my love and patience. Don't even get me started on how impossible it is in Japan to open up something as simple as a basic and necessary thing as a bank account. A lot of other things. I would leave ranting to another day. We are managing, yet many plans have been put on hold. One of them was to actually send students to study at EP from Japan on a short-term exchange program. We managed to do it once, and it was fun and a memorable experience. You can see the pictures. The students enjoyed it too, but by the time we reached March 2020, we had to cancel the program and issue a refund to the students who already enrolled for the next batch. Well, I hope you still remember the student. As Hope taught us in March 2013, we didn't give up. We managed to open up some other avenues. One of the projects we have been successfully running since is introducing EP programs to Japanese universities. We're not yet able to invite Japanese students to India, but we do have interns joining us from several continents. And we hope that sending interns and students from Japan to India, that is currently on hold, will soon become a reality again. And until then, we'll keep growing. During the last 2 years, we have published 2 English textbooks, and I'm happy to say that both have been selected for use at universities in Japan. Tonight, our interns, new interns actually, will be trained in a session across 3 time zones where we'll share and discuss the EP values. These interns are selected after a rigorous interview process, just like our teachers. For every single teacher we select at EP, on average, we conduct more than a couple of hundred interviews. Phew. That's because these values are not easy to uphold. Before we went online, we offered classes at our office, at homes for kids, and at office for corporate clients, and even at a cafe if need be. This meant on-ground travel, and that calls for utmost sincerity and careful planning from our teachers every single day. We had to ensure that no student with a need to learn the language continued to struggle in a foreign land. I'm so proud to say that even during in-person classes, we achieved 0 cases of teachers going late to the classes. It doesn't sound much if you live in a country where trains run to the precision of minutes or even seconds, but it becomes an almost impossible task in a country that doesn't have as effective an infrastructure regarding transportation. A pizza delivery could be late, but EP teachers were not. While these come at a heavy cost, we do hope that these values shape up their lives in a positive way. Here is one such message that reinstates our belief that it is not only impacting lives of our students, but also of our teachers. I chose to do what I came to love, teaching, and I have not looked back since. If I had to choose one message from this talk, possibly it would be keep trying until you find what you love to do. And when you do find it, pursue it with all your heart. It won't make things easier, but will give you strength to overcome challenges the life throws at you. Since we are on the topic of love, I must thank the love and support I get from my family, and that includes EP family too. If it weren't for the love, support, and unshakable trust of my family, I wouldn't have been able to pursue my love for teaching. And I'm really sorry, I think I have messed up the timing here. Well, thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you. The love and passion comes through, no problem. And it's actually a really nice message that you can give to all students. And we have all sons and daughters who are about to go to university or who are in university already. And yes, it's a tough time for them. But yes, just stick with it, and you never know what you're going to discover on the way. Times are changing, everything is changing, and so you know, there are no rule books of what you're going to love and like. So well done on that, and I hope that boulder that you're pushing up the mountain is actually getting smaller as it reaches the top. I mean, you can roll it down the other side. Is that right?
We're hoping for that, and I must share that it's not just me pushing it up. There is a team behind me supporting.
Right.
そうですよ
はい、
ね。
じゃあちょっと日本語で。
ちょっと日本語で。ちょっと
英語の先生として来日されたっていうことでいいですかね。
もともとはそうですね。はい。
ですよね。で、今のこのコロナ前にプランされていた留学のそのプログラムですとか、そういうのが今の現状で結構問題がありつつも、それを乗り越えて、そのパッションを皆さんに広げて、国際交流とかも主に日本とインドだと思うんですけど、交流を広げるっていう目的で活動されているということだと思うんですけど、もう本当に多分今のその状況が結構コロコロ変わるので、すごい大変なプロセス、今までのプロセスだったんじゃないかなってすごい思うんですけど、本当にでプレゼンテーションからも感じたのは本当にビジュアル、先ほどマスターでも言ってましたが、岩をこう持ち上げるっていう本当にそういう感じのニュアンスの日々が結構続いていらっしゃったんじゃないかなと思うんですけれども、今日のプレゼンテーションを聞いた方々もきっとインスパイアされて諦めないで自分のパッションを貫いていこうと思った方多いんじゃないかなと思います。ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございます。
はい、じゃあ次ここであれですかね、神戸、大丈夫です。
じゃあ神戸の
下田さんありがとうございました。
Yes, thank you so much, everybody in Kobe.
ありがとうございます。神戸チーム。では次が、すみません、ちょっと時間が押してしまってるんですけど、
スペシャルゲストで。
アワー3の最後の、はい。
少々お待ちください。
丁寧。
ありがとう、ブライアン。
これかな。Let's see here.
ですね。そう、この。
Okay, okay, okay. We try one more time. Sorry.
大丈夫。
はい、大丈夫。
はい。
One more time やる。
This is a little confusing.
Go to the intro.
Hold on. I'm sorry, everybody. Just a moment. It's a little bit confusing. There's two of these. There seem to be two of them back to back. Let's go. Oh, okay. There we go. I got it. Just a moment. Oh, good grief. I hope this.
ブライアン、さすがだね。全部。
I'm sorry. I'm doing my best here. Let's hope it's this one. Correct?
いや、まだ見える。
いやいや、そこから行こう、そこから。
はい、こちらでお願いします。
Maybe Mark, come back here and tell me what's. I'm not sure why.
こちらから
東京に来て、東京また来ちゃった。
東京かも。
大丈夫。いいのか。OK、東京です。
Yeah, I understand. I got it now.
北村さん、
はい、北村さん、お願いしたいと思います。
いらっしゃいますかね、北村さん。
北村さん。
Why is it? Sorry, guys. Something, we got a little glitch. Little glitch. I think I need to restart. I'm so sorry. Just a little glitch.
はい、あれ、今いらっしゃった気がする。
And is Kitamura-san online?
Yeah, he's on.
Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I'm doing my best.
もう、からなんかテーマがわかるんじゃないかな。
北村さんは今どちらからこれつながっていらっしゃるのか。
聞こえないね。
今ね、音声がミュートになってます。ブライアンがミュートしてます。
解除いただいて大丈夫です。
Oh, blast. We've done something wrong here, guys. I'm so sorry. I don't know why.
でも北村さん今聞こえる状態になってる。
Oh, we've got a real strange problem here. Guys, I'm gonna please stall for a little bit while I restart Keynote. I'm so sorry.
OK、じゃあ北村さんとちょっとこれ今音声だけになっちゃうかもしれないんですけど、聞こえてますか、こちらの。
はい、聞こえてます。
出てきた。よろしくお願いします。もう背景がすべてを物語っている。
ちょっと画面ちょっとわからないので操作が。
大丈夫です。画面操作はこちらの方でやるのでご心配なく、ちょっと今ブライアンがちょっとそのリスタートしたりとかして、これからまた準備しますので、その間ちょっとね、お話できれば
なと思うんですけれども、今回北村さんのお話に入る前に、今回先ほどのプロジェクトをご一緒していただいた、CCC さんみたいなこれで事例もあるんですけど、今回は特にお祝いって全体にインターナショナルペチャクチャデーがお祝いっていうこともあって、ペチャクチャの誕生日ということもあって、結構今回日本の文化を祝うじゃないですけど、
この時間帯はね、
そうですね、この時間帯はクラフトだったりとか、本当にお祭りにまつわるテーマのプレゼンテーションいただける方をちょっと今回ご招待いたしました。で、そう、皆さん多分日本の方だったらわかると思うんですけど、if you see the background of his screen, you see that is the nebuta.
And there are really enormous big lanterns that are colored and that they're transported on floats over the city in parades, and it's a very special craft, typical to Japan, the northern part of Japan in Aomori. And Kitamura-san is gonna tell us about the nebuta. So I think we kind of solved the problem now, Brian.
Yes, we did. Sorry about the delay.
Okay.
All right.
じゃあ北村さんよろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
はい、私は、日本の青森県青森市で、毎年8月に開催される青森ねぶた祭りに登場するねぶた制作をしている北村俊一と申します。今回は皆さんにこのねぶた祭りと私の仕事について、紹介していきたいなというふうに思います。まずはこのねぶた祭りとはというところで、これはね、日本の青森県というところで、行われている夏祭りで、1980年に国の重要無形民族文化財に指定されています。8月2日から7日までの6日間開催され、ねぶたと呼ばれる明かりを灯した巨大な人形型のランタンを、台車に乗せて街を練り歩く大変賑やかな、パレードです。毎年延べ200万人以上の観光客が訪れると言われています。祭りに登場するねぶたは全部で22台あり、大きさは、幅9メートル、高さが5メートル、奥行きが7メートル、重さは台車を含めて4トンあります。ねぶたの題材の多くは、歴史物語や歌舞伎と呼ばれる、日本の伝統芸能の名場面などによるもので、ねぶた師と呼ばれる制作者たちの手により毎年新たに作られていきます。それではこのねぶたがどのようにして作られていくのか紹介していきます。まずこれはですね、まずねぶたというのは絵を描くところから始まります。これ下絵と呼ばれていまして、ねぶたのデザイン、全体のデザインがすべてここで決まっていきますので、じっくり時間をかけて、構想を練りながら描き上げていきます。4月頃になると、ねぶたの骨格となる骨組み作業というのが始まります。角材で支柱を組み、針金で立体的な形を作っていきます。内部には、これ電球ですね、LED 電球。これが仕込まれておりまして、1台のねぶたにはおよそ1000から1500個の LED 電球が使われます。はい、その後、針金で組まれたマス目、およそ1万マスにですね、これ和紙と呼ばれる紙を貼っていきます。これは日本が誇るこの和紙なんですけども、非常に寿命が長く、明かりを幻想的に透過する独特の風合いを持つ紙です。はい、次は我々ねぶた師にとって、最も重要な工程の墨書きという作業になります。この工程は書き割りとも呼ばれ、顔の目鼻や、着物の輪郭とか、あとはシワですね、こういうのを墨汁を使って書き分けていきます。はい、その次に、ろう書きと呼ばれる作業です。これは熱したパラフィンですね。これで模様などを描くことで色のにじみを防いだり、これねぶたをより明るく見せる効果があります。その後約50種類の色を使い分けて鮮やかに着色していきます。筆やエアブラシを使い分けて、グラデーションの技法などを使うことで濃淡や立体感を表現いたします。はい、最後にこれ台上げという作業です。ねぶた本体が完成すると、運行用の台車に乗せる台上げ作業が行われます。 この作業はですね、私たち制作者にとって、完成した達成感と感動をスタッフとともに分かち合える瞬間でもあります。はい、以上、ここまでが主な、ねぶた師の仕事となり、ねぶたの題材選びから、デザインの構想、それから制作スタッフへの指導など、ねぶた制作に関わるすべてを一貫して監修しております。はい、でねぶた師はですね、祭りに登場するねぶた以外にもさまざまな仕事をしています。例えば、絵を描く注文を受けることがあります。私は過去にですね、お相撲さんの化粧回しですとか、あとはトラックの荷台部分のデザインなども手がけたことが、あります。それからですね、これ、昨年、私が描いた消火栓アートというもので、これは町おこしの一環で、商店街の消火栓、10本ですね、これそれぞれに自分がこれまで制作してきた、ねぶたの絵をこれデザインするという仕事もさせていただきました。2015年には、これ映画スター・ウォーズの新作公開を記念した、これねぶたですね、これも制作させていただきました。これお披露目セレモニーでは、市民や観光客がですね、約3万人会場に、訪れ、海外のですね、メディアも駆けつけて世界的ニュースになりました。これも昨年のお仕事だったんですけども、日本の国民的アニメのこれ、筋肉マンですね、のねぶたも制作させていただきました。これはもう小さい頃からですね、私も見て育ってきたキャラクターですので、作者の先生にご購入いただいたと聞きまして、一ファンとしてね、これ非常に光栄に思いました。こちらは、スコットランド出身のラグビー選手、これグレイグ・レイドロー選手というんですけども、のねぶたも制作させていただきました。これを実在する人物を制作したのは、私にとって本当に初めての経験でしたので、非常に、本人も大変喜んでいただいて、私にとってもとてもいい経験になりました。私はシーズンオフの期間中ですね、今の期間中は、ねぶたの技法を用いたワークショップなども行っております。地元青森ではもちろん、要望があれば、東京など県外のイベントにも参加しております。現在はコロナ禍ということで、リモートでのワークショップなども開催しております。2018年には、これ外務省主催の事業にも参加しまして、マレーシアと韓国で、講演及び、ワークショップを実施して、この日本の魅力っていうのを PR する活動も行ってきました。また、この翌年2019年にはですね、東京オリンピックのこれホストタウンをきっかけにして、タジキスタンまで行って、講演、ワークショップなども行ってまいりました。最後になりますけども、このようにねぶたには日本古来の伝統和紙を使った、光の立体造形物として、まだまだ無限の可能性が秘められていると私は感じております。祭りとしての文化はもちろんですけども、これからはアートとしての新たな、表現ですとか、可能性を探しながら、ねぶたの魅力を世界へ発信していけたらと願っています。本日はありがとうございました。以上です。
野村さん、本当にありがとうございました。忙しい時って、やっぱりなんかプレゼンテーションしていただいて、なんかこんな感じで世界中につながっていて、日本語わからなくても、やっぱりこうね、写真って見ると、なんかよく伝わりますね。I was just Kitamura-san. We're very grateful to Kitamura-san to have presented. After all, he is very, very busy, and but he did make time to present today. And it is amazing to get a glimpse, like a little bit behind the scenes, how the structures works. And he was saying that one of the floats was 9 meters long, 7 meters deep, and 5 meters high, and has about 15,000 or 1,500 LED lights in it. So it's an amazing craft, and it's only right that he and his team get to show this beautiful craft around the world, like you've seen in like workshops in in Indonesia and Korea and Tajikistan, of all places. Love that. So we very much hope that he can kind of continue doing amazing nebuta art, not only in lanterns, but on what's it called, hydrants, water hydrants, and and the sort of more modern versions, impersonating famous people.
すごいな、無限のって言ってましたけど、本当になんかもう何でもねぶたにできちゃう。
そうですね、形あるものほとんど作れますので。はい。
素晴らしいプロセスからすべてその消火栓が一番個人的に消火栓すごいなと思って書かれてるんですよね実際。
あれそこで一発書きですか？
これはですねステンシルを作ってエアブラシで最後は筆で仕上げて書きました。
でも本物の M タの時はなんか絵を入れるときは一発書きで入れていくんですか？
基本は一発書きですね。はい。
すごいよね。すごい集中力が必要。
なんかこう本当は祭りのためにやるんじゃないですか。祭り終わったらどうなるんですかね。
祭り終わるとすぐ解体してしまいます。
どうやってなんか紙を取ってワイヤーってまた使うんですか？
中に電球が入っているので、それは全部取って、あとは全部クレーンで解体してしまいます。
クレーンで解体するのか。いやまあ一瞬で、でも一瞬でそこが終わるからこそ。
まあ確かに。
So I think I need to tell you that the sad ending of a nebuta float is that it actually gets after the matsuri, after the parade, it gets totally dismantled, and you know, of course the lighting rig and the internal structure, what can be recycled gets recycled, but it's all these hours and hours of love and passion to make these amazing lantern floats, and then they get destroyed. Next year, new and more beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay, Kitamura-san, thank you so much.
ありがとうございました。
インスタグラムのリンクを今チャットの方で共有させていただいているので、もし気になった方いらっしゃいましたらインスタグラムチェックしてみてください。あと今日のプレゼンテーション後日PechaKucha.com のサイトでも配信させていただきますので、ぜひご覧いただけたらと思います。ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
Well, that's awesome. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my
gosh.
Oh my God. You're never going to believe. Like, right at the moment, I'm saved by the bell. Oh my goodness. Good grief. This is a cliffhanger, everybody. Oh my goodness. All right, here we go. Let's. I can't believe what just happened. Wait till I tell this story to my kids.
3が今ちょうど押しで終わりまして、次アワー4に行きたいと思います。You want us to stretch?
It was downloading. Oh my God. Okay, we're good. All right, but we're going. All right, from Tokyo to
Tokyo to
Kyoto in the house.
京都といえばHello.
Eric.
Eric.
Hi.
Wow, it's
love you, Eric.
Love you guys too. Right on time, I gotta say, right.
Oh my goodness. You got Eric, are you ready for this?
What's going on?
Oh, nothing. I'm just saying hello. Are you ready? And like we're on the Kyoto hour. I'm just acknowledging that. Yeah.
Of course. Okay. We've been on standby.
You were born ready. Yeah.
So
yeah,
so we have two presenters. So one is a fairly new resident in Kyoto, and he's quite nervous right now. I don't think he expected this I don't think he expected this event would be so big. But so Justin is also from Canada, and he moved to Kyoto just before the pandemic hit. So I think he has a unique perspective on the last few years.
Hi, Justin. Thanks for being with us.
Hello.
Justin, don't worry. We're all friends. And, you know, we all have glitches, technology, and we're not perfect. So you're welcome.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, here we go. Justin, the 20 slides are yours.
Okay. So hello, everybody. I'm Justin. I'm from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. So this first photo is me when I first came to Japan. This is with some friends from Canada, and we went to a World Cup rugby game. I don't know if you can tell, but I was probably 20 pounds overweight when I first came to Japan. And I didn't really do anything special here, but just sort of changed my eating habits and stuff. So anyways, this next photo is me at a World Cup rugby game. And I was randomly sat next to this woman, and I said, you know, "Konbanwa." And it turned out that she knew the high school that I'm teaching at. And so she introduced me to an old boys rugby team in Kyoto. And I started playing rugby with a Japanese rugby team. And so I'm 40 years old, and I don't know Japanese that well, but ended up playing rugby. And so this is a photo of my school playing in the Kyoto City Rugby Championships. My school is really famous in Japan for rugby, and I was placed here randomly. So it was really a great stroke of luck to be there. So my school, this is a picture of me at my school showing them some things about Canada. I got this from the Tokyo embassy. I got this delivered to my school. But yeah, my school is really famous for rugby. So there's a movie and a TV show made about my school called School Wars. So if I tell anyone the rugby school that I'm at, everybody knows it in Japan. This is me at a random izakaya that I went to. And this guy, the master, is a former player from my high school, an old boy, and he's opened up a Chinese restaurant in Kyoto. And so these really like random things, tamatama coincidences keep happening where I kept meeting people from the rugby community who were all sort of connected to my school. And like I said, they introduced me to a rugby team in Kyoto. And this is me after a rugby game, having some beers and a barbecue in Kyoto. This is me with some of the rugby guys at the Chinese restaurant that was owned by the old boy from my high school. So yeah, these really great coincidences keep happening to me in Japan around rugby, and I was really surprised to discover getting thinner and thinner. I was really just surprised to discover how big rugby was in Kyoto. This is me. We played at the Kamioka Stadium, Kyocera Stadium. So these really special things keep happening to me around rugby in Kyoto. And this is me. This is me with one of my students. He graduated, and he actually ended up coming onto the team randomly. And I don't know if you can tell, his legs are gigantic. So I'm 40, he's 18, and it's really cool to play rugby with him. You know, kid I taught English with. This is my team, Kyocera Packers. And yeah, just rugby has this really special community. And even though I can't speak Japanese, like a lot of the rugby terminology just transfers over into like katakana English. And then through rugby again, I ended up coaching one of my teammates' kids. This is his small high school team. So we ended up coaching them, which was really, really special to coach some young kids again. And then, so yeah, Kyoto, like the other thing that I got involved in other than rugby was running. So there's a really great brew pub in Kyoto called Kyoto Beer Lab, really great craft beers. And we usually meet once a month, and we'll go for a run through Kyoto, and it's really cool to again be with a group of people doing something physical and having that connection to Kyoto and to the community that I probably wouldn't have if it wasn't for sport and it wasn't for just putting myself out there. So yeah, we get to run through like places like Gion, like through the traditional districts in Kyoto, and yeah, we usually after going for a run, we'll usually meet up for a beer at the Kyoto Beer Lab. And this is us running through Fushimi Inari, one of the most beautiful and sort of special shrines in Japan. And yeah, we usually only run for about 8 kilometers, but it's not a very very difficult pace. And then through the first running group that I met this other running group, which is super bizarre running group. It's called Hash House Harriers. It's this weird British running culture where they kind of make the joke that it's a drinking club with a running problem. So you go for a lot of runs, and then there's a lot of beer stops along the way. And then the other great connection that I've had is some of my local izakayas. This beautiful little family that's from the Tohoku region. They're actually from Fukushima originally, and they moved to Kyoto. This is me teaching them how to make pierogies, which I described as like Canadian, Polish gyoza. And they just love that. They're like, oh my gosh, mashed potatoes and cheese. And then after teaching them to make pierogies, they took me to a Hanami barbecue, like cherry blossom viewing barbecue. And they can't speak English, and I can't really speak Japanese. And anyway, so I think this is the last slide. And again, it's just, this is me making mochi, the New Year's mochi, and just these really great experiences that I keep having from putting myself out there and getting connected through sport and getting connected to the community through food. And I feel like I've been rambling, but it's really great to have that optimism again and that love. And I think a lot of that comes through sport, and a lot of that comes from just putting myself out there and making a fool of myself trying to speak Japanese. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Justin.
Great job. Look at that. Natural.
Well done.
He's a
Well
natural.
done.
Yeah.
I would never have known about it if you didn't tell us. So, and what are these Canadian krogi or kogi that you were teaching people to do?
Pierogies. It's Polish, like Polish Ukrainian dumplings, and yeah, like a gyoza, but with mashed potatoes and cheese. So inside. Oishii.
So what's up with getting thinner and thinner?
Honestly, I don't know.
Many people commented.
I showed that photo to some people, and they were like, 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 that's you. And I was like, yes, I the former me ate me. I don't know what happened. So yeah, just Japanese food, I think.
Yeah. All right, get that mochi down you.
I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous.
Yeah, it's strange. It's really strange. So
okay, and our next speaker is Shinya, who's a poet and an artist residing in Kyoto. So Shinya, please.
Hello, everyone. This is Shinya from Kyoto.
Hi, Shinya. Are you ready?
Yep.
Let's do it. 20 slides are yours.
Okay. Yeah, this is Shinya. A few years ago, I held a haiku gathering with my friends. Haiku is a very, very short poem, a Japanese traditional verse form. We held the haiku gathering in a costume shop where we can put a really formal traditional style. That's why I wore a court noble costume. So I am just a commoner, but a haiku poet. And also I am an oil painter, actually. So I'm working between the East and the West. When I was a university student, I lived in France, Paris, for 2 years to study French language, literature, and philosophy. But I was always absent from my school, always in the museums like Louvre, Orsay, Pompidou. And finally, I started to draw and paint by myself. That's the beginning of my career. And now I'm living in Kyoto, well known as a tourist site, but also a big modern city, the 7th largest in Japan. Like this, there are lots of buildings, universities, companies, global high-tech corporations like Nintendo, Rome, and Shimazu have their headquarters in Kyoto. And there are also many, many shrines and temples because Kyoto is an ancient capital, the capital of 1,000 years. Even now, some Kyoto people say that Tokyo is only a temporal capital. And we can take part in lots of traditional seasonal events. For example, this is Daikotaki in Ryotokuji Temple. Every December, to remember Shinran Shonin, the founder Jodo Shinshu, the believers cook daikon, Japanese radishes, and many visitors come to eat them. And the next photo is Keage Incline, famous for its cherry blossoms. Every spring, I walk, drink, make a sketch, compose a haiku. To tell the truth, almost just drink under the cherry trees. So life in Kyoto is the base of my creation. And this is not Kyoto, but Matsuyama, the capital of haiku, because the father of modern haiku, Masaoka Shiki, was born there in the latter half of 19th century, when Japan ended the national isolation policy and Western civilization and culture came into Japan. Shiki was inspired by Western art, especially the way of sketching. He applied it to the Japanese short verse form. It's still a basic way to write haiku. Haiku is very short poetry consisting of only 17 syllables, so we are limited in what we can express. It is the readers who flesh out the meaning to paint a fuller picture. This format makes haiku poets avoid cramming too many ideas, and this is a key aesthetic of haiku. There is a Japanese proverb that says, "A work walks by itself." It means that once it's completed, a work can be interpreted freely by readers. Haiku is a typical example. Recently, I wrote the lyrics for a new stage of Arima Geiko, Geisha in Arima Hot Springs. The new song, Karakara Haikara Street, is made up of 4 parts, spring, summer, autumn, winter. Each season is described by 3 haiku, so 12 haiku in all. Please come to the oldest hot spring and enjoy the brand new stage. Now I talk about my works as a painter. This is my first painting, the Church of Santa Maria de Idris in Matera. Matera, the city in southern Italy, became famous because of the film No Time to Die of James Bond. Desperate sleeps there. In 2016, where David Bowie died, I dedicated the exhibition Under the Blackstone. Every time he released a new album, he changed his looks and played a new character which expressed his new sounds. In the end, he appeared with a skinny face as a skeleton because of cancer and dark jazzy music. He used even his death for his art. I enjoy working with models, and I always let them decide the poses because they understand how to create movement with their bodies. These are often nice surprises. I accept these chance happenings. My art is a mixture of intentional and unintentional elements. In this way, I identify with action painters. Lines are the most direct traces of the artist. That's why drawing is the base of my practice. I feel a connection with the drawings of Toulouse-Lautrec and Ray Kamoi, as well as ink calligraphers who have to put everything into one stroke. To me, these styles are predecessors to action painting. These days, I paint abstracts may be influenced by haiku. Suggestion is haiku's principle. My painting and drawing have the same dimension. I express as little as possible and try to retain negative space. Each viewer completes the image in their own way. I don't aim for only one interpretation. It's exciting if my work goes beyond my intention. This attitude may be typical of Japanese people, especially haiku poets. However, this creates dialogue between viewers and artists that modernism always had, but was once said to be missing. I believe that the materiality that Clement Greenberg valued and the relational aesthetics that Nicolas Bourriot promoted are compatible. I want to make works that mediate the conflict between modernism and contemporary art, and that function as both. The title of this picture is She's Leaving Home from the series Anthology 4. It's the project to express all Beatles songs. And this is the homepage 301.news. 301 is the group of haiku and tanka that I organize with my friends, artists who have other mediums to express. We want to create dialogues between haiku, tanka, and other domains. I write a weekly column for this homepage, column about a film with a drawing and a haiku. This was about Reservoir Dogs. Like this, my purpose is creating communication. Thank you, bye. Have a nice day or sweet dream.
わあ、山本さん。すごいすごい。やっぱりなんかいろいろなクリエイティビティって山本さんの中で溢れてるんですよね。
全部つながってる。
The best thing is his sexy French pronunciation, I think.
I know. It's good. Great pronunciation. Supremely cool.
Toulouse-Lautrec. Great job, Shinya. Very, very Kyoto.
Oh my gosh, that was Eric. Don't let me come to Kyoto again without meeting him. I demand an audience with him. Yeah, he's so cool.
Really. Great job, Shinya. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, thank you. Let's keep going. All right.
Yeah,
Where are we going?
I'm gonna just burn through this.
Dun, 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 dun.
Dun, dun, dun.
Okay, guys, sorry, I'm gonna apologize in advance to showing you some delicious photos of food. So I apologize.
Here
we go.
Yeah.
Over to you.
Okay, everybody, hi. This is Eric, and I love cooking. So today, I quickly want to introduce some of the pans that I use to make my dishes. So first is a Chinese wok that I bought in Yokohama in 1999. This is when I first came to Japan, and I've been using it since then. And it's a wonderful wok. It's light. It's got a great handle, and you can see there's a beautiful patina that coats the surface to make it non-stick, and it's a really beautiful sort of texture. Of course, I use my wok to make mostly Chinese food, so I'm Chinese, and mostly noodles and fish, and it's a very versatile wok as well. Next is my paella pan. So I love Spanish food, and you can see that the pan is actually stainless steel, and this also makes it a non-stick, and I've used it everywhere from like barbecues to outdoor barbecues to the burner inside my house. So I love Spanish food as well. I also make a lot of ahijo. And my most recent purchase is a skillet. So this was a really big game changer because I realized I was cooking more like proteins like steaks and lamb. And with the skillet, you can get a really nice crust on your steak. And you can't really get this with a regular fry pan. And also the skillet is pretty much indestructible. I make pastas on it as well. And it's really cheap. It's under like $30. So it's a really great purchase that I made. So I'm constantly trying to cook new foods, like more like nostalgic foods that I had as a child. And so please follow me on Instagram if you want to see more food. Thank you very much.
Wow.
Sorry, ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
飯テロですよ、飯テロ。
ちょっと悪かった。Okay, thanks, guys.
Thank you, Eric. That was awesome.
Yeah,
what's your Instagram so we can follow you?
Oh yeah, okay, I put it in the chat. So
tell us too here.
The way you actually show your pans and skillets and it's kind of I think it's something endearing. It's like they feel like you're being your buddy, right?
Yeah, absolutely. They're like,
come on, we'll do this together.
Yeah, my comrades.
So we need each other well, and when is the heating point, the exact right cooking point.
Yes, it's a relationship.
It's
a love relationship.
Sorry.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, and food.
Okay, got it.
And food actually takes a lot of love and affection to make good food. So yeah, exactly. Okay, thanks, guys. Hope to see you soon.
Thank you.
Eric.
Bye. Take care.
You too.
から京都から
ドントロドン。
おい結構行きます
行きます。離れた。タッタラが南に行きました。
沖縄の
宜野湾。
出た宜野湾で
お久しぶりです。お久しぶりです、クラインさん。マークさん、久しぶり。お元気ですか？
ですね、悪いけど、ちょっと、ペチャクチャチームの一人が出なければならないんですけれども、先にちょっと紹介したいんですよ。ちょっとペチャクチャ HQ のチームで、ごめんね。
はいはい。
久しぶりだよね。ペチャクチャのチームです。
はい。ちょっとこれ紹介してください。ともこ。
誰がいる？そう。
ペチャクチャ。はい。じゃあまずブライアンは今日の今日のグローバルオペレーション担当しています。さっきブライアンが言っちゃって、ファウンダーのマーク・ターストリートで、こちらがクリスティーナです。
クリスティーナ。
カスタマーサクセスマネージャー。ちょっとタイトル一番わかんない。
ちょっとでよく現れてるんですよね。
そう今日はね、
そうです。チャットサポート2人がやってくれてます。で、ニューフェイスの千尋です。よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
Sorry, it was just a quick one to introduce more team members since Christina has to kind of leave and follow us from a different location. Okay. すいませんでした。
マキさん、よろしくお願いします。
はい、よろしくお願いします。それでは、もうスタートなんですかね。
ライアンがいる。大丈夫か？
大丈夫です。
はい。
はい、よろしくお願いします。今回、はい、60都市以上から参加されます、インターナショナルペチャクチャナイト2022に参加させていただきまして、誠にありがとうございます。ペチャクチャ宜野湾の、オーガナイザーの西村と申します。そしてですね、今回ですね、久しぶりの、インターナショナルイベントの方にですね、出演に伴いまして、温かくサポートいただきました、ペチャクチャのヘッドクォーターのブライアン、香川さん、岸さん、後押しいただきまして、誠に、感謝申し上げます。本当に、ペチャクチャのチームにはですね、毎度ながらラブをたくさんいただきましてありがとうございます。ニフェデルビルです。はい。で、ペチャクチャ宜野湾チームはですね、コロナもありまして、環境の変化でなかなか、イベントの開催ができずにおりましたが、これをきっかけに、再始動したいと考えております。で、ここで、初めての方も多いかと思いますので、改めて自己紹介させていただきます。私、大分県宇佐市生まれの西村真希と申します。で、私の地元では、私は USA 出身です。というジョークが定番になっておりまして、そんな宇佐市から福岡に10年住んで、沖縄に流れ着き、今に至ります。まだまだ旅の途中です。で、2008年、宜野湾にアートスペース、ことの葉を立ち上げまして、アートを身近に感じる展示会や、音楽イベントを企画、運営をしてまいりました。で、その後ですね、私の方は沖縄観光コンベンションビューローにてですね、主にリゾートウェディングのプロモーションに従事しまして、現在は沖縄にいながら、東京のコンサル会社で SaaS 製品専門のメディアの営業をオンラインでお仕事させていただいております。で、ことの葉はですね、リアルの店舗の方から、現在ですね、アートメディアとして発展しておりまして、パートナーの、ミッチェルが、ウェブサイトの構築から、メディアの編集長も務めておりまして、 こちら素晴らしい、メディアとして育ってきております。で、私は、英語にさほど明るくないのですけれども、美しい文章も、一つのアートであるということが理解できるほど、言葉を紡ぐという工程は、構成に編集を重ねて作り出された作品となっており、たくさんの読者にですね、愛されているというところになっております。で、私はですね、音楽やアート、斬新な試みや面白いことに興味があります。想像することが大好きで、好き、ラブだけで2020年今期より沖縄県立博物館美術館の活動サポートをする NPO 法人沖縄県立美術館支援会ハップの理事長に就任いたしました。沖縄県のアート拠点である美術館にて、美術館運営の美ら島財団及び県の美術班とともに連携しながら、市民団体として美術館の展示室の監視業務である交流員事業を、事務局の皆さんと一緒に支援させていただいております。私も初めての NPO の法人の運営で様々な課題に直面しております。理想と現実のギャップにくじけそうになったり、障壁に遮られることもあります。しかしそれにいつも叱咤激励してくれるミッチェル、愛する友人が私を勇気づけてくれています。課題に向き合うことは本当に大切なものは何か考える良いきっかけになっており、時間の大切さもしみじみ感じるようになりました。やるべきこと、私の人生に必要なもの、フォーカスすることっていうところで少しずつわがままなところも出ておりますけれども、人生の折り返し地点に来てるんだなっていうところに気づかされます。で、私がペチャクチャナイトギノワンの活動が好きという理由を今一度向き合ってみますと、仲間と一緒にその空間を作り上げて、このエネルギーがみなぎってくるってことにつきます。毎回新たな出会いがあって、登壇者の大切な思いなどを、伝えていくっていうところで、私自身に自信が湧いてきます。で、私が住む沖縄はとても小さな島ですけれども、とても美しい島です。で、沖縄は様々な地域との交流が盛んで、独特の文化を育んできました。で、沖縄の文化は、県民生活に深く根ざしたものになっておりまして、繰り返されてきた夜変わりの危機をですね、乗り越えて、新しい感性の彩りを加えながら、受け継がれてきているというところで、世界中からその魅力にですね、魅了された観光客が訪れている恵まれた島になっております。で、私が、20年近く沖縄に住み続けている沖縄の最大の魅力は、様々な国の特色が融合し、得意な文化で、生まれたチャンプルー文化っていうところです。それは人の魅力ですね。で、今回の、インターナショナルペチャクチャに参加することをきっかけに、2015年ですね、先ほどブライアンさんも出ておりましたけれども、京都で開催された、ペチャクチャナイトで登壇しまして、ことの葉は、文化プラットフォーム、ウェブメディアとしての準備を進めておりますというふうなことをお話ししたことをちょっと思い出しまして、あれから7年経ったんだなと思いました。で、ことの葉はですね、2017年にアートジャーナルをスタートしまして、アートコンテンツ制作、イベント運営から始まって、そして今現在ではウェブマーケティングまで手掛けるようなところまで成長してまいりました。で、ことの葉は今後も、社会貢献であるとか、経済効果を生み出すような、エコシステムを構築しまして、近い未来、この活動を共感いただける仲間と一緒に沖縄のアートシーンをもっと豊かにして創造していくクリエイティブクラブを創出したいと考えております。で、私の心を動かす、斬新な試みや面白いことにラブがある限り、仲間と一緒に沖縄でクリエイティブで活躍する方たちを世界に発信していき、世界中にインスパイアの源を届けていきたいと考えております。ご清聴ありがとうございました。沖縄から愛を込めてお届けさせていただきました。ありがとうございます。
パクさんって素晴らしい、相変わらず。
ありがとうございます。でも毎度緊張してますけど。
いやいやいやいや。
大丈夫. So Maki Nishimura is a long time PechaKucha organizer along with Daryl Mitchell, and but she's also very instrumental in the art scene in Okinawa. And has been founding the Kotonoha art space and platform and art media, and so promoting everything art in Okinawa. And there is a dish in Okinawa called champuru, which is bitter gourd, and mixed with all sorts of other vegetables, and but it means mixed. And so she rightly points out that the cultures in Okinawa are wide and diverse, and therefore make for perfect champuru culture, which is very conducive to lots of creativity, positivity, love and passion and optimism.
Thank you, Maki. That was so nice.
すごいすごい。
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございました。
沖縄のもう一方プレゼンターを。
そうです、そうです。もう一方、今回、宜野湾から。はい。
はい。はい、そうなんですよ。私が今ですね、県立、博物館美術館の支援団体の、理事長をやってるんですけれども、その、博物館美術館を支援されてる方ですね。福地さんの方にちょっと登壇いただきますので、よろしくお願いいたします。福地さん、お願いします。聞こえますでしょうか？はい。はい、じゃあお願いいたします。
ちょっとなんか、
はい、少々お待ちください。
大丈夫ですかね？じゃあ、ブライアンさんに引き継ぎます。
聞こえますか？
はい、one moment。
大丈夫、大丈夫。
なんかちょっと、電波が今、途切れになってまして、ごめんなさい。大丈夫でしょうか？
大丈夫です。
OK。
よろしくお願いします。
はい、どうぞ。
聞こえますかね？電波が大丈夫か
な？じゃあ最初からもう一回しよう。Let's try one more time。
最初からすいません。
電波があれですね。
全然大丈夫、聞こえます。
途切れて、画面が止まっているんですが。
画面止まっちゃってます。
聞こえてますか？
聞こえてます。
はい、はい、OK です。
ごめんなさい。今、ちょっと動きました。
はい。
少々お待ちください。
OK。
One more time。
もう一回じゃあ行きましょうかね。スライドの方。
じゃあこれから、はい、じゃあよろしくお願いします。
はい、じゃあどうぞお願いします。
はい、お願いします。
はい、どうぞ。Oh no, we might have some technical difficulties here.
が始まらないですね。
そう、残念。どうしようか。
あれ
？Shall we come back, maybe? Or is there better denpa somewhere else in the room, maybe?
あれ、
福地さん、声は聞こえてるんですけど、なんか、映像が見えてますか？福地さん。福地さん、私の声聞こえてますか？
声は聞こえてるんですけど、
はいはい。
画面が共有開始しましたってことで、ぐるぐる回ってて。
出てこないってことですかね？
多分、福地さんの方の、多分ネット環境がもしかしたら、ちょっと良くないのかもしれないですね。
なるほど。じゃあ
もう一回入りのしてもらってもいいかもしれない。福地さん、聞こえてますか
？Uh-oh. we've maybe lost Fukichi.
Oh, really?
ああ、
そうなのか。
そうかもしれない。じゃあ、西村さん、そのままちょっとお待ちいただいて。
はいはい。
Stand by, Shio, and we'll come back to this maybe.
ごめんなさい。つながっています。もう一回言えますか？
はい、聞こえます。
ちょっとところどころなんかフリーズしたりして、ごめんなさい。あれですね。
もう一回試してみましょうか。
今大丈夫ですよ。聞こえてますよ、きれいに。はい。
はい。
Okay, じゃあ、here we go. 3、2、1。
Go!
はい。こんにちは。はい、私、福地弘樹と申します。はい、私のラブは、地元沖縄です。で、今日はですね、私が、勤めています沖縄県立博物館美術館についてご紹介したいと思います。はい、これはまず外観です。ちょっとなんか白い要塞みたいな形をしておりますが、こちらはですね、世界遺産にも登録されている琉球王国のお城をイメージした建物です。沖縄の歴史、風土を象徴するデザインになっております。でこちらモデルになった、座喜味城跡になります。左側が座喜味城で、右側が、沖縄県立博物館美術館です。特徴は、角を嫌うことがありますので、柔らかいフォルムが特徴になっています。これは当館のマスコットキャラクターのキミューちゃんです。これは外観をモチーフにしてまして、5年前に作られました。でまだまだ認知、今頑張っている途中で、ミュージアムのキャラクターアワードでは今2020年で40位になって今頑張っています。これは、僕の大好きなエントランスホールで空間です。ちょっと天井を見てください。ちょっとクラゲのように見えますけど、これは沖縄のクバの木を、モチーフにした、ものになります。夏の日差しの強い時、上にからですね、光が照らして、もう写真スポットとしても有名です。でこちらは博物館常設展の入り口になります。沖縄は、二来家内という、海の向こうに神の島があったということが言われています。で常設展示室に入るところは、陸に上がっていくよっていう形で、海から陸に上がるような形で展示になっています。これは常設展示室内の一覧のものですが、結構ですね、細かいところまでディティールこだわった模造品とかがありますので、レプリカもあります、本物もあります。ここで沖縄の文化とか歴史を体験することができます。でこれは、私どもの一番の目玉の万国診療の鐘という、展示物です。で後ろの鐘と比べてちょっと黒っぽい色をしているのはなぜでしょう。同じ青銅で以前は青かったものですが、これはですね、1945年の沖縄戦で黒く焼かれてしまったことが、原因です。でここに傷も、これは弾痕になります。暴風、鉄の暴風と言われている沖縄戦の、空襲だったりとか艦砲攻撃を、生き残ってやっています。でこの鐘の音をちょっと収録しようということでですね、5年前、この鐘を吊り下げて、でもう戦争でダメージを食らってますから、ちゃんと大丈夫なのか X 線の調査をしながらですね、音を取りました。で3回この音は今鐘の中で、展示室の中で聞こえます。でこちらは、万国診療の鐘の銘文ですが、鐘の中に銘文が刻まれています。これは琉球国がですね、朝鮮、日本、中国と仲良くして、船でですね、架け橋となって、当時お宝がいっぱい、沖縄に溢れてたってことが書かれています。でこの船で渡っていました。右側の方はもう那覇の港が船でいっぱいになっていることが書かれていますが、もうこういう、沖縄と先ほど西村さんも言ったチャンプルー文化が私も沖縄の一番の魅力だと思っています。琉球王国時代ですね、中国や日本、朝鮮と、交易をしながらですね、
また独自の文化っていうのも育んできて、これが今沖縄の最大の魅力で今もつながっています。続いています。こちらは博物館常設館から出て、ふれあい体験室というお部屋です。こちらの方は、琉球の衣装を着たりとか、三線が弾いたりとか、触れて触ってですね、沖縄の文化とか、素晴らしさを触れることができます。で、毎週土曜日の午前中はですね、ワークショップも開催しております。こちらも沖縄の、おもちゃ作りとかを通してですね、沖縄の文化を触れるっていう体験のワークショップになります。はい。で、もちろん美術館もございます。美術館の方では沖縄の、にゆかりがある作品とかをですね、展示しております。すいません、ちょっと。沖縄の作家や沖縄ゆかりの作品を、収集して展示しております。こちらは、企画展です。過去にあった企画展の一部になりますけども、一番入ったもので、真ん中の方にジブリの大博覧会、これは15万人入りました。で、コロナの影響でですね、この夏に行われたみんなの進化展というものは、開幕1日をもって、休館となってしまいました。これはいつも私の好きな、ミュージアムショップカフェです。で、特におすすめはここの右下のカレーです。これを、はい、沖縄県産のポークを使ったカレーがとても美味しいので、ぜひこちらも楽しんでください。
はい。
で、あと、ミュージアムショップの方もお土産が一般に最適なミュージアムショップです。工芸品や民芸品とかを一緒に、たくさん並んでますので、ぜひご覧ください。はい。あなたの沖縄に出会う、沖縄県立博物館美術館はですね、沖縄の豊かな自然、歴史文化、そしてアート、この島が大切にしてきたものが詰まっています。展示を通してお客様一人一人にとっての沖縄を感じていただける、また新しい沖縄に出会えたと感じていただける、そんな博物館、美術館でいたいと思っています。またよろしくお願いします。すいません。いろいろと頭
さん、OK。だいぶ沖縄のミュージアムになんかアピールができました。
できました。
やっぱりすごいライブ。
来年もう一回チャレンジさせてください。もっと違う。
賑やかでなんか行きたがる場所なので、本当にちょっとこういろいろ最初からってもう時間ちょっと押してきましたんですけど、話がいっぱいあるんですが、またなんか会えたらいいなと思います。
はい、
今日はありがとうございました。
ごめんなさい。
はい。
Thank you。
西村さんもありがとう。
ありがとうございます。
西村さんありがとうございました。皆さんもありがとうございました。
ありがとうございます。
Sumimasen, I have a quick message here for our friends in Guangzhou and in Penang. Thank you. Hi, B. Hi, Tom. Guys, we're a little bit behind schedule, and we've just got two presenters to dash through real quick. So I'm going to say thank you to Ginawan. We're going to get through them, and if you guys could just be on hold, on standby, we're getting to you as fast as you can. Tom, do a little dance. B, I know you can entertain your presenters for a little bit. So without further ado, let's go ahead and head to our next hour. Our next presenters.
来 Michelle. Hello.
From Ginawan too.
哦，对，可能他哦，我还有一个。
Okay, and
はい。
where are we?
Osaka. 三田さんですね。
Osaka, Mitaさん。
皆さんです。
はい、三田さん、よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
準備いいですか？
大丈夫です。
Okay,
もう早速20枚言ってもらいましょうかね。
はい、すみません。
楽しみです。
はい、the 20 slides are yours.
お願いします。
皆さん、はじめまして、こんにちは。私は、織広堂という名前で活動しております。三田と申します。本日はよろしくお願いいたします。今回は、このプレゼンを見ていただいて、ちょっとでも岸和田のだんじりに興味を持っていただけたらと思います。私の売りはと言いますと、とても 細かい彫刻なんですが、この精密彫刻技術を使って岸和田型だんじりのミニチュアを作成しています。こちらは騎馬武者の彫り物になりますが、この彫り物が一番大きい部類になります。こちらが一番小さい部品になる竜の彫り物なんですが、幅はだいたい2ミリくらいです。これは屋根の下の組物の部品なんですが、こういうのをだいたい500個から700個ぐらい使ってます。こういう小さい部品を組み立てて作っていきます。そしてこれが完成写真になります。大きさはだいたい高さ20センチくらいになります。では、ここから岸和田型だんじりとはどういったものか簡単に説明していきたいと思います。では、どこに注目したらいいのかと言いますと、それは、分かりやすく言いますと、上と下、上の屋根周りと下の腰回りです。岸和田型だんじりは他のだんじりと比べて屋根周りと腰回りにボリュームがあるのが特徴となっていまして、それぞれ非常に細かい彫刻で覆われています。まずこちらが屋根周り。屋根周りは組み物が規則正しく組み上げられてまして、その組み方であったり段数も違ったりしています。屋根の形状も微妙なんですけども、少しずつ違いがあります。で、こちらが腰回りになります。腰回りは主に合戦物の彫刻が施されています。この画像の一番下の段の大きく取られた部分が泥膜と言われる部位で、ここが一番メインどころとなっているので、彫り物を見るときはまずここを見ていただいたらいいかと思います。では、ここから今回のテーマの一つである愛に沿って話していきたいと思います。私は岸和田生まれ、岸和田育ちで、もちろん祭りにも生まれた時から参加しております。なので、物心ついた頃にはすでにだんじりが好きだったんです。小さい頃からいろんなだんじりを見て育ったので、その自分が好きなだんじりのミニチュアを何台も作りたいと思っていたんです。それが実現したという形なんですが、こちらが、私が今まで作成した、11台のミニだんじりになります。いつも作るときはそれぞれのだんじりが持っているかっこよさを引き出すことを一番意識してるんですが、では、作るときにどういったところを意識して作ったのか、そういったところを、今から何台か抜粋して説明していきたいと思います。まず、こちら中町です。激しい祭りなのでどうしても破損などで彫り物を取り替えられることが多い、岸和田型だんじりなんですが、このだんじりは新調から100年経過していますが、古い彫り物が多く残ってるんですけど、これは結構すごいことなんです。その彫り物には、品があって、特に泥膜正面は題材も趣がある物語で私の好きな彫り物の一つです。整った姿見もかっこよくて、玄人受けするだんじりなんですが、じっくり見てほしいだんじりです。次は南松町になります。このだんじりは屋根周りの幅が他よりも大きくて迫力が一番感じられるだんじりだと思います。ドーンと大きい屋根が迫ってくるようで、ゆっくり歩いて通るときが一番大きさが実感できます。後ろに飾り付けされた槍も大きい屋根によく似合っていると思います。こちらは岸和田ではなく、熊取町の大宮区のだんじりなんですが、このだんじりは腰回りの横幅が広くてどっしりとした重量感が特徴です。彫り物も大ぶりで密度もあって見応えのあるだんじりです。こちらは貝塚市の東町です。このだんじりは非常にバランスが良くて姿見が美しいんです。飾り付けもシンプルで、より姿見の良さを引き立てていると思います。このだんじりの姿見が私は大好きです。では、岸和田に戻りまして、中木田町です。このだんじりは非常に細かいところまで彫刻された手の込んだだんじりです。全体がギュッと筋肉で絞り込まれたアスリートのようなイメージのそんなかっこよさのあるだんじりです。 で、こちらは沼町の前のだんじりなんですが、このだんじりは明治時代に制作された古いだんじりなんですけども、小さい彫り物でも丁寧に彫られていて、味のある玄人向けなだんじりです。こちらは現在だんじり会館で保管されているんで、いつでも見ることができます。最後に私が所属する大手町です。このだんじりは何といっても泥幕の彫り物が3面とも素晴らしいんです。この彫り物が数ある岸和田型だんじりの中でも一番いいんじゃないかと私は思っております。で、最後に、祭りについてちょっとだけ触れておきたいと思います。岸和田の祭りはそんなだんじりが2日間街中を走りまくるという祭りです。一番の見どころはと言いますと、2日目の夕方です。走って交差点を勢いよく曲がることをやり回しと言うんですが、これがなかなか息が合わないんで、きれいに決まりません。でも、終わりが近づくと次第にボルテージが上がってきます。特に最後のやり回しに挑むときは気合が違います。1年の集大成をその一瞬にかける、その緊張感あふれるやり回しに祭りの醍醐味が詰まっているので、ぜひ注目してください。以上になります。本日はどうもありがとうございました。
Bravo, bravo. You guys need to unmute yourself. Hold on, unmute. There you go. Okay. Wow.
すごい。本当はもう質問いっぱいで知りたいっていっぱいなので溢れてるなんですけど、なんかちょっと本当に悔しくて時間で押されてるので、ぜひぜひまた今度もっとゆっくりもう一回話したいなと思いました。
はい、こちらこそお願いします。
あんまりもったいないな。
どうやって作ってるかとかすごい聞きたい
です。山ほどあるんですけど、ちょっと進行の都合上次に進ませていただかなくてはいかなくて、
ただし、なんか今日は世界中で見られてるので、なんかちょっとなんか味わってきたんじゃないかなと思いますね。やっぱり出ていただいて本当にありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
岸和田行きます。
イエーイ。
そして大阪からこちらこの時間指導しちゃってるけど。
So
Gifu
ですね。
Yeah, so we are kind of totally pressed for time, and which is a real shame because both Fukuji-san and I'm sure Yamada-san also, who is going to speak in a minute, are really amazing artists and craftsmen, and totally warranty, a session on their own. But at least you get a teaser and of the nice crazy people who live in Japan and yeah. So let's go on. Yamada-san, konnichiwa.
こんにちは。
はい、ありがとうございました。
楽しみに。
お願いします。
そう、すごいすごい。
ずっと待ってたんですよ。見たいです。
めちゃくちゃのチームが楽しみにしておりました。すいません、時間都合上、すぐプレゼンテーション始めていただかなくちゃいけないんですけども、よろしくお願いします。
はい、お願いします。My name is Kenji Yamada. I'm a tatami craftsman. Tatami is a unique Japanese rolling material. I developed the production method of pre-carved tatami mats. Today, I'd like to introduce my original tatami mat. This is a dragon tatami mat that I made. This is made out of 200 pieces tatami mats. I use only one color for this tatami, but you should see multiple colors. For example, green, dark green, light green, and white. If you turn on the ceiling light, it will look like one color because the angle of the tatami mat mesh are set differently, creating a variety of reflections. This makes the design look different. When viewed from the opposite side, If you stand in front, the dragon teeth appear white. And if you stand on the back side, the dragon teeth appear golden. If you are standing in the same place, but the light is shown from the right or from the left, the color will be reserved. The two pictures are the same tatami mats, but they should look different. It takes 4 months to make one room for this work. I can only make 2 pieces in one day. I'm working on this project alone. By the time the work is done, I have neck and back very pain. The material for tatami is igusa. Igusa is a natural green grass. It's a good material for the environment. It is grown in Kumamoto Prefecture. This is the traditional Japanese room. Tatami is usually laid out vertically and horizontally. You should see 2 colors, the reflection of light making 2 colors. This picture, you should see multiple colors, but this tatami is single color. These tatami have 4 angles, 0 degree, 45 degrees, 19 degrees, and minus 45 degrees. You should see 4 colors. They shine beautifully when illuminated by light. This is Japanese style hotel, so please come and see it when you come to Japan. I make a hexagonal tatami mat. It gets 3 colors: green, dark green, and light green. If you rotate the hexagon, you can change the color by the light. So you can create an infinite number of designs by rotating the hexagons. For example, marine mono design, skull design, fish design, and character design. It can produce any design. What does this look like? This is marine mono design. These are all same color. But do you see the 3 colors? What does this look like? This is skull design. Bones are green. The background is dark green. These are light green. Do you see it that way? Left picture is random design. Center picture is stripe design. Right picture is characters. This tatami is all same color, all single color. I am trying different designs, and I have provided them for private homes, temples, and Japanese hotels. In general, art decorates the walls, but my art decorates the floor. This is a new concept. In addition, I control the sunlight. I'm also studying the combination of igusa and other materials, for example, stone and wood. These will have new possibilities to be discovered in the future. I also made tatami benches that can be used with shoes on in order to expand the project to other countries in the future. These can be used for both walls and floors. This size is 80 centimeters. It is compact. This is also the same color Igusa. It can feel the beauty of sunlight, green and shining green and yellow green. I have a dream. I want to have a solo exhibition at the Palace of Versailles in France in the future. Thank you. Thank you very much. ありがとうございます。
Wow, amazing.
すごい。いやー、なんか素晴らしいですね。なんかベルサイユでソロエキシビション目指しましょう。
やりたいです。
ただすごい面積が広いじゃないですか。
はい。
すごい腰が痛くなるという
か。そうです。首と腰が痛くなります。はい。
いやでも素晴らしいですね。こんなユニークさで、でまたなんか、はい、さっきの福地さんと同じく本当は三田さんごめんなさい失礼しました。本当はいっぱい話したいんですけど、はい、なんか時間の問題でいろいろいっぱい、ね、伺いたいこといっぱいあるんですけど、すいません、時間の関係で。
とんでもないです。
本当にありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
はい、またお願いします。
Okay. Oh, just a second.
はい、じゃあここであれですね、アワー4も終わって、Thank you ありがとうございました。
We're going to have a quick poster break. Here we have some posters from Dayton in Ohio. Well, we're back. They're doing a really lovely event coming up after the pandemic. This one's in Dali in China. Yeah, that's just leading into where we're going next. Another really fantastic posters. They're kind of amazing. As I say, each week we get 3 or 4 fantastic posters. And this is Cotonou in West Africa. We'll be going there later. That's it for the posters for this hour. One more, Cotonou. One more Cotonou, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's Benin, West Africa. So pretty cool. So right now we're off to hour 5. And we're going to go from Gifu, where we just were, across to... We're going to the right place. We're going to
Guangzhou in the house.
China. Hi, Tom. Sorry we're late. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
We're sorry. Great to see you. Big hello over on that table. Sorry.
Wow, look at all the people. Hey, everybody. Thank you.
Ni hao.
Ni hao. Tom, are you? Hey, Michelle.
Hey, Michelle.
Hey, Tom.
Hello, Brian.
How's everybody in Guangzhou?
Yeah.
So cold.
Today it's a little bit cold and raining.
How's your hybrid event going? Hybrid event? Yeah, going good?
Yeah, it's good, quite good. It's in-house. It's warm.
Oh, good. Well, thank you for your patience, and thank you also to Penang, who's on standby. And Tom, without further ado, let's go ahead and get into your presentations, can we?
Yay.
Okay, Tom, introduce us to your first presenter.
Yes.
Oh, you?
Really?
Oh,
I'm the fourth one.
Well, okay.
You didn't follow my order.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tom.
I have arranged the 4. Yeah.
Okay, Tom. Tell me who the first one is. Can you tell me?
Dr. Jasmine Gong.
Okay, let me get there.
You know why I arranged her as the first presenter? Yeah, she's a co-founder of the Interculture, and today we organize the physical events on this special unique. Yes, this is her. It's the
first.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So I invite the Dr. Gong, or do you have anything to chat? Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, there's just good luck. And Jasmine, Dr. Gong is here with us. Is she online? Is she in your audience?
She's standing by me.
Okay, and she's gonna gonna come up and present with you. Okay. Well, thank you so much for taking the PK challenge. Hello.
Yeah, this is Dr. Dong. Yeah.
Yes, we can see you.
Okay.
All right, here we go. All right, the 20 slides are yours, Dr. Gong. Off to you.
Hi, everyone. This is welcome to Interculture Space. My name is Jasmine Gong, and Interculture Space is in this beautiful house of 400 years old, an ancestral in Huangpu village of Guangzhou. It's not moving. So we start again.
It's like something wrong with the
transmission.
Yeah, with I don't know the transmission or the PowerPoint.
Oh no. Okay. I'm so sorry about that. What's going on here?
You want to give us more time to present?
Yes. No,
Yes.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Why is there's oh no, I'm sorry. There's only one slide in here. Okay, just
I know so it's not easy for you to arrange so many presentations.
Yes, thank you for your patience. Can you Tom's presentations aren't in here. Oh goodness gracious.
Okay, if you need my first, there's no problem. I can send.
Let's do yours first. Let's do yours
you
first, Tom, and then we can.
Why are the
while you're doing that, Brian? Maybe can.
Okay.
Follow up. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure they have all the presentations or in audit.
Yeah, we got we have a data bank here, but I don't quite know what's happened to that one. I'm looking as well. Yeah. So trying to assist. So anyway, Tom, thank you so much. So Tom is also a really fan. And we've been to Guangzhou, and they hold the world record for the highest PechaKucha night held in there, 108 stores.
I'm so proud of Guangzhou. We have organized a PK event on the floor, on the highest floor. It's a 108 floor in the Guangzhou Rose Hotel. So that's amazing.
Let's try again. I think your slides were uploaded as MP4 files. I'm sorry about that, but let's just, I didn't press play on them. So let's try it once more. I'm sorry about that.
Which one? You want to try with Dr. Gong?
No, yeah, with Dr. Gong again. We'll try one more time. I'm so sorry.
Okay, no problem, no problem.
All right, here we go.
Take it easy.
All right,
easy.
Here we go.
Okay. Yeah, this is
there we go. All right, you're off.
Good. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Interculture Space. What you see on the picture is space.
Oh my God! Yeah.
I'm trying to get it. Okay, Doctor. Okay,
wouldn't mind. You have several.
Here's Dr. Gong. I'm so sorry. Here's our problem: is that we're going to see the ticker right here, unless it just disappears. But that's going to be. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Ready? 3, 2. Take a deep breath. Okay, and one more. I'm so sorry. Okay, go for it.
It's got the little asterisk next to Brian on the.
Okay, in 3, 2, 1.
Hello, everyone. Once again, welcome to Interculture Space. What you see on the picture is where Interculture Space is located. 400-year-old ancestral hall in Huangpu ancient village of Guangzhou. Isn't that beautiful? Okay, a short taxi ride from downtown Guangzhou to Interculture Space could be a long travel in time. Now Interculture Space is a hub for international cultural exchange. This is a different, aspect. Our motto is East meets West, business meets culture, and art meets science. For each of our events, we invite foreign artists interact with Chinese counterpart. 250-year birthday of Beethoven inspired us to hold an open-air concert in front of our space with Beethoven going jazz and rock and roll, with experimental theater and modern dance. Guangzhou is called the culinary capital of China. Like an old German saying goes, Liebe geht durch den Magen. So for each of our events, we organize either a dinner event or a cooking event, like Dinner in Darkness. Every one of us wants to live in a world, a burial-free world. So for our exhibition, Accessibility, we invited blind artist Xiao Jia to teach makeup and yoga. Marathon runner on wheelchair led us on a tour in Huangpu village. Faces of Germany, faces of Guangzhou. Behind each face is a moving story. Famous portrait artists from China, Xiao Quan, and from Germany, Carsten Sander, conducted dialogue on diversity in our space. Art meets culture. Austrian underwater artist Markus Sink worked together with Chinese anthropologist Zhou Lei and the founder of an NGO, My H2O Ren Xiaoquan. German philosopher Friedrich Hegel once declared the end of art. If so, how to explain the boom of conceptual art? Or Joseph Beuys? We love to discuss this kind of and many other questions. What we love most is doing interesting and meaningful projects with inspiring people. Interculture is doing what we love what we do. All you need is love. I hope one day you will join us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jasmine Dong, if I remember well, sorry. It's
Jasmine Gong.
Yes, that was very, I mean, interculture, yes, all the time and everywhere. And that's what PechaKucha is all about. And we love all the people like you who can kind of promote that even more. Because it makes life more interesting, it makes it more colorful and more positive and optimistic, I hope.
Very good.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
And sorry about all the delays.
We understand what it is now.
And it's.
But Tom knows what it's what it's like, you know. So Judy is next, I think. It may be the wrong order, Tom. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So over to you. Are we ready to go?
Judy, are you ready?
Yes, I'm okay.
Okay, do your best. Here you go. The 10 slides are yours.
Imagine what kind of animal your dad would look like. A gentle cat, a lazy pig, a grumpy lion, or a calm elephant. In my opinion, my dad is like a chameleon. This is my dad and I. He is a very, very interesting person. He has many different faces. So I think my dad is a little changeable, like a chameleon. He is very stingy. This is the razor he has used for 8 years, but he come there to slow away. There are so many such old things in my house. But sometimes my dad is very generous. He always brings gifts and snacks to me and my baby sister.
All righty. Now that was so cute, and thank you very much for sharing this.
Astrid, I'm sorry. We're going to try one more time. I'm so sorry. It's just these videos are a little tricky. I'm very sorry. We're gonna pick that up. I'm so sorry. It's just very tricky. I'm so sorry. We're working on it. Yes. We're gonna pick up in the middle of the video here. I'm so sorry.
It's okay, Brian.
Yeah, I know.
It's okay. There's a few little gremlins in the works today, but you did a great job so far. Okay,
Yay.
where do we get to?
Okay, so we're about right here. Is it? Oops, no.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, we're gonna start from here.
That's too early.
Okay.
Right.
Is this okay? We're gonna start again. I'm so sorry.
Good luck.
Okay, here we go. 3,
But sometimes
2, 1. Yep.
he often brings gifts. But sometimes my dad is very generous. He often brings gifts and snacks to me and my younger sister. And the money is enough for him to buy several new razors. My dad is forgetful and careless. He often confiscates his keys or his cell phone. When he found them, it was almost late for work. That might happen every day. My dad is very, very lazy. Oh no. My dad is sometimes very careful. It's the second time we went hiking. The pin on my back was open. It will pierce me accidentally. My dad found it and fixes carefully for me. My dad is very, very lazy. He always lies on the sofa and spends much time on his cell phone. Sometimes until the phone falls on his face, like this. But sometimes my dad is very generous, no matter how tired he is. After work, he also takes a bath for my baby sister and play with me. I think they are the best moments in my family. My dad is very strong. He always holds my sister in one hand and me in the other. By the way, guess who took all the pictures for us? Of course, that's my dearest mom. As you see, this is my whole family. We all love my dad, and I want to say these words in Cantonese. Lão Đồng ngón ai này, lão để xích sai này. I'm Judy in Guangzhou, China. Thank you for watching.
Wow, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good.
It's absolutely clear that you love your dad. Yeah, I mean, comparing him to a chameleon is so sweet. And you did the whole presentation in English, so well done.
That was fantastic. Yeah.
Well done.
I wish my children would do a presentation like that about me. Yeah, I wonder what they'd say. I'm going to ask them to find out what it. If I definitely sleep on my cell phone. No, that's fantastic.
Thank
really
you
well
so
done.
much.
Okay. How are you, Brian?
Yeah,
it's great. We're getting through this nicely. And Xiao, how do we pronounce your first name? Xiao Yip.
Xiao Yip, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay,
Wow.
do your best and thank you so much. All right, here we go in 3, 2, 1.
Okay, Ohio, I'm Ye Zhou in Canton, China, and it's my pleasure to have the short presentation here in PechaKucha and share my outdoor adventure, love for nature, born to explore. I would like to introduce my friend to you, SUP, stand-up paddling. It seems that it's stuck again. Okay, so it's a water sport with paddle and board. In this way, you can stand in any water you like. For its safety and easy to start up, it can cover the age from 6 years olds to no limits. Also, you can try sub yoga or sub surfing if you can handle it. Work hard, pedal fast. In the past few years, I was tackled with the paddleboard. I won several medals in and aboard the races and won the first runner-up in the Asian Championship, and also operate some races in China and became the well-known IP. You can imagine this is the pictures you can see when you are on the sub tour. It's a new way for me to explore the local culture and enjoy the great nature. It's no doubt that these are the pictures in Shenzhen. You can paddle with a herd of fish. If you're lucky enough, sometimes you may see a whale in distance. What are you hesitating for? Come and paddle with us. But sometimes you may feel hurt sometimes. The white pollution is everywhere in the time zone. The plastic is traveling with the float. The worldwide interconnected ocean needs our care and attention. Nobody can do everything, but everyone can do something. So we start to do the beach cleaning when we do our paddling. Paddle for the planet. These are the pictures in Hong Kong Llama Island. That is a bride, but made of ocean plastic. And maybe other girls will have a collection on the lipstick colors, but I prefer the blue files, the navy blue, cadet blue, reddish blue. Which one do you like it? Get a screenshot and share with me. And beside the sun-kissed color and healthy body, I also harvest my Mr. Right and on my way exploring. And woodworking, kayaking, and rock climbing. He had endless power and unconditional love to support me.
Hi.
And for the COVID-19, life was struggling these 2 years. If it's possible, just go outside and sneeze the breeze of the fresh air. The sun is free, the smile is free, the love from the nature is free. Life is full of love, born to explore.
Well done. Wow, that's so powerful.
Yes, yes. Kind of.
That's great to see you.
Not so sure if I feel safe the stand up paddling next to a whale though. Has that happened to you?
Can you pardon again?
When you did SUP paddling, did you see a whale before next to a whale?
I see a turtle, the sea turtle before.
Wow.
Okay.
Oh,
that's also amazing.
Oh, well done, well done. You're quite right. It's a very nice way of exploring nature in different places. It's so quiet as well. Well done on that, and especially on cleaning up the nice blue waters from not so nice colored stuff.
Yeah, I like your idea. Nobody can do everything, but everybody can do something. It's a real nice thing to remember. Thank you for such a wonderful sentiment for us to remember today.
Love of nature. Go for it. Thank you so much.
Okay, who's next, Tom?
Yeah.
Tom, are you next? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the last one.
Okay. God, Tom, I'm so
thank you
so much. Yeah. I'm so happy you're here.
Yes.
Okay, Tom, a short one. Iron Man, Mr. Iron Man. Are you ready, Tom? It's a fast one. You got to go fast, okay? But I know you're a pro at that. Okay, Tom, the 10 by 10 is yours.
Yeah. Yes. Hi, everyone. Greetings from Guangzhou. I'm a triathlete. I love cycling very much. And cycling is a kind of my life. I have a super cool TT bike and a road bike. I rode TT bike only for triathlon races and cycling training. I do some cycling training at home, but bike to improve my cycling skill and power. Love to participate in the early bird ride on every Thursday morning, but it's a little quite challenge to wake up earlier. Yes, it's still very dark when we ride local street. It's good feel. When we finish the ride around in the very dark, see I'm a number 5. So I also like ride the high mountain riding. It is so hard, but I love the moment to see the landscape, to see the city at the top of the mountain. To find a coffee, to find a good restaurant, is also another kind of super happy thing. So because we wrote on the first day of 2020 is a way to welcome the new year. So I love Jesus Michael. Like a big family, I would like to say the best wishes to everyone in the year of Tiger. Thank you.
Wow, Tom.
Yes.
That's great to get an insight.
Yeah, it's a very, very short.
Amazing. Not just cool bikes. You're a cool rider. You're really cool.
And they're cool uniforms as well, yeah?
Everything's cool about that.
Orange is the color.
Yeah, and also kind of, it's you got to ride further and further next year, yeah, 2023 kilometers. Oh my, amazing.
Okay, thank you, Astrid. Thank you, Mark, and thank you, Brian. We're so happy to see you on the Zoom. And we also why we love the PechaKucha, because it brings the kind of the spirit to people, the love, and it's like the theme, the love and the optimism. We're so happy. So everyone, every presenters, they present their stories from the bottom of their hearts. And
no, we could tell that.
We can feel that kind of the energy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you all the presenters and everybody there in your event. I know doing hybrid is tough as well. So bye everybody.
Hey, bye everybody. Thank you.
Okay, bye bye.
Bye
bye. Okay.
Okay, well done. Woo! Okay, moving swiftly along. We go from, we've got the wrong, we're going to Guangzhou to Penang in Malaysia. I'll get the titles right next time. Hey, B, are you around? Who's there?
Hi, guys. Can you hear me?
Sorry, we're running a bit late.
No worries. You guys doing great. I checked on 12. Everything started on time.
Okay. Very good. So how is it? Yeah, it's very obviously very warm there still, yeah?
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, how come you're wearing a hat?
Oh no, the presenter.
That's from Guangzhou. Friends from Guangzhou, Tom. Hi.
We'll turn off their camera. That's okay. That's okay.
Yeah, how are you? Anyway, lovely.
It's summer all year in Penang, Mark and Astrid.
Hi. Hi.
Lovely to see you.
Yeah, and all your fantastic graphics as always. Yeah. So.
We follow the yellow theme. I even went to look for a red shirt. I had another one with a tiger on it. So thanks guys for having Penang on the marathon.
No, it's our pleasure. You're again a very important city. You always have very fantastic and professional events. And and I know Brian works with you quite a lot. And
you have a lot of PechaKucha love.
Passion.
Thank you, Brian, as well. I know he's working really hard. You're looking more relaxed now.
No, it's just we learn. We all learn something every time we do this again. It's a learning experience for us all, and that's so fun too.
We have here with us is two presenters from Penang, Professor Dr. Mokhtar and Mandy Mong.
Wonderful.
Hi, Prof and Mandy.
Hi.
Hi, everybody. Well, without further ado, B, let's go ahead and introduce your first presenter.
Okay, I'll just make it quick. So Prof. Mokhtar has been an expert. He's our first archaeologist in Malaysia. So he's very well known over here in our part of the country. And he's been in archaeology, a very rare area of interest in our PechaKucha. He's been doing this for 20 years. So in 2017, Prof. Dr. Mokhtar discovered a 5,000-year full person skeleton in this part of Penang called Guakapa.
Wow.
So I thought for this year's theme of Love My Job, I think Prof. Mokhtar is a prime example of, he's still going strong at his time now. So I hand over the stage to Prof. Mokhtar for your 20 slides on Guakapa.
Thank you very much, Dee. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome.
We like your yellow cabinet behind you.
Okay, the 20 slides are yours.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the site classification of the site is shell midden, the cultural deposit, all from the shell, waste, food waste that they put it in one place, become midden. So Guakapa in Malay is mean guar is the mound and the kapa is one type of the shell. So this site was found in 1840s by the British during the British time. So site A, site B, and site C. And in 2008, surveyed again this site, found if any remains of the site itself, because it's mentioned that the site, the height of the site is about 18 feet, 6 meter height, with full of this type of shell, especially the meretrix, full of this, and this shell is continuous until today. The fishermen sell nearby market. So it's a unique area. So from the paleo environment studies, we locate during 5,000 years ago, the site just nearby to the sea. Right now is about 8 kilometers away. The site is just nearby Georgetown, Penang. It's about half an hour, but you have to cross the Penang Bridge. It's open site, full of shell. So this is my picture in 2008, where we still found the remains of the site in 2008, and I sent some of the sample, in situ sample, not disturbed, and get the dating is about 5,000 to 6,000 years ago. So these are the culture during the Neolithic period, where the people with the pottery. These are the excavation in 2010 at the remains of the site. We opened more than 100 square trenches, one by one, and we found the remains just 1 meter left, actually more than 6 meter height. So these are all the trenches you can see here, and it's full of the seashell, the remains of seashell. This one type of culture during the Neolithic period, where they stay more to show that there are more to the marine adaptation. These are the association of the artifacts, where in the seashell, where we can find the stone tools, the pottery, the other food remains, wild boar. We also found some bones during the 2010 excavation. This is an example of human bone during 2010 excavation, but not complete in 2010. And from the earlier research recorded 40 skeleton from this site, A, B, and C, and all the skeleton in Leiden Museum right now. So this one is 2017 excavation, where we found the skeleton. You can see the right corner on the top is where we found what we call a spinning woman, 5,000 complete skeleton, associated with the pottery very clear. And on the left is the mound, still the mound of the foot of the mound. This is the skeleton, 5,000 years skeletons with associated with the pottery. You can see it at the left corner. Pottery is flex burial, and full with the shell and other food remains. This how we detect the female or male from the standard management. So we got is a female. This standard how we measured to know the male and female and others. For example, the height after this. This is the height. We measured the long bone from the standard. We know it's about 150, 152 centimeters, about 5 to 5.2 feet. And then the age of the teeth, based on the teeth measurement, the wear analysis, then we found that this Penang woman is about 30 to 35 years old only, we're quite young. So the gender is female, the height is about 150 to 152, and the age 30 to 35 years old. So this add up another 40 skeleton in Leiden. So right now the Kokopah reveals about 42 skeleton, Neolithic skeleton. These others all the shells, mound, dominance metric, first one. The second one, sorry, the second one, and all other the seashell components. Just imagine about 80 feet height. These are the food remains that we found, the wild boar, the suits, and also stone tools, and also the pottery. Skeletons really associate with the pottery. We compare to other parts of the world. This is in Sumatra, one of the sites in Serunai Aceh. We can see still 5 to 10 feet height, the shell midden, still not disturbed yet. And also shows that this I'm done the study in ethnoarchaeology in Senegal, where we still found the community still running with the same activity, collect the shell, and it's the shells, when they get the flesh out and the remains of the shell become a mound, and the mound was used also as a burial site for the Muslim and the Christian. This is my Penang woman, 5,000 years ago. Thank you very much. Allow me to share the data.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you so much.
Pretty heavy stuff there, guys. Was it too intense?
I'm curious to know what the emotion of a dig is like. When you find when you discover something, what do you feel?
For archaeologists looking for the skeletons, it's really our dreams, Once you found the skeleton, it's answered everything.
Wow.
And is it quite unusual? Is this quite an unusual find in this area? Something like this?
Not really, because our weather is really, the conservation is very bad for open site, except in the cave. So we're really lucky.
Yeah, okay. Wow. That's so interesting, yeah.
Yeah. And they found it during a construction of a temporary building, right, Prof?
Yep. There will be a museum in the future. You can come and visit.
To cover it all, so you can kind of actually get a feel of the site and almost leave them untouched in there.
Yeah. It's quite interesting in Japan. If we found on one of our sites a feudal house that was many hundreds of years old, and we have to stop construction for 9 months while they could excavate and look, and then they covered it over again, and maybe in 20, 30 years time when they rebuild the property again, it will have to be held for 9 months while they dig some more out. Yeah, so right. Quite interesting.
No, pretty amazing.
I want to offer a funny anecdote. I have a background in photography, and the reason I do is because in my college days, I took one archaeology course, and on the very first day, the professor said, we need to have one documenter of everything we find, somebody who has a camera, and I volunteered to do the camera, and that allowed me to not have to dig holes all day long. And I thought, oh, this is easy. I think I prefer this job much more than digging. So I know it's a lot of hard work. So I salute all of your staff and your team, and I wish you best of luck on future excavations, and good luck. Be wonderful.
Thank you.
Yeah, good luck. Be
Thank
wonderful.
you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yep. Bye-bye.
I think you did well. I think he didn't really need to rehearse, so I kept calling, and then are you going to be all right with 20 slides? Because he used to give long lectures in academic conference. So and I'm giving him only 6 minutes 40 seconds. So he's a great sport. Very sporting.
Okay.
So,
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Prof. You can stay on. Then you can also check out our next presenter, Mandy Mong. She is born, bred in Penang, a Penangite, we call ourselves. Mandy is very talented. Her works are immensely creative, evokes multiple types of emotions. But interestingly, she's trained as a graphic designer and multimedia. But she has since pursued her full-time, her passion in painting and illustration. So well done, Mandy, for listening to your heart. I will hand over to you to share with us your works and your latest upcoming collection.
Okay.
Over to you, Mandy.
Okay.
Okay, Mandy, the 20 slides are yours.
Thanks. Hi. Okay, so the one on the left was one of my earliest portraits drawing done in pencil. And the painting on the right was painted in oil. It was also my first experience in using this medium. I'm also a self-taught artist. This was my first solo exhibition in 2016 called Songs and Strokes, held at G Hotel Penang. I created this series when I was going through a challenging time in my personal life. The collection touched on self-love, embracing pain, and the importance of finding inner strength during tough times. In 2017, local and international artists were hired to create a bunch of murals to help beautify the surroundings inside a new housing development in Kedah. This was my first outdoor mural depicting my son trying to grab some afternoon snacks. The following year, I was hired to help assist Year 4 students from a local international school who were learning about street art and to help to paint a mural in their school compound using their own children's drawings and sketches. The teachers helped with the outlines the night before, and the following morning, the students came in separate groups to help fill in the colors. On that same year, I took my mural adventure to Shoreditch, London, which is a haven for street art. I painted a portrait of Dick Van Dyke from Mary Poppins. I completed that mural on the same day, but it was painted over the next few days, which is common. And on the right was a commission from a local Malay restaurant called Irama Dining. This was another outdoor mural that I completed for Cuba Park, a place for locals to hang out and take lots of pictures for Instagram. My friend Nadia was kind enough to agree to be my muse for this project. Unfortunately, Cuba Park had closed down, and this mural is not accessible to the public anymore. Both of these murals were done specifically for a night setting. On the left, I was required to requested to paint iconic musicians who had passed on. And on the right, we've got some glow-in-the-dark effects that created this cool and young vibe for the young adults and hipsters. This was by far the largest and the last one I did up till today, and also the most challenging one due to the scale. I was only able to work on in the mornings till around noon due to the heat from the sun. I managed to complete this within the promised time frame, and most importantly, the client was happy with the result. Selfish series was a series of self-portraits where I used my own life experiences and encounters as insights. Selfish was done in conjunction with Open Studios Penang in 2020. In this series, my paintings were inspired by various art styles, and I use it to push my own personal narratives through metaphorical imagery. This was an interactive piece of artwork that was painted on wood from trees that fell during a typhoon that had hit Penang in 2018.
This piece touches on how our speeches and words often gets taken out of context. Each piece of wood has a magnet attached on the back, and viewers can move the pieces around or try to solve the puzzle. This was one of the 7 scene series painting that touches on greed that I did for a group exhibition. It's a mixed media painting done in acrylics, collage, and air clay. I created realistic looking popcorns and glued them onto the painting to elevate its visual appeal. This painting was about envy from the same series. I wanted to capture the intricacy of lace and use it to metaphorically represent the delicate and complexity of human behavior and emotions, and contrast it with the bold, colorful snake to portray the toxic nature of envy. Early 2020, right around when the first lockdown happened, I chanced upon a YouTube video about towel art. What I knew about towel art was the cheesy ones you always see from hotels. But the more I watched, the more curious I got in trying to remake them using Malaysian batik, also commonly worn from all walks of life, from commoners to prime ministers. I put this diagram together to show how this towel art series, which is called Orikata, came about. It took me some time to pinpoint the core origins of different inspirations that played important roles, that when combined together, it became my daily purpose and passion project throughout the lockdown. This was the first batik piece I made. Staying true to towel art principle, I always start with a square or rectangle shaped batik cloth and then fold it into the desired animal until I am satisfied and convinced before I proceed further. For me, this is the most important part of the whole process. Due to the thinness of the fabric, I have to alter the thickness in certain areas by adding additional small towels and use sculpting wire on the inside when I need additional support or bend it in a certain way. I would then take lots of photos and choose the best one to use as my reference. Once I've decided on the best reference photo to use, I will make slight adjustments of the image in Photoshop. My favorite part of the whole process is seeing them coming alive on canvas in scales that are sometimes 5 to 10 times bigger than the actual sculpture. Apart from paintings, I managed to complete the whole collection in pencil illustrations on a smaller scale of the same animal that I had painted. I've also incorporated the actual batik cloth that I had used for that particular animal as the frame for each illustration. This is the biggest one that I had just completed earlier this month. This horse was painted on a black canvas instead of a white one in a completely different mood setting compared to the rest of the collection. Orikata Tales will be exhibited as my 3rd solo next month here in Penang. Today is actually the day I make the announcement for this exhibition in my social media platforms, and I'm glad and honored to be able to share my art journey and process with everyone here. Thank you.
Wow. That was awesome.
What do you guys think?
Thank you.
Wow. Dave, we got the exclusive. The exclusive on that.
Yeah.
Nice. Thank you, Mandy.
I've just got my daughter is at home and watching it on YouTube. Is just texting me, wow. That's very cool.
Thank you.
Beautiful work. Amazing.
I like the way you kind of appropriate the towel folding art for your own, but where something 3-dimensional then becomes back 2-dimensional.
Yeah.
Yeah. The colorful actually then becomes just pencil, and it looks so amazing.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah, I've been working on it, for 2 years, and we've planned for exhibitions, in the last 2 years, but everything, the stars never aligned because of the lockdown.
Oh, they will soon, I think.
Yeah.
Come to Tokyo.
Yeah, she's gonna go international.
Yeah, come to Tokyo.
Yeah, or even a smaller. There's some potential places we know that would be good, I think. Yeah. So let's keep in touch after this, and that would be. afterwards.
Yeah,
But
because it's interesting because it has a connection with the Japanese culture and it's
Right.
yeah,
Orikata.
Yeah,
Orikata. Yeah.
There you go. All righty. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank
No-
you,
Mandy.
Thank you.
B, nice job.
Thank you, guys.
Good
I hope you
carry.
enjoyed our
Good.
two presenters from Penang.
we look forward to lots more PechaKucha nights with you in 2022.
Yeah, we'll
B.
do more. We keep in touch. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Bye, B. Thank you
Thank
so
you, Mandy.
much.
Thank you, Prof. Okay. Good luck to the
Wow.
next one.
Top
Good
of
luck,
the
guys.
hour. So we've just got a few posters just to take a breather. I think you've got to press it one more time, Brian.
Yeah,
Here
here we go.
And
Okay.
then one more time and it should go.
Oh, we're going.
Yeah, so again, really lovely posters. This is Christchurch, always make excellent posters. And you can see they're on their 42nd volume over there in 33rd volume here. I think this is they've had quite a few last year, dodging COVID. And then Chicago, this is one of Peter Exley's fantastic drawings and fantastic poster. So yeah, as I say, it's always it's brilliant to see the creativity from all around the world and it not branded as a single event. We love to see the local creativity
And diversity in its creativity.
So top of the hour, Brian, we're a quarter of the way through.
Oh, wow.
It feels like we should be halfway, but anyway, welcome to hour 6 of International PechaKucha Day. And we're going to go from Penang to Tomsk in Russia.
Dun, 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 dun.
Hope you like the new graphics. That helps it, yeah. There
Yeah,
we go.
we're a little behind, but I think we're going to get caught up. So thanks, B, thanks for the last hour for getting us back on track, and thanks for Tom's for a little bit of patience. And we're going to get to it. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Let's just say hi real quick. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Great to see you all. We have
Great to see
several
you.
screens here. I've got that. So, very nice to meet. What time is it with you in Tomsk right now?
3 p.m.
2 p.m. Okay, yeah, it's where are we? We're 5 p.m. here.
Yeah.
So we're really excited to see your presentations, and we're really happy that you're a part of the PechaKucha Night community, international community. It's really fantastic. My wife is Russian, so but my Russian will avoid me speaking any Russian. Okay, that's the wise.
Come on,
Okay,
Mark.
thank you for having us.
Okay.
So,
Okay, can I start?
Yes.
yeah, off you go.
Are you ready,
Yeah.
Anna? Yeah.
Yes, I am.
All right, let's do it.
And good afternoon, everyone. We are working at the Siberian Design Center and with the research in this field. We want to share the optimism and love for men that Soviet designers had. That is why they created various projects for the future.
Hold on, Brian.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure that Anna's on camera with us. Do we have Anna on camera? I don't. Oh, there you.
Sorry.
And now is Elizaveta who started the presentation.
I see. Okay, so should I?
Elizaveta is starting. Unfortunately, she fell sick today, so you just need to imagine the most beautiful girl in the world.
Oh. Okay. In that case.
Yeah, and everything will be great. So.
Okay. Well, then, one more time. Here we go. The 20 slides are yours. Sorry about that. One more time. 3, 2, 1.
Good afternoon. We are working at the Siberian Center and with the research in this field. We want to share the optimism and love for men that Soviet designers had. That is why they created various projects for the future. First of all, we are going to talk about how the Soviet people were passionate about the future. Their work extended to various fields. It is a cinema, theater, fantasies about the future, transport, architecture, and art. We focused most of all on the post-Second World War period, because this period is characterized by a great deal of attention to science and technology. Technology and equipment attracted Soviet people and formed a new culture. This culture can be divided into two main categories. First of all, amateurs. Special scientific literature was created to amateur scientific creativity. So it consists of books, journals of interests, newspapers with innovative ideas, and so on. The second large audience were young people and children. Books with varied degrees of art were created for them. It was a very fairy tales, science fiction to children, fantasy, and so on. All of this material gone to the movies for older people. A lot of fantasy movies have been created. Now it's considered cinema classics. At the end, it was all transformed into interesting objects. This one could not exist at the moment, but it could appear in the future. They show the fantasies of Soviet citizens about new products. It will make humans' life more simply. For example, a kitchen machine that would make a boy's favorite dish in the 21st century. The culture of science and technology, society, and dreams about better future have formed new directions of industrial design. These ideas and directions was popular in the Soviet Union. In the Soviet Union, industrial designers engaged in various activities. Designing products, studying economics, and environmental design. Environmental design connected with creation of a space for work and the recreation of Soviet citizens. A large number of objects looked ordinary in the 1950s and 1960s. They were similar to international analogs and generally had no special fantasies. A special institute emerged in the 60s. It united the efforts of industrial designers all over the Soviet Union. It included a large research department for the study of design methodology. Special Institute is connected with cooperation not only of the Soviet Union, but also abroad. Thanks to the emergence of a centralized institute, the design went from the creation of single products to the creation of whole complex systems. At this time, it was possible to create interesting new products and ideas for the future. So, design programs have appeared as a complex solution which related to the social culture complex. It is a set of strategic tools and solutions to address a declared problem.
Okay, we also would like to thank Isoleta for taking part in this event because she's getting ill, initially. So we are to continue the presentations and to talk about the Soviet programs. A good example of such program in industrial design can be the program called Elektromera. It was created from 1933 to 1978. Its main goal was to reduce the total number of devices that were produced throughout the Soviet Union at different factories and that were included into the general system of industrial level of electronic devices. And during this period, 1,500 devices were produced. The designers reduced the total number of devices by dividing them into 4 levels, reduced the number of cases by 12 times, and also reduced the number of additional devices that could complete the main device by 4 times. If in the 70s it was primarily beneficial from a particular point of view and intended for factories and ministries, then in the 1980s, more conceptual and futuristic goods began to appear, not related to the current economic goals, but looking into the future. The people who created the design of the program used a variety of different tools, such as diagrams, graphs, sketches, layouts, and sometimes even prototypes that could be used to do the user experience research. And you may ask, what was the difference between the Soviet design and the others? The Soviet design was associated with a large scale up to the state. The design program was developed in conjunction with the planned economy. Commercial success did not play a role. The projects were primarily social and aim at the person and his interests. The work of the designers had received international recognition, and some Soviet projects were developed at the international forums that took place around the world and in the Soviet Union. So this is the end of the first part, and we would like you to ask you to let us finish the presentation and then give you an opportunity to ask the question. So here we can start the presentation number 2.
Okay, yeah, one moment here. Let's do that. Very interesting. This is an interesting notion here. Okay, we're gonna stop the first one. And let's go to.
It's so interesting so far. Lots of great comments.
Wow.
But we'll let you go and we'll.
So to be continued. Yeah, interesting. I think this is bending the rules of PK, but I'm into it. I like it. Here we go. Here we go.
Okay, now we will talk about the design programs of the 1980s and how they influenced the design of the future. In the 80s, programs developed in various fields from household to infrastructural products such as transport, personal, and public, as well in the field of recycling and the use of the secondary resources and smart house system. Design programming included not only the personal experience of individuals engineers, but also the experience of the whole state that served these processes. When creating design projects, the need of the society and the individuals were taken into the account. This is the similar concept of service design, which appeared at the same time and which is trending now. So it is used in the practice of strategic analysis when they study the user interfaces and product interaction with the customer. So we can also say that the design of the program is similar by definition to the service design. The person who made a great contribution to the development of the Soviet programming design was Dmitry Azrikan. He was the head of the strategic development and program design sector at the University Elizabeth mentioned NITE. He did a lot of research in the strategic development, and today we will talk about 3 of his projects. There are 2 different directions in the programming design. The first one is environmental programs. These programs were created in the Soviet Union, and they are still used on the territory of the modern Russian Federation. And for example, the small architecture forms like 2-story airports. And the second are product creation systems. It has 2 directions. The first one is customization, and the second one, interchangeability. For example, here in the slide, you can see a bicycle design project was the use of the parts that could be replaced in order to assemble a model for a suitable age. And the Soviet design programs primarily took into account the needs of the user. So engineers created portraits of the audience to meet their possible needs in the future. And now I want to give a word to my colleague Anna, and she'll continue our presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks.
Wow.
Thanks a lot, Miron. Yeah, and I will the one who will finish that huge presentation dedicated to design programming. So the user-centered approach was crucial in systematic design, and designers came up with more than 12 different groups in audio recorded design strategy. And at the end of the day, they came up with 4 different collections that formed all the range of the music devices, from classical turntables and high-tech recorders to almost childish music accessories and somehow outdoor Walkman-like products, something like that. Despite the fact that the main function was the same, they were completely different. And from my personal point of view, their best one definitely was a Seigak outdoor player. It's suitable for camping and sports activities. They made a great work in order to deliver a drop-resistant and robust design, shown through massive proportions without sacrificing the aesthetics and high functionality. Wow. Their music player followed several global trends that are still actual nowadays. It's a modular device, it's mobile, and really corresponds to the environment through form, materials, and finishes, and so on. That makes it look still neat and desirable despite that many of years have passed. That design program marks the beginning of another ambitious project that shown a huge series of communication projects of the 21st century, something like wearable technologies, vehicle communicators, and a smart home concept. These products predicted a huge trend in the 2010s. This is Sphinx, a surprisingly accurate smart home system, and you absolutely can recognize all the products and their functions. They supposed to use all the information on one controller, and there was no internet, no smartphones, but we have all the products describing Alexa, iPhone, or Bluetooth connection. The last but not least, I would like to mention another design program. It's an international design project started in Yerevan and was finished in Leningrad or St. Petersburg. It's the future of watches and explores how differently people of the future will use watches as accessory or as a wearable technology. This project presents modern wearable smart devices, and Leningrad designers both made some up-to-date products like electronic watches. You can still buy them nowadays on the left of the slide, and transparent electronic rubber watches that can only be produced with nowadays technology. So it's more futuristic and one of my favorites. So futuristic Soviet design was unique, raised on the scientific and user-centered culture, and had practical outcomes. However, as designers, we can't use the quite same methods exactly nowadays. Why? No, first of all, we live in a capitalist global economy, but we have other reasons why we can work the time. And the most exact reason that we live nowadays in a global world, it's uncertain and volatile. So current pandemics clearly show that. So working as a VUCA world designers requires more adaptable solutions that requires and considers both feasibility, cost effectiveness, and sustainability that wasn't quite important 30 or 40 years old. Nevertheless, systematic design futuristic made a huge impact on new research and practice disciplines in the 21st century, like strategic design, design thinking, user experience design, or server design that we have mentioned earlier. And it's great if you are amazed and would like to know a little bit more about Soviet program design, you should check out the research made by Olga Druzhinina. We used some of her pictures in our presentation. There's a lot of information in Russian, and also there is a book on English with Moscow Museum Design about Soviet design and NITE. Thank you so much for being with us through this design adventure. We hope you discovered new names and projects, and they will felt inspired for new products. Feel free to contact us on our website or social media to share your feedback on Soviet design approach driven by love for the humanity and optimism for the future. And thank you so much. We hope we could communicate a little bit more.
Wow. Wow, bravo. Oh, Mark, you're on mute. You're on mute. Mark, you're on mute.
Yeah, that's amazing. There's so much to talk about.
That's a whole university course in two PechaKuchas.
Seriously.
No, but it's always amazing how in the 60s and 70s there was this sort of positivity and futurism, science fiction, then futuristic design, and especially when you were kind of slightly cut off from the rest of the world. There was this development that was just internal and kept it so pure. And I think some of those designs there were totally amazing. Really so cool. Really looking forward to looking more into this because of your presentation.
But also, I mean, I somehow remember Sphinx. That it was this kind of really cool keyword of new technology, all linking together. And it's kind of, and Sphinx was like, yeah. So having it heard right now again, it was very nostalgic in a way.
Yes, great. And I hope maybe you have seen some kind of exhibitions held by Moscow Design Museum that they used in London and if I'm not mistaken, in the Netherlands somewhere.
Right.
They do a great work on digitalizing all the Soviet design heritage, because we don't have quite a lot in the internet. So I think so that maybe as Russian presenters, we should definitely share some things we really love about our heritage in design. And it was great, and it was internationally recognizable. People do communicate with each other through their Now it's called the World Design Organization on their interdesign seminars. So yeah, and quite a lot of the products were presented on that seminars. So I guess that's what makes it really great and feel proud for ourselves.
Tom, we're expecting part 3 and part 4 in IPK 2023.
Great.
Okay. So please start planning right now. Thank you so much to Tom.
Thank you.
We're going to keep going.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
And without further ado, okay. And let's see, where are we going next? Dun, 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 dun.
Yerevan.
How far do we have to go to Yerevan?
Right there.
All right, there we go. Oh, look at that little city layout.
Yeah, it's
very
interesting
cool.
plan, huh? It's been fascinating making these and looking at them all, but there's a bit of a Star Wars plan going on there.
Yeah, seriously.
Anyway.
Well, hold on. Before we just get right into it, let's just say hello to all our presenters. Oh,
hi, yeah.
Hi, everybody from Yerevan. So happy to have you all here. Thanks for coming.
Hello.
Hello, and I understand we've lost Mariana today. Who's Arturo's taking over, correct? Yeah, as host. Or maybe I'm mistaken. Hello, maybe I'm mistaken.
Hello, this is Yerevan speaking. My name is Artem.
Artem, yeah, Artem. Okay. So Artem, thank you for joining us, and thank you for curating. I think also you have 2 amazing presenters that you've architecture centric. And you know, PechaKucha has its roots in architecture. It's basically to keep architects from talking too much. So you know, so
we will hear from 2 architects today with full-blown 2020 presentations.
Great.
Since we are a bit behind the schedule, without further ado, I'd like to introduce our first speaker, Shahe Simonian. Born in Ethiopia and educated in Australia, Shahe is now based in Armenia, where he is overseeing national and international projects for TUMO Center for Creative Technologies as the head of construction. That's it. Shahe, you're on.
Shahe, the 20 slides are
yours. Hi. Hello, team. How are you? Love the PK story. Okay, welcome from Armenia, in particular Yerevan, the capital city. Coincidentally, today actually is the day we gift books in honor of the famous children's poet Tumanyan, whose name actually was the inspiration behind Tumo's very own name. Yerevan is the birthplace of Tumo, and what you just saw was this amazing technological space, but all spaces aren't the same, and they're designed around students. This adjunct Tumo Studios, which is an analog version of Tumo, caters to fashion design, etc. in a set in an old building. Very little is done to this space, really just about technical additions and lights. Not too dissimilar, this former theatre, redesigned by Bernard Curie as an adaptive reuse, reimagines this old theatre as the second biggest Tumo in Armenia. Everything new, it's very clear, it's red edition and sets itself apart from what's old. What's amazing about this, obviously the colour and the red set it amongst the landscape, but in particular the reflection of the city beyond in the mirrored awning roof. The roof is a public space, it's accessible to everybody, and also serves as a public amphitheatre for students who are doing outdoor learning or presentations. But the wow is the interior spaces, these self-learning spaces where students learn at their own pace, with colleagues, with peers. It's an amazing place that sets students apart and transforms them really from their everyday. It sets them into a new reality, more aligned to the pathways they're taking in education. This is what we call a Tumobile. There's various versions of this device, but basically it's sort of like a cocoon, if you can imagine, a place where students can curl up, run the course of their education at their own pace. If they want to, they can hook up with other people. We have Tirana here, which is a similar sort of flexible space. The machines here are really just hanging seats and pillows on the floor. And equally, students are free to take a space, take a comfortable zone, which they can call home. Students throughout this process learn at their own pace. Bernard Curie's design in Paris for our two-mobile here was designed so that we could create a very flexible space. Paris two-mo is very small. And at one point, when we need the space for a presentation, all these two-mobiles rise up and we have a very clear space. So what's on the drawing board? We were very fortunate to work with many designers and architects across the globe, and MVIDV being one of them, reimagining the former pyramid of Albania in Tirana. It used to be a mausoleum, but will soon become the home of Tumo, Tirana. The design is very interesting because it keeps the pyramid form, which is accessible up to the roof, but within it and amongst it a series of boxes which cater to the educational requirements of Tumo. Workshop spaces, public spaces, amphitheaters, and the bleacher spaces. All of these are interconnected and public. And really the amphitheater space has become almost a hallmark of Tumo because it creates an opportunity for workshop and presentations, a forum for students to talk to one another, a place where we can gather, present to parents, introduce the concepts that are Tumo. But Tumo isn't really only about interior spaces. The exterior is very important as well. Moscow Tumo is a very good example. This mesh screen conceals what is in fact a very interesting and interrelated series of spaces within. Kiev, our recent Tumo Center, which opened last year, is a great building. It's the former armory of Kiev in Ukraine. It's a dry pressed building with vaulted arches, and using these spaces and the series of interconnecting vaults, we were able to unite all of the student programs. You may or may not have heard, but we are trying to expand into all the regions of Armenia, including the smallest village. And our concept for this is the Tumo box, a series of 3 containers pulled together to create pretty much what is like, a green lantern that's landed into a small village that has probably never seen anything like it before, but it has all the tech. And it's that interesting thing about a user-focused experience where we can create spaces which are individual to everybody, and a student can find a place that they really feel comfortable to take them through the pathways of learning that the IT team have developed. Our most recent completion is an old Soviet building in Armenia, in Yerevan, next to Tumo here in the center. It's a round building, probably we figured designed in the 60s or 70s, but we've reimagined it to create a circular ramp that makes every level accessible. It's the home for Tumo Labs, which in the future will move to this location, which is a brand new building, part of the EU Convergence Center, designed by MVIDV. It's effectively a tower, skyscraper, put on its side, cantilever across the edge of the gorge, looking directly at Mount Ararat. And from inside, these amazing spaces, which are constructed of a series of modular boxes that in theory should be able to be moved, but we'll see. This is the view south towards Mount Ararat, and what will end up becoming the big conference center for the facility. This is the home for the engineering and science. It's sort of really a collaborative zone where we're hoping that we'll generate the future generations of academics and students through Armenia. Wow, that was fast. But where it all began are with the children. And I'm fortunate enough to be working in an environment where the youth are at the center of everything we do, their spaces, their needs. And it's truly inspirational to be here in Yerevan, to watch this concept grow across the globe, to work with partner architects and designers to create spaces. Thank you very much.
Hi, thank you.
Bravo.
It's an incredible project coming out of Armenia. It's I was just looking looking online about it as well as you were talking. It's a fascinating program, and a school for a university or whatever we call these things today for the 21st century child. Yeah. But also to put design at the heart of this with the projects by Bernard Tschumi and BRDV, it's really incredible. What a place to learn and get inspired for the future.
Yeah, jealous here, really.
You're welcome to come visit anytime.
Right. No, but I often think it's life is not really happening in the big famous places, like the big capitals like Tokyo or New York or Milan, because you haven't much scope to actually innovate, because there's so much established building stock already that, it's kind of, I always thought that, the normal elementary school that my daughter went here in Japan, in the local neighborhood bang in the middle of Tokyo, is such a boring building. And I was really worried that, it would form her architectural knowledge or deform it in a bad way. So that I was frantically trying to balance it with introducing her to good architecture. But then you have places like Yerevan, which the future is awaiting, and you can implement all these great visions. So that's really what I'm envious about.
Can you say a little bit about how it's funded? I mean, I was quite interested in that because it says it's for free. So that seems to be a couple.
Free, yeah. The original concept in Yerevan, and over the last 10 years, has been funded by the initial concept was funded by a benefactor, Sam Simonian and his wives, but over the course of the time of the years, we've created a sustainable model where we're able to have tenants in this building that I'm currently in, both sort of aligned in terms of IT and stuff. But then our international partners are a way of actually, we sell the concept to our international partners, and that funds further expansion within Armenia. So it's kind of like this benefactor and kind of
very interesting
innovation
model,
yeah.
Because I think we hear so much about these innovation centers, which are nothing more than just spaces that rent office space to somebody, whereas this feels like a proper innovation center when you can see lots of crossovers, just like you're talking about. So fantastic project.
Well, look, the great thing actually is a lot of our students end up working in some of the Pixart is in our building, a recent unicorn. There's a number of very high-tech savvy organizations that are renting space, and students do end up either doing work experience or finding work within these organizations. So it's a great circular sort of environment. It's really rewarding to do here.
We need one in Tokyo, I think, yeah. Well, outside of Tokyo is better.
Let's go and visit first.
Yeah. Great. Thank you very much indeed.
Supremely cool. Yes, awesome. Thank you so much. Let's keep going here, and off we go to our next presenter.
Thank you, Shai, for your amazing presentation. Our next presenter is joining us from Rotterdam on our Saturday morning. Special thanks for that. Luisa is an architect and urbanist at the world-famous NVRDV, working on the ambitious Gagarin project here in Armenia. So over to you, Luisa.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much.
Hi.
Me? Yes,
Are you ready?
Good morning.
Are you ready to start?
Yes, I'm ready to start.
Okay, the 20 slides are yours.
Thank you. First of all, Shahi, it's nice to see you. We are here online. I have been to Armenia last year in the context of our Gagarin project, a beloved project in NBRDV right now, actually. And that's what I'm going to talk about right now. And Gagarin is really what you can read here. It's the sustainable development of self-sufficient communities, and the happiness and the well-being of the people is really in the center of it. And for people who are not familiar with Armenia, the green highlighted part of the map is where Gagarin is. And it's very close to Yerevan, the capital, and to the gorgeous Lake Sevan. And it's an area that is surrounded by gorgeous mountains and has a lot of unique monuments, such as very old chapels, very old churches. And the site actually, it's very big, as you saw in the previous map. And it's actually, it already has a beautiful existing pattern of existing plots, and also this 6 existing communities. And when we first saw this pattern of plots, we thought it was just gorgeous. And we thought that maybe that was our starting point. And then going through what this area could be, what it could represent, we came up with these main ambitions. And first of all, we wanted to be a place that people come and stay, that they want to live, that it's healthy, that creates economies and perspectives, that it's truly sustainable and attracts ecotourism and really is a clean place to live. And this is a picture that really represents a lot to us. This was taken in our first site visit. And this is our two buses overlooking this gorgeous area. And we did this collage on top to really represent that we wanted to be a colorful place that represents a color. If every person was assigned a plot, how many colors would we have and how beautiful this pattern would be? So how can we enhance the existing pattern that was already there, and how can we bring this back to life in a different way and bring opportunity to people? And how can this be connected in a working agricultural system, which was actually the main assignment, to make a self-sufficient community. So we really dived into the many cycles that of course would come together to create a self-sufficient endeavor. So we have, of course, circular agriculture, the energy cycle, the water cycle, and all of this has to come together as a self-sufficient economy. And to test our ambitions, we set ourselves to make this enormous model that started in Rotterdam and traveled all the way to Armenia for our final presentation in January this year. And so we really had to make sure that whatever we were thinking actually worked, and that it was convincing, was compelling, it was a beautiful story. So you see all these plots come together in a beautiful mosaic. And how to start, how to make this valley. So we start with the water, which is the base for everything agriculture related, of course, and we wanted to revitalize the existing river and really enhance all the margins and really bring green close enough to the river again and really bring back the life that was missing. Secondly, we need to, of course, provide the water for agriculture and for domestic use as well. This is a simple diagram to illustrate that the idea is that we collect water in the mountains, we bring them down to the center, and we create a series of also canals that circulate between to these meandering paths of the existing plot patterns that we're using. And adding to that, we have these green edges that will become a very characteristic image of the project itself. And with that, we also create a very specific mobility network that have, of course, different hierarchy that will connect different plots and provide connection between all of them. So this is a pattern that we can see that we also envision that each plot works with a different kind of agriculture. And we envision a system that has crop rotation, so we have the most sustainable use of the soil. And in the vision is that everything will be colorful like this. So my neighbor has lavender on the plot and also lavender on the rooftop, because we need agriculture everywhere for this place to be self-sustainable. And probably the plot next to it will be planting pumpkins, and the other one will have solar panels. So this will be like a beautiful mosaic of all kinds of agriculture coming together. And housing, of course, we envision that there is a center, which is the agro center. You see this black dot on the map. This is the agricultural school that will come up. And from there, we have enhancing, actually decreasing densities from the center towards the outskirts of the map. So we have the densest part of the housing around the agro center, the agro college. So this is a very simple diagram to illustrate how the density would work with the houses. So we have a more urban part in the project, and of course the rest of it is a bit more rural. And the housing reflects that change as well. And yes, so here we also have an image that illustrates how the new housing would come together with the existing heritage we have on the site. So for example, this tower is already existing there, and then we envision that maybe in the future it will become like an observation tower surrounded by new buildings, which have the same material as the existing houses right now, which is this black stone. And in addition to the housing, we have, of course, many different facilities that make the whole thing work together. So we have different facilities for commercial uses, for sports, for education, and they are, instead of being assigned a zoning specifically, they are spread around, integrated with the housing. So here you can see the design of some of the specific buildings. The first one is the sphere, is, let's say, the most important one because it's the agricultural school. So we have this mirrored sphere reflecting all the beautiful fields around it. And it's really like an Ark of Noah landing there and really reflecting this beautiful patchwork. And we have the farmer's market with the landscape surrounding it. It's this dome. And we imagine that all the species that we have on this beautiful valley, they would come and they will be reflected in this dome building. And you can see here in the render as well, the different colors and the green edges around all the plots that I mentioned as well, and how everything comes together. This is, finally also an image of the model that, as I mentioned, traveled all the way from Rotterdam to Armenia. And I really like this image because it really reflects all the details that I was talking about. And I think it comes together as a beautiful patchwork. And I think it brings a lot of hope and optimism to the whole country, actually. Thank you. That was it.
Wow, that was amazing.
Luisa, we like bold ideas and bold colors. Of
Yes,
course.
very bold. That's for sure.
But yes, it's a nice vision. I said to start with, when I saw the big model, I said, "Ooh, how are they going to get that one idea across?" But the way you explained it, it just, yeah, of course, that makes sense. You know, I want a pumpkin field next to a lavender field, and cucumbers and a rose field. You know, and then things would make sense. And then a carrot field.
So it's very cool. What sort of time span are you looking at for the whole of the project? Is there a master schedule? What is it, a 10-year project, or because it's very ambitious?
As you can see, it's very ambitious and it's very big. Actually, right now we just finished this first step towards the vision, and it was received really well. And now we're going to start the master plan of it. And then, implementation would be maybe in the first 3 years to come. The first parts, of course, not the entire
Right,
thing,
yeah, got it.
A bit more step by step, for sure.
That's great. Yeah, I don't know if you know, Astrid and I, we've got our own architectural practice here in Tokyo, and color's really important to us. Astrid just talks about yellow. That's our color of the year because it signifies optimism and positivity.
Sunshine, smiley faces, and the rest.
And we've just finished a hotel here, which is based on color, in fact, and it's color therapy, really, when you go and stay there. We'll send you some pictures, but really fantastic presentation and so inspiring, and lots of really interesting comments in the chat box too. Yeah, but I was too busy watching your presentation to read the chat. Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yerevan. Why am I'm feeding back for some reason. Okay, let's try it.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you all. I think we move on now, don't we, Brian?
Yeah, we do. Thank you so much, Yerevan. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, everybody.
We're still on hour 5, and we've got one more city. This has been an amazing hour already, and we're just going from back west a bit, or rather east, I guess.
Ulaanbaatar is next.
Wow.
This has been a remarkable hour. Hello, Andy. Nice. Thank you for being here. We're so happy to have you.
Hello. How are you? How are you guys
doing?
doing?
It's working. Yeah, great. Mongolia. Yeah, we're just saying that it's so interesting to hear from this sort of middle part of the world between East and West. And there's so much activity here, so much, creativity. It's wonderful. And we, like last year too, there was really strong presentations from this part of the world. So it's great you're all here again.
Yeah, we are also very happy to back on the event of International PechaKucha again. And we have 2 speakers. And first, let's welcome our first speaker, Mando Hassoud. She is a translator and publisher of How They Got Into Harvard and 50 Best Essays of Harvard. So she will gonna share the amazing story of her experience. So
wonderful.
Okay, great. Looking forward to it.
Okay, is she on screen? Why is this? Is she here on screen with us?
Yeah. I guess.
Where do I see? Oh, there she is. Hello. Okay, let me just go ahead and spotlight you. All right. Are you ready?
Yeah, sure.
Let's do this.
Yeah, we can hear you well too. Perfect.
Okay, great. All right, the 20 slides are yours.
All right.
Over to you.
So, thank you. And I'm thrilled to be here to share my story with you. It's a beautiful love story and I hope you enjoy it. A biracial girl was born in communist Mongolia and become the only brown girl in the town. And my mom fell in love with a Cuban guy in Russia and punished by the government for she got pregnant with a foreigner. Obviously, it was impossible for them to live together, but my mom decided to keep me no matter what. By the time when I was born, the movie Queen Mandalha the Wise had released, in which my grandfather played the main role, so I named after the Queen. My grandfather took me to save my mom's life. He was a famous actor and intelligent linguistic, and he taught me art, history, and language. He used to tell me that God made you different because you're special. He was just trying to change my perspective so I would be deaf to the mockeries that people thrown at me. By the influence of my grandfather, I became a film lover. He showed me that the arts has a power, healing power to our soul. I watch movies in times of struggle and I feel at home, quite relieved. And to be honest, movies are like a lullaby to me. By the age of 15, I became a sister. My mom gave birth to 3 children in 5 years. My stepfather needed the help to feed those many children, so I started to work at the age of 16. I used to buy diapers and milks with my salary for my siblings. I don't understand why, but I loved my siblings more than anyone. I was their defense, their provider, their friend, and a tyrant as well. When we gather together, it's like a reunion of a rock band. We get high without any drug involved. We just went crazy and no one could stop us. A year after I lost my grandfather, I married and got pregnant. Then the darkest days of my life has started. I left with my 2-year-old daughter with empty-handed, but I learned unconditional love from my daughter. I failed, but her eyes of admiration and love towards me has never faded away. I didn't have a diploma to apply to a job. All that I know was a little bit of English, so I rented a small, smelly room and did translation. The income was not very much, so I developed my skill to earn more. And my daughter was, and still my strength to overcome the obstacles. So I had the job for 10 to 12 hours a day. I enrolled in university to increase my income. And at the same time, I'm a mother, so I wouldn't be survived without the help of my mom and the beautiful laugh of my child, Then I met my handsome husband. At the time, I was in a better place in life. He used to cook for me every day, used to. And I enchanted by his delicious meals. He knows how to make me happy in cheaper way, just a plate of nice meal. Like my younger sisters say, I might trade a diamond with a delicious pasta, I love foods and nice cheesy pasta makes me a lot better person. I became a loving, forgiving lady again after a plate of pasta. And I also enjoy the music very much. My husband was a lead singer of a rock band and Coldplay is our all-time favorite. My husband thinks the song Scientist by Coldplay is about the marriage, which makes sense because they sing, no one ever say it would be this hard, you see? Then we welcomed our little daughter a year later of our wedding. She brought light into my life. So we named her Ige, which means a dawn. She's the funniest person I've ever met with the funny hair. Hat is very helpful to put her hair down. Otherwise it's just raise up. And on the other day, she mistaken a word sassy with the wider nostrils. These two words sounds very similar in Mongolia. She's my everlasting joy, and now I have a strength and joy, so I will be fine. I feel stronger when I think of them, and I also tired when they don't behave. Very important part of my life is my friends. They're like a family, but less judgy. They pushed me to start my small business, a publishing company, and their trust in me was undeniably strong. So I made it, even it was risky, with the help of my dear friends. They supported me with their finance and time and everything. You know, translation was always my passion, and also it was the reason that I got the constant headache, you know, but I couldn't help myself. No job can give me more satisfaction than finding the right word in translating a book. So I made a contract with Howard Crimson, and I started to expand my business with I started to work with mostly with the teenagers, and I also founded an NGO to help many talented, brilliant, but underprivileged young people in Mongolia. And it is my dream to build a vocational school collaborating with foreign educational institutes to provide these young people in Mongolia with high quality of education and internationally acceptable diplomas, so they can live in better, well-educated, healthier life. So at the end, life might not go as well we planned. You may fail even if you know that you're capable of better achievements. There are times that you want to say, I'm done, but struggles and happiness, pain and joy, failure and success are in the same package. And I just want you to search for love. It's everywhere around you, and it's there to cheer you up, relieve you from the pain, refill your energy, and keeps you on track. See your family and you'll find the reason to try, and enjoy your favorite movie or meal, then you'll find the life beautiful. Thank you so much.
Wow. That's a really brave story. Thank you for sharing that and putting that together. Yeah, it's easy to talk about things, or your projects, but to talk about your family and your life in this way is so uplifting. So thank you for doing that.
Thank you so much.
That was a lovely family photograph, and yes, I think we couldn't agree more. You know, the love for your family is the ultimate. It's always what picks you up from wherever you feel you've sunken to. Yeah, and it's the optimism. I like the photograph of your family, the little one sticking out her tongue like sneakily.
Yes.
I'll get you, sort of thing, in a funny way. So thank you for sharing.
But it's also a fascinating story right at the beginning with your father, and
yes,
what a beautiful picture.
Yeah.
What a beautiful picture that was. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was a painting.
Painting. That's what I meant. Painting.
Yeah.
So, anyway, great.
So we have one more presenter from Ulaanbaatar, and we have our next city on standby. So thank you for your patience, and thank you for that amazing presentation. And let's hear one more uplifting presentation from Ulaanbaatar.
So
yeah, please.
Wow.
Oh my.
That's the biggest name we've got.
Let's welcome our producer of the Young TV channel, Billy.
14, 15 letters.
Okay, I actually do have 26 letters in my name. So people used to call me Alphabet in America. So you can call me Alphabet as well.
Okay, Alphabet, are you ready for your 20 slides?
Yeah, let's go for it.
All right.
Right.
Over to you.
All right. All right, so I do have a short name, which is Bill. Hi from the coldest capital in the world, Ulaanbaatar. This is me in Incheon Airport in Korea, traveling to Mongolia after 8 years of studying in the US. I did my major in politics and media and master's in development practice. So I spent my entire adulthood in the States. And this is me 8 years ago at the Incheon Airport, right after I turned 18. So I'm officially an adult. So I just finished high school. I had no idea what I'm going to do in America, what I'm going to study. But I knew one thing: I was going to be friends with many American and international friends. But that wasn't the case. I imagined to have many, many American friends, but throughout my journey in the US, I always used to have more international friends than American friends. So I always wondered why. why our American people are very close to me or to my other international friends. I spent the first 3 years of my life in America in a very conservative white city. Then in 2016, I moved to Minneapolis, which is more diverse and more liberal. However, I was more visible than ever. I still had more international friends there. People would ignore me in St. Cloud, but in Minneapolis, not anymore. I was highlighted because of my differences. So I learned that people always get scared of what's unknown. So I always used to go around, talk about my future, talk about my culture and my history, because I believe it's important to cultivate understanding, share our human stories, and make our visible diversity normal and make invisible diversity more visible. In 2020, I was living in Minneapolis, and on my birthday, George Floyd was murdered by Derek Chauvin, and it ignited the largest civil rights protest movement in recent times. This has pushed me to further understand systemic injustices that was happening because of our differences. So at the time I was doing my master's at the Humphrey School of Public Affairs. I was studying development practice. I couldn't ask for better community and resources to understand what was really going on in America. And during the time, I was also working in politics. I was only a person of color among my peers. So I worked hard to ensure that I become the bridge between my candidates and the constituents. My state senate once told me that I had to leave the campaign because I wasn't reaching their target people, which was mostly white people, because I was working in very white districts. So this era of COVID, Asian hate was also very high. People would call me China virus. People would call me COVID in the streets. People would give me weird looks for wearing masks in the early stage of the pandemic. So it was a very, very weird experience. So after all this crazy ride, I came to Mongolia and we all looked the same. First, it seemed like there weren't much diversity around me anymore. And it was actually very nice for some reason because it was very calm. But then I joined my friends to be part of a movement to tackle some systemic injustice that I can actually see in my country. You have to take a closer look, especially at the young people of Mongolia. At more than 1 million people, youth aged between the ages of 15 and 34 represent the largest demographic of the country. But there aren't many public spaces for us to express ourselves. So on this day, there is no cars on the streets, so people would come up and express themselves. You may have seen this very famous picture, an eagle girl. She lives in the westernmost province of the country, but also the most discriminated province of the country. They speak Kazakh language. They only speak, and then when you go to university, the exams are only taken in Mongolian, not in Kazakh. And Mongolia was a communist country for 70 years as a Soviet satellite. Under the system, people were expected to think the same, believe the same, and even look the same. And so in the past 30 years since the democratic revolution, I believe we have to learn our identities and express ourselves. The democratic revolution isn't finished yet on a human level, I believe. We need to discover ourselves and learn our identities. We have political and economic freedom, but people are still learning to express themselves, find out who we are. So the question is, where do we begin? And the answer, I believe, is Love Yourself. It's my favorite album from Justin Bieber. The word is very important here. This is where we start. Explore your interests, accept who you are, don't deny your feelings, be proud of who you are no matter what people say. That's what my experience taught me throughout my journey. And it's very important to celebrate yourself. This is me with my group of Mongolians in the United States. We are celebrating our country, our identity. And this is exactly how you create your community, because that's what matters the most, a community. I believe these differences are beautiful. It doesn't mean better or more. Differences are differences. Therefore, we have to learn what our identities are. I always wondered why American higher education system always pushed us to understand our identities. And I learned that you have to look at yourself and accept the flaws in the system and the culture that makes us hate ourselves. Compared to my high school peers, for example, I used to live in an apartment building while my friends used to live in Mongolian traditional dwelling called Gir around the outskirts of the city. It was a privilege for me to live in an apartment building And that really made me who I am today. And it was a privilege, and I accepted. And I believe that you should know what you grew up with and what privileges that you came up with. Because as I say, differences. It just doesn't make you better, but it makes you understand who you are. So from your culture, I believe, take what you leave and leave what you don't. That's what Mongolian proverb says. And I think it goes for the same, the system, take what you need and leave what you don't. And this was my story, a boy who grew up in the post-communist state, trying to figure out myself while everybody is doing the same. A strong system under the Soviet Union made us forget our history and culture, and we have been discovering our past. And sometimes you may not like what you have discovered. You may discover something more, and that's fine because diversity is beautiful. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
Well said.
Dang.
Yes.
Dang.
Yes.
What an hour. Holy moly.
But rest assured, Phil, that, you know, I think the younger generations especially are going to be much more aware of their own individuality and of their own character, and are going to be much more accepting of diversity. You know, yeah. So there is, you know, optimism. I think we started it. And I'm sure that our children, your children, are just going to grow up that way.
Yeah,
you know?
my wife runs an international school. There are 34 nationalities. They don't know what diversity is. They don't understand because they live it, you know. And for them, it's not a question with all these different nationalities, you know. And we have warring. We have warring people in the same classroom, you know, and it's fantastic, you know, and everybody gets on, and it's a really, you know, it's a really lovely world.
So the future will be brilliant.
Okay.
Thank you for having us in Ulaanbaatar.
No, thank you.
Thank you for sharing your story, and it is so important that you're contributing to the first steps to a better place. So well done. Well done.
Another city we've got to come to, Ulaanbaatar. So, you know, when we do our global road show, that's
wow.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Thank you for putting the team together. You've done a really fantastic job. Yeah. So thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, Ulaanbaatar, Yerevan, and Tomsk. Amazing hour. Goodbye, hour 6. Goodbye, the first quarter of IPK 22. Hello, the second quarter. Hello, our patiently waiting hour 7. I need to ask everybody to just hold on for 1 second because we're going to change tracks. We've got to stop streaming to our current live stream because YouTube will only let us stream for 8 hours at a time.